Chapter 1851. Listening to everyone's discussion, the black and silver-robed leader's face looked extremely ugly. He truly couldn't understand how terrifying David's strength was. How could the three of them not be his opponents? You must know that each of them possessed the strength of the late-stage Great Marquis, while the leader himself had reached the peak of the Great Marquis realm. Given time, all of them were likely to break through to the realm of Great Marquis and reach the level of Martial Saint. With such strength, even the three of them still couldn't defeat David. But the strength David displayed was clearly only in the mid-stage of the Great Marquis. How was this possible? At this moment, Ningxi's expression in the stands also turned extremely ugly. Originally, he believed that his hard training would allow him to defeat David, but now, watching David instantly defeat the three black and silver-robed experts, Ningxi's confidence was dealt a heavy blow. What's wrong? Feeling defeated? The demonic envoy inside Ningxi spoke. Ningxi did not reply with words, he only nodded. He had fought David for a long time, and Ningxi had always considered himself the most talented and intelligent. In terms of schemes and strategy, Ningxi believed he surpassed anyone. But every confrontation with David ended in complete defeat, leaving him confused and frustrated. Now, seeing David use mid-Great Marquis strength to defeat three late-Great Marquis experts at once, Ningxi felt even more deeply shaken. Do you want to know why David is so powerful and can even fight across realms? The demonic envoy asked. Yes, why? Why is David stronger than everyone else? Ningxi asked in confusion. Because of his special physique. One must understand a person's physique to know how far their cultivation can go. David possesses the true golden dragon body. How can ordinary people compare with him? The demonic envoy said calmly. The true golden dragon body. Ningxi muttered, his expression filled with helplessness. David had a special physique, while he was merely an ordinary person. How could he fight David? They weren't even on the same level. Seeing Ningxi's depressed look, the demonic envoy continued, actually, your body is not the physique of an ordinary person. His words caused Ningxi's eyes to suddenly light up. Master Envoy, you mean I am not an ordinary human physique? Then what kind of physique do I possess? If you truly had an ordinary physique, would the Almighty have forgiven your mistakes? Would he have given precious resources for your cultivation? If you were ordinary, do you think I, a dignified demonic envoy, would have taken interest in your body? You possess the flame demon body, but this special physique has been sealed and must be awakened. Once I help you awaken the flame demon body, you will no longer need to fear David. Hearing this, Ningxi's expression was filled with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. Flame demon body. Flame demon body. Ningxi's eyes blazed with renewed fighting spirit as he stared sharply at David in the arena. He knew that one day, he and David would have a life-and-death battle. Ningxi regarded David as his lifelong enemy, not knowing that David didn't consider him a threat at all. David's real enemies were far stronger than him. Meanwhile, in the arena, the third, fourth, and fifth black and silver-robed experts had already regained their breath, and the third's arm had been reattached. Sixth, seventh, you two go together. If you can't capture him alive, kill him. The leader ordered coldly. He never expected things to turn out this way, and now he could only rely on numbers to try and defeat David. In an instant, 5 black and silver-robed experts rushed toward David simultaneously. Chapter 1852. Seeing the shameless behavior of the Martial Arts Alliance, the audience scoffed and shouted insults. But the black and silver-robed men turned a deaf ear. They didn't care about being scolded, they only cared about capturing David. David, facing the attack of the 5 black and silver-robed experts, looked excited. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand buzzed continuously, as though it could no longer hold back its battle lust. David instantly activated the 9 Shadows sword technique. His figure split into 2, then 2 into 4. Although he had not yet mastered the full 9 shadows, he was already extremely skilled. 6 identical Davids appeared, each holding the same dragon-slaying sword and facing the 5 black and silver-robed opponents. The dragon-slaying sword radiated the power of the dragon, and a small golden dragon coiled around the blade. With a furious shout, all 6 shadows slashed simultaneously. Sword chi exploded in every direction, filling the arena with terrifying energy. Rumble. Waves of terrifying sword chi erupted toward the 5 black and silver-robed experts. They were shocked. They never expected the afterimages created by David to unleash such powerful sword chi. Normally, shadow illusions were merely deceptive, they didn't possess real strength or attack power. But David's shadows all seemed to have the same strength as his true body. This meant they were facing 6 Davids at once. The 5 black and silver-robed experts panicked and immediately used all their strength to block the incoming sword chi. At that moment, David's true body flashed between the shadows at lightning speed. No one could tell which was real and which was an illusion. Bang! The 3rd expert was the first to be blasted off the arena. Then the 5th, then the 6th. Soon, all 5 black and silver-robed experts were knocked down heavily onto the ring. Every sword strike they faced carried tremendous force and destructive power. What they didn't know was that only one of the sword chi attacks was truly dangerous. If they had ignored the sword chi and rushed toward David, they wouldn't have been injured at all. David simply used the confusion to conceal his true strikes. All the sword chi came from his rapid attacks, one after another. With his current strength, he could not yet replicate true bodies with equal power. The entire audience erupted in shock. No one could understand how David, with only mid-great marquis strength, could defeat 5 late-stage great marquis experts with a single sword technique. It was unimaginable. The black and silver-robed leader was stunned, staring at David in disbelief. David's strength shattered his understanding again and again. You should come up as well. It's better if you use your weapon, otherwise, you'll be the next to fall. David said coldly, provoking him. The leader's expression turned livid with anger. The reason he hadn't used his sacred weapon earlier was that he believed his subordinates could handle David together. Sacred weapons were extremely precious and would lose lifespan each time they were used. If a sacred weapon was damaged, he would bear the consequences. Slowly, the 5 black and silver-robed experts struggled to stand. Although the sword chi didn't kill them, it left their internal organs churning. The leader glanced at the 5th man and ordered coldly. 5th, take out the sacred weapon. Chapter 1853. The 5th man nodded, then picked up the previously severed hilt. A green aura surged into it, and soon the broken blade slowly disintegrated. A faint green light flickered afterward. That green light gradually condensed into a large blade, and the handle remained firmly in the 5th man's grip. As the light dissipated, the large blade in his hand became fully formed again, radiating a terrifying aura. On the back of the blade were 3 large metal rings embedded through the body. When the blade moved slightly, the rings clinked against it, producing a crisp, piercing sound. The leader suddenly revealed a pair of tiger bone finger guards on his hands, the spikes on them flashing with a sharp, icy light. When the tiger bone finger guards appeared, a horrifying aura burst forth, slamming into everyone's hearts and causing their bodies to tremble. The sheer aura of this sacred weapon alone made many feel as if a mountain were pressing down upon them. This was a weapon of the sacred class. Though it looked plain, it possessed an overwhelming power that could drive people mad. Many martial families had never possessed a single sacred weapon in their entire lineage. If a martial sect owned just one sacred weapon, they could undoubtedly rise to the forefront of the martial world. Such was the value of a sacred weapon. The appearance of 2 sacred weapons at once caused everyone in the stands to hold their breath. Although David's strength was astonishing, he had just defeated 5 great marquis with a single sword strike. The moment the sacred weapons appeared, the balance of victory instantly tilted toward the martial arts alliance. Everyone knew that once a sacred weapon was used, even a great marquis would gain exponential power. And here, not 1 but 2 sacred weapons were being wielded. How was David supposed to deal with them? David quietly examined the sacred weapons wielded by the martial arts alliance, and his heart burned with excitement. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand buzzed non-stop, its glow intensifying rapidly. Eventually, the radiance from the blade enveloped the entire martial arena, and the oppressive aura from the sacred weapons that had just weighed on everyone suddenly vanished under this light. The presence of the dragon-slaying sword instantly overwhelmed the two sacred weapons. "David, we originally wanted to capture you alive, but if you insist on seeking death, then you can't blame me," the leader said coldly. With that, he punched toward the void. A massive wave of energy surged toward David, shaking the surrounding space. The attack resembled a monstrous beast opening its blood-stained jaws, ready to swallow David whole. David didn't panic. He calmly raised the dragon-slaying sword and slashed downward. Endless radiance erupted, and the wave of energy in front of him was instantly cut in half. The distorted void scattered into chaotic turbulence. David swung the dragon-slaying sword again. The turbulent space instantly calmed, returning to stillness. The leader's sacred weapon strike had been effortlessly neutralized by David. The black and silver-robed leader frowned deeply and shouted, "Everyone, attack together!" Facing the dragon-slaying sword, even with a sacred weapon in hand, he felt completely lost. He decided they would overwhelm David with numbers and sheer force. In an instant, all the experts in the arena gathered and charged toward David. David glanced at the dragon-slaying sword, pinning all his hopes on it. Sensing David's intent, the dragon-slaying sword let out a deep hum. The next moment, David released his grip on the sword. With a sharp cry, a streak of blue light shot from the dragon-slaying sword. It was the sword spirit. The blue light circled the dragon-slaying sword several times. The sword seemed to ignite in battle spirit, and its humming became so loud that many spectators instinctively covered their ears. Chapter 1854. Boom! The dragon-slaying sword soared like a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing wave after wave of razor-sharp sword energy. Everyone stared in disbelief, their faces filled with shock. They had never imagined that a sword could radiate such terrifying power entirely on its own. Its strength was no weaker than that of a sacred weapon. In fact, it might even surpass the power of a sacred weapon. Feeling the dragon-slaying sword's terrifying power, all the black and silver-robed experts hesitated, fear visible in their movements. "Don't panic. Kill David first. Once he's dead, the sword will be useless," the leader roared, forcing them to ignore the sword. In his view, although the sword flew on its own, David was still controlling it. If David controlled the sword, that meant his own defense had to be weak. But he was wrong. The dragon-slaying sword was no longer under David's control, it was moving under the will of its sword spirit. 6 terrifying auras surged toward David, boosted by the power of 2 sacred weapons. Even with an indestructible golden body, David's physical form could not possibly withstand such an attack. But David was not panicked. He remained perfectly still. Seeing David unmoving, the leader smirked. He believed David was too occupied controlling the sword to defend himself. But just as the horrifying attacks were about to reach David, another figure suddenly appeared in front of him. To be precise, a body. David had placed the Gorfiend's fleshly body before him as a shield. The sudden scene stunned everyone. They had no idea what David was doing. The black and silver-robed experts were confused as well. Why would David bring out a corpse at such a critical moment? But they soon understood. The devastating attacks slammed into the Gorfiend's body, and were instantly blocked. The body didn't show a single trace of damage. Even the sacred weapon strikes were effortlessly blocked by the Gorfiend's flesh. Everyone was stunned. How could a person's body be this strong? To withstand even sacred weapons without leaving a mark? High above the stands, Zhou Jie's eyes flashed with intense desire the moment she saw the Gorfiend's body. She had sought David for cooperation, to invite him to the demon sect, and had even shared secrets about the martial arts alliance, all for the sake of obtaining the Gorfiend's body. "What is that thing?" the third black and silver-robed expert asked in confusion. Before anyone could respond, they sensed a massive threat above them. The dragon-slaying sword radiated terrifying energy from mid-air, descending upon the group like divine judgment. "Retreat!" the leader shouted in terror, quickly stepping back. The others retreated as well, but the sword chi fell like rain, mercilessly pursuing them. They had no choice but to raise their weapons repeatedly, struggling to block the descending sword strikes. Everyone witnessed several black and silver-robed experts desperately fending off a single sword, while David stood motionless. After a barrage of sword light, the experts looked extremely miserable, their robes torn, their bodies battered, like beggars. 6 great marquis, equipped with 2 sacred weapons, yet they still couldn't defeat David. The crowd was utterly shocked. The 5th, the 7th, come with me. We'll take down David. The 3rd, 4th, and 6th, hold off that sword. The leader barked out orders after catching his breath. They had no choice but to divide their forces. It had become clear that the dragon-slaying sword was not controlled by David but possessed its own attack consciousness. It was indeed a spirit sword, and its sword spirit possessed divine. Awaring Chapter 1855. Soon, the dragon-slaying sword was entangled by 3 people. The 5th man held the martial saint sword and slashed fiercely toward David, the green blade roaring out. Seeing this, David had no weapon in his hand, so he could only use the Gorfiend's body as a weapon. With a loud shout, David instantly swung the Gorfiend's corpse. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sharp blade light was directly blocked by the Gorfiend's body. At the same time, Lao Chi held a ring-shaped sharp blade and charged directly toward David. The sharp edge tore through the void, producing a loud whistling sound. Seeing this, David jumped up, letting the ring-shaped blade fly under his feet. Then, grabbing the Gorfiend's feet, he instantly swung the body toward Lao Chi in a wide arc. David used the Gorfiend's body like a staff. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. They had never seen such a fight. And the Gorfiend, once a hero thousands of years ago, was now being used as a weapon. If he knew this, he would probably be furious. On the viewing stand, Zhou Jia saw David wielding the Gorfiend's body as a weapon. His face was full of pity and helplessness. This was simply wasteful. Old 7, be careful. When the boss saw this, the Tiger Fang ring on his hand emitted a dazzling light. He punched forward, a terrifying aura smashing toward David. David didn't show weakness and swung the Gorfiend's body like a tiger pouncing. Powerful winds rose one after another, and the air in the entire arena twisted under David's strike. Bang! 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 The boss released terrifying waves of energy, but they were blocked by the Gorfiend's body in David's hands. There was a violent explosion, yet the Gorfiend's corpse didn't show a single scratch. On the contrary, the boss felt his wrists go numb and his arms tremble slightly. Fuck you. David spun the Gorfiend's body around, the wind howling with frightening intensity. The boss's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated. But it was too late. David had already smashed the Gorfiend's body toward him. The Gorfiend's head hurtled straight toward the black, silver-robed leader. If it hit, the Gorfiend's body would be fine, but the boss's head might burst. Big brother. Seeing this, the 5th brother instantly threw the martial saint saber in his hand, blocking it in front of the boss. Clang! With a loud bang, the martial saint saber was blasted away. The boss took the opportunity to retreat 2 steps, narrowly escaping the deadly blow. David glanced at the martial saint saber flying in midair, and his eyes lit up. He suddenly pushed off the ground and leapt toward it. This was a sacred weapon. If he could take it for himself, then Dragon Gate would have its own sacred weapon. Even when David wasn't around, no one would dare underestimate Longmen. Seeing David's intention, the 5th brother hurriedly jumped up. He didn't dare lose the sacred weapon. If the Grandmaster knew, he would be punished. Just as the 5th was about to grab the martial saint's sword, David hurled the Gorfiend's body like a dart toward him. The 5th brother couldn't dodge in time and slammed hard into the Gorfiend's corpse. Even more coincidentally, the two crashed face first, mouth to mouth. This time, the 5th brother felt utterly disgusted. The massive impact sent him falling rapidly, his internal organs tumbling from the shock. David used the momentum to grab the martial saint sword. He immediately felt the aura emanating from it. As he slowly fell to the ground, David reached out and caught the Gorfiend's body. Chapter 1856. At this moment, David held the martial saint sword in his right hand and the Gorfiend's body as a shield in his left. He provocatively tapped the Gorfiend's corpse with the sword several times, producing crisp metallic sounds. Seeing David like this, the three black, silver-robed men were stunned. Go to hell. Now armed with the Martial Saint's sword and the Gorfiend's body as a shield, David could completely ignore the three attackers. He swung the Martial Saint's sword, and rays of light burst forth instantly, rushing toward the black, silver robes. The green light was several times brighter than what the fifth brother could produce. The sacred weapon carried the aura of a powerful martial artist. With the enhancement of David's dragon power, dozens of dazzling sword rays exploded from the Martial Saint's sword at once. Seeing the weapon's tremendous power in David's hands, the fifth brother's expression turned extremely ugly. The same weapon, but in different hands, produced vastly different power. This alone showed that the fifth's strength was far inferior to David's. Humph. The boss snorted coldly, and the tiger fang ring on his hand emitted a dazzling light. He continued punching, rays of light shooting out to block the incoming blades. Dozens of blue-green sword rays were shattered instantly. The sacred weapon in the boss's hand was clearly stronger. Yes, it seems the sacred weapon in your hand will also belong to me soon. After David spoke, he raised the Martial Saint's sword again. He roared, and the golden light around him surged wildly, the dragon's power flooding into the Martial Saint's sword. He had only used the sword for the first time earlier and lacked understanding. But now, David seemed to grasp the Martial Saint's sword's essence. Cut! A blade aura several feet long erupted instantly from the Martial Saint's sword, dazzlingly bright. As David swung down, the enormous blade split into hundreds of thousands of smaller blades that rained down on the black, silver robes. The blade storm engulfed them like a violent tempest. The three black, silver-robed men could only resist desperately. The boss swung his fists wildly, shooting light rays to block the overwhelming blades. Without the Martial Saint's sword, the fifth brother could only use his energy to protect his body while punching frantically to deflect the blades. Old Seven threw his ring-shaped blade into the storm, the spinning weapon slicing into the rain of blades, trying desperately to block them. Bang! 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 The blades continued falling, pushing the three of them back step by step. The eldest and the seventh still had weapons. But the fifth brother could only resist with his fists, relying on his tough physique. However, under the relentless barrage of blades, wounds appeared all over his body. Soon, he was covered in cuts, blood flowing everywhere, horrifying to look at. I'll see how long you can hold on. David's cold voice echoed as he slashed again. The blade aura, which had been fading, suddenly poured down like rain once more. This time, the black, silver robes were on the brink of collapse. Pfft! The fifth brother could no longer endure it. He spat blood and collapsed backward. His entire body was covered in wounds, several blades having pierced straight through him. Old Fifth! The boss's expression changed drastically. He shouted anxiously, and the tiger fang ring on his hand glowed brightly as he attacked toward the fifth's position, trying to shield him from the blade storm. At that moment, Old Seven's ring-shaped blade finally gave out under the violent barrage. It shattered instantly into powder.ss. Chapter 1857. After all, what he held in his hand was not a sacred weapon. How could he resist such a violent attack? Once his weapon was reduced to powder, Lao Chi's body was instantly slashed by several blades, and he flew out, carving a deep ravine across the arena floor. When the boss saw this, his expression turned extremely ferocious. In the blink of an eye, David had taken the Martial Saint's sword, and now he had already injured both the fifth and seventh. They were clearly at a disadvantage. Formation. Suddenly, the boss shouted loudly. Soon, the fifth and seventh, though seriously injured, had light flash through their eyes and sat up instantly. The third, fourth, and sixth, who held the dragon-slaying sword, also withdrew from the fight and stood behind the boss. David, I want you dead. I want everyone here to die. The boss gritted his teeth, his face twisted and hideous. Oh no, these guys are going to destroy their souls. The demon inside Ning Ji screamed in panic and immediately shouted to him, hurry, get out of here. Although Ning Ji didn't understand what the demon feared, he could only obey and quickly got up to leave. As he departed, Ningxi glanced back. "David, I hope you don't die. I'm still waiting for my showdown with you." No one noticed Ningxi leaving, everyone's attention was fixed on the arena. At this moment, the black, silver-robed boss's eyes slowly began to change color. The whites disappeared entirely, replaced by pitch-black darkness that looked terrifying. The boss began chanting, and the souls within their bodies slowly drifted out and floated in midair. The black, silver robes exchanged glances, then suddenly struck their own chests. The boss's deadly tiger-fang finger pierced his heart instantly, blood spurting out. The other black, silver robes also plunged their own weapons into their hearts, shattering them instantly. Scarlet blood poured across the arena floor. Their auras instantly faded away, their bodies collapsed lifelessly. Everyone watching was stunned, they could not understand why the black, silver robes suddenly committed suicide. But soon, the bodies of several black, silver robes began to glow, and runes appeared one after another on their skin. It turned out these people had engraved runes on their bodies. At this moment, the runes flickered, and the blood on the ground began to flow toward them and get absorbed. The floating souls hovered quietly, illuminated by the brightness of the runes. Soon, everyone realized something horrifying: the bodies of the black, silver robes, which should have been dead, suddenly twitched. Immediately afterward, a terrifying aura burst forth from them. Their eyes turned pitch black, their expressions dull and lifeless, like corpse puppets. Then, the souls floating in midair plunged back into their bodies. Their jet-black eyes instantly lit up and turned blood red, making them look even more terrifying. What kind of technique is this? They sacrificed their lives? Someone in the stand spoke in shock. The Martial Arts Alliance has colluded with evil cultivators for a long time. Using this kind of demonic cultivation technique is not surprising. Let David destroy this martial arts alliance today and restore the honor of the martial world. Practicing sorcery with souls all day long, they will never comprehend the true meaning of martial cultivation. Many in the crowd condemned the martial arts alliance. But the resurrected black, silver robes no longer cared about anything. Their reputation meant nothing, they were now corpse puppets. "You are the first person who has ever pushed us to this point." The black, silver-robed boss spoke, but his voice had changed, becoming old and eerie. Chapter 1858. David knew that it was now the soul of the black, silver-robed boss speaking through the body. "Humph. All of you deserved to die long ago, you've thrown the entire martial world into chaos. Today, I will completely destroy you." David held the dragon-slaying sword firmly in his hand. With it, he could unleash his full power. "I am willing to trade my life, for the gate of hell to open," the boss suddenly shouted. Immediately afterward, all the black, silver robes knelt at the same time. Runes of light appeared beneath them, rapidly spreading outward. Soon, the entire martial arena was enveloped. At first, no one cared much, but then the ground began shaking, and black mist rose around them. Someone finally realized the danger. Rumble. Black mist surged from all directions, swallowing the arena. Under everyone's feet, black shadows coiled like shackles, gripping their ankles. People finally panicked, struggling in fear, screaming and trying to escape. But they quickly discovered they could not break free from the black fog's restraints. Everyone could feel the energy in their bodies slowly draining away. Although the speed was slow, the loss was undeniable. Someone tried to stop it but found they were powerless. Meanwhile, the black, silver robes absorbed the stolen energy, their auras rising constantly. David frowned slightly, he hadn't expected them to use such a demonic technique. He leapt into the air, swinging the dragon-slaying sword downward. He couldn't allow them to continue. Otherwise, everyone in the arena would eventually die. Swish! The razor-sharp sword chi swept toward the boss instantly. The boss didn't dodge, he charged straight at David. The sword chi sliced across his arm, cutting it off instantly. At the same time, the boss's punch smashed into the Gorfiend's corpse. David was knocked back several steps, and he could clearly feel how much stronger the boss had become. Fortunately, the Gorfiend's body served as a shield, otherwise, David might have been seriously injured by that strike. Still, cutting off the boss's arm was a gain. But when David looked again, he saw that the severed arm was dissolving, turning into black mist. The black mist swirled around the stump, and a new arm grew out. David was astonished. While he was stunned, the remaining black, silver robes rushed him. In an instant, David was fighting 6 at once. Even though the dragon-slaying sword was incredibly sharp and could severely injure any of them with a single strike, these things did not fear death. Even if David chopped off their heads, they regenerated instantly. It gave David a massive headache. If not for the Gorfiend's body shielding him, David didn't know what state he would be in now. Even so, David was already covered in wounds. Damn it! These guys are immortal, and they're endlessly absorbing everyone's energy. This can't go on. David gritted his teeth, barely holding on. He had endless strength, but it was useless. No matter how sharp the dragon-slaying sword was, it couldn't kill them. Boom! With a loud impact, David was struck again and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He didn't know how many times he had been hit now. Chapter 1859. David supported himself with his sword, slowly stood up, looked at the black and silver-robed figures before him, who were no longer human, and frowned tightly. Seeing the black mist rising around them, and hearing the constant shouting from the people trapped inside, David knew that if this continued, everyone would die. The martial arts field had transformed into a huge circular formation, completely surrounding everyone. Within this circle, the black and silver-robed figures appeared immortal. Suddenly, an idea flashed in David's mind. These black mists contained the purest energy, perfect cultivation resources for him. And the best way to break a formation was either to destroy its core or to suppress it with an even stronger formation. Thinking of this, David put away the fleshly bodies of the dragon-slaying sword and the Gorfiend. He slightly closed his eyes, and the heart concentration art began operating frantically. A huge suction force spread outward, pulling the black mist into David's body. His depleted spiritual power rapidly recovered. At the same time, the talismanic techniques inherited from Tianfuzong flickered continuously through David's mind. He had to find a way to deal with this magic circle. When the surrounding black mist surged madly into David's body, the leader of the blacking-robed group frowned and shouted, "Quick! Kill him! This kid's body must not be allowed to remain." But just as several of them moved toward him, David's eyes suddenly snapped open, flames roaring within them. Flames burned the sky. David pinched a hand seal, and a giant gossip-shaped disc appeared in the air. The gossip diagram blazed with raging fire, quickly expanding until it covered the entire martial arts field. The flames began devouring the black mist, and everyone was soon freed. Feeling the intense heat, the black and silver-robed figures instantly tensed. This was Samadhi true fire. They were immune to ordinary flames, but Samadhi flames were the nemesis of their soul bodies. They never expected David to know such an advanced formation. "Retreat! Retreat!" the leader shouted. Several shadows instantly flew out of the bodies of the black and silver-robed figures. Their souls had fled before the formation fully activated, otherwise, they would be annihilated. They no longer cared about their physical bodies. Those vessels were already dead and would be useless in the future. Several black shadows shot upward, trying to escape. Trying to run. David's eyes turned cold. He reached out toward the void, grabbing one of the fleeing souls. He opened his mouth, sucking the soul into his body, where it was instantly refined by the heart concentration technique. The remaining souls panicked, fleeing desperately. Just as they were about to escape in all directions. Boom! The flames around the martial arts field suddenly surged several meters high, violently swallowing all the escaping souls. Shrill screams filled the air, and soon nothing remained, no soul, no trace of ash. What a pity! Looking at the burned-away souls, David felt regret. If he had absorbed them, he might have increased his strength even further. Slowly, the flames faded and calm returned to the arena. Only a few black and silver-robed corpses remained, lying silently on the ground. David walked to the leader, bent down, and removed the tiger-shaped finger weapon. This was a sacred artifact. One such weapon could significantly elevate a martial arts clan's power. And David had obtained 2 sacred weapons today. With them, Longman's status in the martial world would rise dramatically. Chapter 1860. Mr. Chen, thank you for your help. Someone rushed to thank David. Without him, they would likely all have been drained dry and killed. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you. Many voices echoed in gratitude. David nodded slightly in acknowledgement. David, your strength is far beyond what I imagined, Zhou Jie said with evident surprise as he stepped forward. I don't even know how high my strength truly is, David replied with a faint smile. Over the past year, David often felt as though his path had been arranged, as if someone had paved every step for him. Perhaps this was the road his father intended him to walk. But since he was already on it, no matter how difficult, he would continue forward. Now that you're done here, would you be willing to accompany me to the demon sect? Zhou Jie asked. My girlfriend hasn't been rescued yet. I must save her first, David said anxiously, unable to wait any longer. He immediately headed toward the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhou Jie sighed but followed behind him. When David arrived, Long Xingshu had already taken over the Martial Arts Alliance. However, because the dungeon was protected by a formation, no one could enter. David walked up to the rockery, placed his palm against it, and spell symbols floated into the air as a faint light appeared. This was the formation protecting the dungeon. As the formation lit up, David's eyes scanned the spells rapidly and instantly locked onto the formation's core. Holding the dragon-slaying sword, David slashed down at the core, destroying it instantly. The formation collapsed. He pushed slightly, and the dungeon door opened. David rushed inside without hesitation. Gu Linger and the others followed closely, worried because they had not seen Sonia in a long time. Inside the dungeon, Sonia was still locked in a corner cell, but this time her body was covered in wounds. Yuchi. Seeing her injuries, David felt a deep stab of guilt and heartbreak. Yuchi! Yuchi! Gu Linger cried out in distress. Sonia was stunned to see David and Gu Linger rushing in. How did you get in? She asked, shocked. She knew how heavily guarded and impossible to breach the Alliance's dungeon was. Yuchi, David already destroyed the Martial Arts Alliance. We're here to rescue you, Gu Linger said as she stepped forward, gripping the prison door with both hands and trying with all her strength to pull it open. But no matter how fiercely she tried, the cell door did not budge. Linger, don't waste your strength. It can't be opened, Sonia said softly, shaking her head. Gu Linger looked to David, she knew he would have a way. Linger, stand back, David said calmly. Light flickered around his palms as he pressed them gently against the cell door. The entire cell glowed, runes swirling around it in constant motion. This was the formation controlling the whole cell. Once its structure appeared, David could locate the formation's eye. He carefully examined the complex runes, searching for the core. Boom! David suddenly struck one point in the formation with a heavy punch. The whole dungeon shook violently, and David himself was blasted backward by the force. But the formation was unharmed. He had hit the wrong point. David didn't give up. He continued analyzing the runes and punched again. The same result, his body was knocked away. After more than 10 consecutive attempts, sweat soaked his body, and blood ran from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 1861. David, stop trying. Don't try again. Sonia pleaded, afraid that if David continued like this, the formation's backlash would kill him. Try again. I'll try again. David pressed both hands on the prison door once more, and the formation flashed into view. This time, he closed his eyes slightly, using his heart to sense the movement of the formation. He remained still, feeling it quietly. After more than 10 minutes, David suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light flickered around his right fist. Holy light fist. David took a deep breath and struck with a powerful punch. Boom! This time, with a deafening sound, the formation trembled under the impact. Seeing this, David was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he punched again. Bang! 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 He unleashed more than a dozen consecutive punches, his fists already dripping with blood. Finally, the formation could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed. David hurriedly pushed open the cell door, rushed inside, and pulled Sonia tightly into his arms. The two embraced desperately, as if the world around them did not exist. David could clearly feel the warmth of Sonia's body. This alone proved that Zhou Jie's claim, that Sonia was only an illusion, was impossible. No illusion could feel this real. David held Sonia for a long time. His eyes were red. He had waited too long for this moment, sacrificed too much for it. Gu Linger also had tears in her eyes. She hugged Sonia and spoke endlessly, as though they had countless things to say. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountain trembled, and the entire dungeon began shaking violently, as if about to collapse. The dungeon is collapsing. Get out, quickly! Zhou Jie shouted, rushing toward the exit. The others hurried after him. David held on tightly to Sonia's hand, not daring to let go for a second. As soon as they escaped, the dungeon collapsed behind them, the rockery above it falling apart as well. The collapse of the dungeon signified the fall of the martial arts alliance. It would now become a thing of the past. David stared at the ruins, filled with emotion. Miss Zhou, I hope our cooperation is based on honesty. Now that my girlfriend is here, that so-called image you mentioned must have been fake, right? David asked. Zhou Jie merely smiled faintly. If you have something to say to your girlfriend, say it quickly. She has left the circle now, she won't exist much longer. What nonsense are you talking about? David glared at her. But at that moment, Sonia suddenly screamed. My feet, my feet! She looked down, and screamed again. Her feet were dissolving into nothingness. David froze, stunned. Everyone else was also shocked. Only Zhou Jie remained calm, as if she had expected this. Sonia continued to fade. David grabbed her hand desperately. He poured spiritual power into her body, but it was useless. He could not stop her form from disappearing. No! I won't let you go. I can't. David's aura burst out violently. He waved his hand with all his strength, attempting to tear open a new space. This would form a secret realm. But David's strength was insufficient, he only succeeded because of his extreme emotional state. Even so, the space only lasted a moment before collapsing. Realizing he couldn't stop Sonia's disappearance, David turned to Zhou Jie. Chapter 1862. Miss Zhou, I will agree to any request your demon spirit sect makes. As long as you stop my girlfriend from disappearing, I will give you anything you want. David begged desperately. But Zhou Jie shook her head. No one can stop her. She doesn't belong to this world. As I said, she is only a reflection. If you force her to stay, then what will happen when her real body returns? When her true body comes back, will you have two identical girlfriends? Is that possible? Zhou Jie tried to reason with him, wanting David to accept that this was merely a reflection, not worth destroying himself over. No. I can't let her leave. David cried out, hugging Sonia tightly. But it was still useless. David, don't be like this. I'm not truly dead, and I won't disappear forever. If I am just a reflection now, then you must let go. You must cheer up and save the real me, right? Sonia said softly, touching his cheek to comfort him. David gripped her hand tightly. I promise you. I will save you. Even if I fall to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Sonia smiled gently. Slowly, her entire body faded away. Not even a trace of breath remained, nothing, as if she had never existed. David stood frozen, staring blankly at the empty space before him, unable to move. Seeing this, everyone quietly walked away, leaving him alone. David stood like that for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, light finally returned to his eyes. Sonia was right, he had to regain his strength. She was still waiting for him to save her. David went to find Zhou Jia. "I'll go to the demon spirit sect with you. But you must promise to help me rescue my girlfriend." "Don't worry," Zhou Jia said with a faint smile. "We already know where your girlfriend is." Hearing this, David narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who exactly are you people? Why do you know so much about the Martial Arts Alliance? Don't tell me your demon spirit sect is the one behind them." He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Jia knew far too much, including where his girlfriend had been imprisoned. Zhou Jia smiled. "If we were the ones controlling the Martial Arts Alliance, would we need to work so hard to cooperate with you? I understand your suspicion, but my authority is limited, I can't tell you much. But there is one thing I can tell you. The force supporting the Martial Arts Alliance is also an extremely powerful sect, and they are also a demon sect. That's why we know their methods. Even the illusion formation that recreated your girlfriend, our demon spirit sect can also create that. Because we come from the same lineage. Do you understand what I mean? Anything deeper than that, you need to ask our sect master in the demon spirit sect." "From the same lineage?" David was stunned. "If you're from the same lineage, then why cooperate with me and help me? Isn't that like fighting among yourselves?" "Ha ha ha, you're too naive," Zhou Jia laughed loudly. "Where in this world do true siblings still exist? Everyone acts for their own benefit." Hearing this, David fell silent. In today's world, even brothers and fathers and sons could kill each other for profit, let alone two factions from the same lineage. Chapter 1863. David did not stay in Kyoto for long and followed Zhou Jia to the demon sect. Humatsi insisted on following them no matter what. He was afraid that David would steal his woman. In the end, there was no other option, so David allowed Humatsi to come along. With Humatsi following, the two of them could also handle some matters. After all, Humatsi sometimes knew a lot. The three of them boarded a plane and headed straight for Nanhu City, a small border town. Whether it was Humatsi's intention or fate, his seat happened to be next to Zhou Jia, and this time, Humatsi was very pleased. Although Zhou Jia's expression was not pleasant, there was nothing she could do. Throughout the journey, Humatsi feasted his eyes, but he certainly wasn't behaving himself. Zhou Jia could only glare at him, unable to do anything else. After all, you can't start a fight on a plane, right? Besides, Humatsi was traveling with David. If the demon sect wanted to cooperate with David, they couldn't afford to offend Humatsi. David closed his eyes slightly and pretended not to see anything. However, Humatsi's antics were noticed by a young man not far away. As soon as the man boarded the plane, he had been staring at Zhou Jia. But seeing her seated beside a shabby old man, and even being touched by him, the young man felt upset. "Hey, old man, let's switch seats." The man stood up and spoke to Humatsi. Humatsi lifted his eyelids slightly and replied coldly, not changing. Then, right in front of the man, he placed his hand on Zhou Jia's snow-white thigh. Seeing this, the man's eyes filled with envy. "Old man, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Change seats with me." The man threw 10,000 yuan onto Humatsi. Humatsi didn't even look at the money and said coldly again, not changing. This time, the man became angry. He grabbed Humatsi's collar and shouted, "Old man, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you know who I am? I'm Zheng Kai, the eldest young master of the Zheng family in Nanhu. You'd better give up that seat or else I'll make sure you suffer when we get off this plane." Humatsi still didn't move. He let Zheng Kai grab his collar, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Greedy, aren't you? You want to touch her too?" Zheng Kai froze at the question, then his face filled with embarrassment. "Why, you're talking nonsense. I just think you're misbehaving and bullying this girl." "Bullying? I'm touching my wife. What business is it of yours?" Humatsi sneered and kept his hand on Zhou Jia's leg. Zhou Jie remained expressionless and motionless. Seeing this, Zheng Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected them to be husband and wife. "Sir, this is a flight. Please return to your seat, it's dangerous to behave like this." A flight attendant hurried over and spoke to Zheng Kai. Helpless, Zheng Kai released Humatzi and returned to his seat angrily. Just as Zheng Kai turned around, Humatzi took out a spell and stuck it onto Zheng Kai's back. Zheng Kai didn't notice anything and sat down. A moment later, Zheng Kai suddenly felt unbearably itchy, as if thousands of bugs were crawling all over him. His expression twisted with pain as he scratched everywhere, but nothing helped. "It's killing me." Zheng Kai jumped up, desperately trying to take off his clothes to check whether bugs were crawling on him. Everyone on the plane stared in shock as he began stripping. Chapter 1864. The flight attendant rushed over and said, "Sir, this is an airplane. What are you doing?" But Zheng Kai, overwhelmed by discomfort, paid no attention. He pushed the attendant away and kept undressing while rubbing himself against the seat. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Finally, Zheng Kai removed his pants. The moment he did, the itching stopped instantly. He looked at his pants and found a spell stuck to them. Realizing what had happened, Zheng Kai flew into a rage and glared viciously at Humatzi. He didn't need to think twice to know who had put it there. "Old man, so you're a talisman master. When we get off this plane, I'll peel your skin." Zheng Kai gritted his teeth and put his clothes back on. But Humatzi didn't care in the slightest. He just looked at Zheng Kai like he was a fool. Seeing Humatzi's attitude, Zhou Jia, who had been silent and expressionless, finally spoke. "You're going to suffer. You've offended the petty young master of the Jing family." Humatzi was stunned. "You know him?" "Who doesn't know him in Nanhu?" "His father, Zhengangua, is the ruler of Nanhu City. The entire city belongs to their family." Zhou Jie replied with a cold smile. Humatzi was shocked, and even David, who had been half asleep, opened his eyes. "There's still something like that nowadays? Isn't that the same as being a mountain king? Doesn't anyone care?" David asked. "In modern society, no one should be allowed to take over a city like that. This kind of border town is a lawless zone. No one bothers with it. That created a power vacuum. The Jing family has been developing in Nanhu for many years, and now Zhengangua controls the whole city." Zhou Jia explained. "Fuck, does that kid really have such a powerful father?" Humatzi couldn't help glancing at Zheng Kai. "But even so, the son of a city lord is only at the rank of Wuho. That's too weak," David observed. Zheng Kai's highest cultivation was barely at the marquis level, a disappointing result for someone with such backing. In a border town like this, resources must be lacking. Being at Wuho level is already pretty good, Humatzi reasoned. "Probably," David nodded. "You're both wrong. Nanhu may be small, but the Jing family controls a vast region. Their influence spans hundreds of kilometers. And I've heard that Zhengangua siphons the cultivation resources of the entire city for himself. Do you really think the Jing family lacks resources?" Zhou Jia said calmly. David and Humatzi were both stunned. To drain an entire city's resources, that truly made the Jing family wealthy and powerful. In that case, Zheng Kai really is a waste. With such resources, he's only a marquis, Humatzi said with disdain. "Master Hu, you'd better restrain yourself. Even if Zheng Kai is weak, he's still dangerous on his own turf," David cautioned him. They came to negotiate cooperation with the demon spirit sect and figure out how to rescue Sonia, not to pick fights. "Miss Zhou, if all of Nanhu belongs to the Jing family, then your demon sect is in Nanhu too. Doesn't the Jing family interfere?" David asked curiously. After all, no major power would tolerate another faction operating on its land. Zhou Jia smiled. "Our demon sect is located in a secret realm. What does that have to do with the Jing family?" Chapter 1865. When David heard this, he suddenly understood. A secret realm was a separate space created independently. Although located in the same place, it occupied a different dimension, so conflicts never occurred. Miss Zhou, which of the 8 secret realms does your demon sect's secret realm belong to? David knew the Gu family belonged to the Fire Gate secret realm, and Zhixiao Mansion belonged to the Thunder Gate secret realm, but he didn't know which one the demon spirit sect was part of. When Zhou Jie heard this, surprise flashed across her face. She looked at David in disbelief. I didn't expect you to know about the 8 great secret realms. You should know that these things are top confidential. Even many high-level figures in the martial arts world don't know much. You knowing this? It seems I've underestimated you. Zhou Jia was genuinely surprised that David not only knew of the secret realms but understood them in such detail. David smiled awkwardly. I know a few people from secret realm families, and I've had the fortune of entering a secret realm twice. At this moment, Zhou Jia's gaze toward David changed significantly. Our demon spirit sect is not part of the 8 great secret realms. Those 8 were said to be created during the battle between gods and demons. When heaven and earth were collapsing, an immortal used the 8 trigrams to open them, providing sanctuaries for cultivators. But our secret realm was created by our sects themselves. In terms of scale and stability, it is far inferior to the 8 great secret realms. Our realm is truly just a secret realm space, while each of the 8 secret realms can be considered a world of its own. They're not comparable. Zhou Jia explained calmly. Only then did David understand, there weren't only 8 secret realms, many smaller ones existed as well. And within these smaller secret realms, only a single sect or family resided. Oh, I see. David nodded slightly. The plane flew smoothly, and after more than 3 hours, they landed in Nanhu. It was surprising that such a small border town even had an airport. After getting off the plane, Jinkai glared fiercely at Humatzi, but Humatzi ignored him completely. The group walked out of the airport, with Jinkai still following closely behind them. Damn it, this guy won't stop until he crashes headfirst into the south wall. Humatzi cursed angrily upon seeing Jinkai still trailing them. Alright, ignore him. Let him follow if he wants. David said, afraid Humatzi would start a fight with Jinkai. Let's go. I'll take you to try something delicious. The most famous snack here is the mutton steamed bun. Zhou Jia said and led David and Humatzi to a street near the airport. It was a bustling snack street filled with different foods. Although David and Humatzi could go 3 days and nights without eating, the delicious scents made their stomachs grumble. The 3 sat down at a small food stall and began eating. Jinkai watched them from not far away. But no one paid attention to him. If he wanted to follow and stare, that was his business. After eating, Zhou Jia called a car and took David and Humatzi toward the eastern part of the city. This time, Zhou Jia was smarter. She refused to sit next to Humatzi and immediately took the passenger seat. The entire journey had nearly driven her crazy earlier. Just as their car approached the eastern outskirts of the city, a dozen luxury cars suddenly roared up behind them. The driver's face turned pale with fear, and his hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. Clearly, those cars were chasing them. Just as they were about to exit the city, a Porsche suddenly swerved in front of them, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes. Chapter 1866. Humph. I think you're just terrified of David. You've got no guts at all. All these years you've been hiding in this tiny place called Nanhu. You're a coward. Jinkai looked down on his father completely. He always believed his father lacked ambition and was content with ruling the small border town of Nanhu. You unfilial brat. I ought to beat. Jinangua raised his hand angrily, ready to strike Jinkai. Jinkai panicked and hurriedly ran outside while shouting, I will never let that David go. Jinangua trembled with anger. His face turned pale, and he panted heavily. Even though he was the city lord, he couldn't control his own son. Inside the demon sect's secret realm, David and Humatzi had quietly approached the edge of the realm. Beyond that point lay a gray, chaotic space. Along the way, no one stopped them. there were no guards either. After all, in this secret realm, the demon sect was the only power. There was no need for security. As the two got closer to the chaotic space, a terrifying killing aura made it increasingly difficult to move forward. They strained their eyes, but the area ahead looked like a sandstorm, nothing could be seen clearly. Just as they reached the front of the killing aura, an invisible force blocked them. They couldn't advance further. Is this the border of the secret realm? David reached forward, only to feel a force pushing his hand back, preventing him from moving forward. It looks like there's space inside that chaotic area. It's not empty, so why can't we pass through? Humatsi asked, puzzled. Try probing it with your divine sense. David said, an array of divine sense shot forward instantly. To his surprise, it passed straight through the barrier. The resistance could not stop divine sense at all. David was delighted and pushed his divine sense further. But the moment it entered the chaotic space, the terrifying killing energy instantly shredded it. David staggered backwards several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. That killing aura is terrifying. Since divine sense can enter, there must be space inside. David said, wiping the blood from his lips. Humatsi was frightened by what he saw and didn't dare try it himself. They could only stare helplessly into the chaotic space, knowing another space existed beyond but unable to enter. If only I could reach the out-of-body stage, then my soul could leave my body. I might be able to cross this chaotic barrier. David said with regret. He was only in the transformation stage now, still far from the out-of-body stage. If his soul could leave his body, he could easily pass through the barrier and then resist the killing aura to explore what lay inside. David, there is a spell in our talisman arts that can let the soul leave the body, but only for a very short time. See if you can understand it. Humatsi suggested. David's heart leapt with excitement. Immediately, the inheritance of Tian Fuzong appeared in his mind, and countless talisman techniques flashed through his thoughts. Soon, he found the soul separation talisman. But it was extremely difficult to draw, and the duration of soul separation depended entirely on the strength of the talisman. Master Hu, bring me a few talisman papers. I'll try. David requested, determined to attempt it. Humatsi quickly took out several pieces of talisman paper and handed them to David. David floated one talisman paper into the air, bit his finger, and began to draw. A faint red glow flickered at his fingertip, and intricate lines began appearing on the talisman paper. Corrected version, all errors fixed plus abusive words restored, Chapter 1867. David held his breath, afraid of making a mistake, but even so, it still took him several attempts to finish drawing the spell. At this moment, David was already sweating profusely and panting heavily. Master Hu, I'll be out of my body for a while. Please take good care of me, don't let anyone steal my body. David said to Humatsi. Don't worry, I'll keep a close eye on it. And this is a secret realm, who would steal your body? Humatsi assured him. David nodded, then placed the spell on himself. Soon, David's body flashed red, and his soul instantly separated from his physical body. David looked at his own body and felt extremely excited, because he had never seen himself from this perspective before. David, you only have 10 minutes. You must remember that. If you don't return within 10 minutes, I won't be able to save you. Humatsi said as he looked at David's soul. David nodded and then walked toward the chaotic space. The once powerful barrier was instantly pierced by David without any resistance, and David's face lit up with joy. But as he walked forward, killing energy began to strike him continuously. Although David was only a soul body at this moment, the killing energy could still injure him. Helpless, David could only grit his teeth and continue moving deeper into the chaotic space under the fierce killing aura. He didn't know how long he had walked, but eventually he felt the pressure around him lighten. The scenery suddenly changed, as though he had entered another world. Countless rare medicinal herbs grew in the white space, and the spiritual energy here was hundreds, if not thousands, of times stronger than outside. David was stunned as he stared at the rare herbs in front of him, his eyes glowing brightly. Some herbs were fully matured, while others had just sprouted. David noticed a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng glowing faintly with golden light and reached out to dig it up. But when he reached out his hand, he couldn't grab anything. Only then did he remember that he was only a spiritual body and couldn't physically touch anything. Looking at the treasures right in front of him but being unable to take them made David extremely anxious. Soon, a burst of golden light illuminated David's surroundings so brightly that he had to squint. Following the light, he found a 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum plant shining far brighter than all the others. 10,000-year Hishowu. David's heart raced. A 1,000-year herb was already extremely rare. A 10,000-year herb was practically priceless. Yet he could only stare at it. There was no way for him to take the herb. Is this a celestial plantation? David frowned as he looked over the countless herbs. A secret space suddenly filled with so many spiritual treasures, he could only suspect that immortals were involved. Ordinary cultivators could never create something like this. Just as David was staring blankly at the herbs, his soul suddenly trembled. He hurriedly checked the time and realized his 10 minutes were nearly up. Outside, Humatsi slapped David's physical body, urging his soul to return quickly. David gave the herbs one last reluctant glance, then had no choice but to retrace his steps. On the way back, the same terrifying killing aura attacked him again. Just as the time limit was about to expire, David's soul finally returned to his physical body. Humatsi let out a long sigh of relief. "You brat! Now you know you're running out of time. Why were you dawdling so much? What was inside? Anything? Or was it just chaos?" Humatsi asked curiously. David was panting heavily, and his whole body felt extremely sore. Chapter 1868. This was a normal reaction after a soul separation. David had not yet reached the level where he could leave his body naturally. Forcing his soul out through a spell would definitely cause side effects. However, David felt the trip was worth it. He hadn't expected another magical world to exist beyond the enchantment of the secret realm. In that chaotic space, David began to explain to Humatsi, but he was suddenly interrupted. "Why are you two here? Didn't I warn you not to come near this place?" Zhou Jie glared angrily at both David and Humatsi. "Miss Zhou, I'm sorry. We were just curious. We'll go back right now." David grabbed Humatsi and hurried away. Back in the room, Humatsi impatiently asked, "So what exactly was inside that chaotic space?" David looked out the window, then told Humatsi everything he had seen. Humatsi was shocked. His eyes widened so much that it looked like an egg could fit inside his mouth. Nothing but precious herbs? And even 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum? You kid better not be lying to me. It sounds too unbelievable. Humatsi said in disbelief. "Master Hu, what good would it do me to lie to you? Everything I said is true." David replied sincerely. "Fuck. Doesn't that mean we've struck gold? If the two of us can figure out how to get through that barrier, all those herbs will be ours." Humatsi became excited, but his smile soon faded. "Do you think the demon sect also knows about this place? Is that why they won't let us get close? There's another possibility. This is the demon spirit sect's resource ground. With so many members, they must rely on a resource location like this to cultivate. You saw it, the demon spirit sect's secret realm is tiny and has no resources." David agreed with Humatsi. But if it truly was the demon sect's resource ground, then there must be powerful experts guarding it. When I meet the demon sect's sect master tomorrow, I'll probe a bit. If that place belongs to the demon sect, I should be able to figure it out. Early the next morning, after David and Humatsi finished eating, Zhou Jie came to inform David. She said the demon sect master wanted to see him. Humatsi waited in the room. When Humatsi saw Zhou Jie walking in with Song Qingping, his expression instantly soured. He felt like his daughter-in-law was being carried off by another man. "Mr. Chen, our sect master requests your presence," Song Qingping said politely. "Vice Sect Master Song, please lead the way," David responded courteously. Though David remained cautious of the demon's sect, Song Qingping had always been polite, so David couldn't be cold toward him. The group walked to the largest hall in the center. More than 10 people sat inside, all with unfriendly expressions and murderous auras. Seeing them, David wondered how someone as polite and scholarly as Song Qingping became the deputy sect master. "Mr. Chen, please sit. I will go invite the sect master," Song Qingping said, then left. David found a chair and sat down. Feeling the hostile gazes directed at him, David remained unfazed. He calmly swept his eyes across the room. "Are you David?" A man in a dark green robe stood up and asked. "Yes," David replied. "I heard that you fought the Martial Arts Alliance alone, killed several alliance leaders, and caused the entire alliance to feel uneasy. Is that true?" The man asked. Chapter 1869. It's not that chickens and dogs are restless, but that there is no longer a martial arts alliance in Kyoto, David said calmly. After David spoke, the people around him didn't look shocked at all. Instead, they burst into laughter. "Huh. You're still too young. Do you really think you destroyed the Martial Arts Alliance? I'm telling you, the Martial Arts Alliance is just a facade. If they want to keep the alliance, another martial arts alliance will appear in Kyoto soon." The man laughed with clear contempt in his eyes. To them, David was still too young. He didn't understand the ways of the world or the darkness of society. David looked at the man's mocking eyes, but instead of getting angry, he smiled faintly. "If one appears, I'll destroy one. If two appear, I'll destroy both." What arrogance! Do you even know how you got lucky enough to obtain the Gorfine's body? It's rumored that you're the top talent of the younger generation in the martial arts world. My hands are itching, I want to test you myself. As he spoke, the man raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his grip. Sword light burst into the air. He thrust directly toward David's forehead. This wasn't a friendly spar, he was going for David's life. David's expression instantly turned icy. The sharp sword light stabbed toward him. David leaned backward and slid across the ground, narrowly dodging the strike. The sword light sliced through David's chair, shattering it instantly. David placed both hands lightly on the floor and sprang upright. "You're courting death," David said coldly as he stared at the man. "Boy, this is the demon's sect. Don't embarrass yourself thinking you can scare us." The man sneered, completely ignoring David's threat. "Deacon Liu, Mr. Chen was invited by the sect master. How can you act like this?" Zhou Jia quickly shouted when she saw what was happening. "Zhou Jia, this is my business. Don't tell me what to do. If the sect master wants to punish me, I'll accept it myself. Today, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson." Deacon Liu ignored Zhou Jia entirely and rushed at David again with his sword. David's eyes narrowed. He understood immediately, this man was acting on the sect master's orders. If David were injured or defeated, the demon spirit sect would have the upper hand in upcoming negotiations. But if Deacon Liu was defeated, then the sect master would surely come up with another plan. Thinking this through, David no longer held back. He reached out with his right hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared instantly. The moment the dragon-slaying sword emerged, brilliant sword light flooded the hall. The sword's aura shocked everyone present. Ever since absorbing countless sword spirits at Wenjianzong, the dragon-slaying sword had grown tremendously in power. At this point, the dragon-slaying sword alone was enough to dominate the entire hall. Deacon Liu was startled by the sight of the dragon-slaying sword, but he didn't stop. He thrust the long sword in his hand directly at David. "Humph!" David snorted coldly and swung the dragon-slaying sword. A dazzling sword light tore across the air and slashed directly onto Deacon Liu's long sword. Clang! After a crisp sound, Deacon Liu watched in disbelief as the long sword in his hand snapped cleanly in half. He was stunned. The long sword he wielded was a treasured weapon forged over 49 days. Yet it was cut apart effortlessly. Before Deacon Liu could react, David's sword chi reversed its direction and continued forward. Chapter 1870. Deacon Lu still hadn't reacted when his right arm, still holding the broken sword, fell to the floor. The strike was so fast that his blood didn't have time to flow. The exposed bone and flesh looked ghastly. A second later, blood spurted out as the agony hit him, and Deacon Lu let out a scream. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Zhou Jia found it hard to believe what she had just witnessed. David raised the dragon-slaying sword, its tip pointing directly between Deacon Lu's eyebrows. If David thrust forward now, Deacon Lu would die instantly. Seeing this, the others in the hall immediately stood up. Killing intent burst from each of them, engulfing David. Zhou Jia panicked and quickly ran forward. "Mr. Chen, please calm down. If you kill Deacon Lu now, there will be no possibility of cooperation with the demon sect. And you can forget about saving your girlfriend." When David heard Zhou Jia mention Sonia, he slowly lowered the dragon-slaying sword. Deacon Lu glared at David as he sat down, being bandaged. At that moment, Song Qingping entered, followed by a man wearing a bronze mask with circular patterns, almost comical in design. David couldn't understand why the sect master of the demon sect wore a mask. Was he afraid of being recognized? "Mr. Chen, our sect master suffered facial injuries many years ago, so he has worn a mask ever since." Zhou Jia whispered to David. "What happened here?" Song Qingping asked coldly as he looked at the blood on the ground and Deacon Lu's severed arm. "Vice Sect Master, Deacon Lu wanted to test Mr. Chen's sword skills and was accidentally injured." Zhou Jia quickly explained. "Nonsense. Mr. Chen is an honored guest invited by the Sect Master. Is this how you treat guests? A bunch of useless trash, get out. And use bone-connecting powder to reattach his arm." Song Qingping scolded them fiercely. The others didn't dare protest. They nodded repeatedly and withdrew. Deacon Lu also picked up his severed arm and left. "Zhou Jia, you may leave as well," Song Qingping said. "Yes." Zhou Jia bowed and exited. "Mr. Chen, please sit." Song Qingping smiled and gestured politely. David sat in the front seat, very close to the demon sect's sect master. But strangely, David couldn't sense any aura from him. Was he too powerful? Was he concealing his presence? David was puzzled. "Mr. Chen." The demon sect master spoke. His voice was hoarse, as though intentionally squeezed. "I invited you to discuss cooperation. You only need to give us the Gorfiend's body, and our demon sect will help you rescue your girlfriend." "I can give you the Gorfiend's body," David replied calmly. "But how can I believe you have the ability to rescue her? Your girlfriend is imprisoned in a secret realm. You should know by now that the Demon Heart sect is behind the Martial Arts Alliance. Our two sects share the same origin, but later parted ways due to differing philosophies. So I know how to open the Demon Heart sect's secret realm. But you must find its location yourself." David sneered. "So your only help is opening the secret realm? That doesn't sound like a good deal for me." Chapter 1871. The sect master of the demon sect remained silent for a moment, then continued. "I can tell you a secret." "What secret?" David asked. "Right now, the spiritual energy is about to recover, but everyone is searching for the location. I can tell you now, if you act now, you will definitely gain great benefits in the future." The sect master said. "Don't waste time. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. If you want me to hand over the Gorfiend's body without giving anything in return, that's impossible," David said bluntly. "It's Penglai Island. The place where the spiritual energy first recovered is Penglai Island. That's why the Gorfiend seals his body there." The sect master hurriedly added, fearing David would leave. "Penglai Island?" David was stunned, his brows slightly furrowed. No wonder Penglai Island had been experiencing frequent anomalies recently. Long Xingxiu and the others couldn't stay any longer, so they returned to the capital. It seemed this must be a precursor to the recovery of spiritual energy. "That's it?" David asked, feigning indifference. "Yes, that's all I can tell you," the sect master said. That's fine. I feel it's not worth it. Cooperation should be fair. I hand over the Gorfine's body, but you can't give me anything in return. Why should I cooperate with you? If I give the Gorfine's body to the Demon Heart sect, maybe they will release my girlfriend, and I won't need to find their secret realm myself, David said slowly. Then what do you want? The sect master seemed slightly anxious. He might really fear that David would hand the Gorfine's body to the Demon Heart sect. I want resources, precious medicinal herbs that are tens of thousands of years old. That shouldn't be difficult for a sect like yours in the secret realm, right? David said, smiling. As soon as he spoke, Song Qingping's face turned extremely ugly. The sect master's expression was unreadable. David's words were a test, to see if the place he had found was indeed the demon sect's resource area. Judging from Song Qingping's reaction, it didn't seem like it. Mr. Chen, do you even understand the value of a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb? That doesn't mean such a thing exists, Song Qingping said. We live in a secret realm, and resources are already scarce. Where would we find 10,000-year-old herbs? I hope Mr. Chen can act realistically and not deliberately embarrass us. David looked at Song Qingping, unconvinced. He asked, there are so many people in your demon sect. Since there are no resources in the secret realm, where do your cultivation materials come from? Don't hide it from Mr. Chen. Many of our resources are purchased from outside to support our disciples. Song Qingping explained. David frowned. If you're not being sincere, then today's cooperation is meaningless. After saying this, he turned and walked out. Seeing this, Song Qingping hurried to stop him. Mr. Chen, how can you say that? I haven't lied to you. Do you take me for a fool? Current resources are expensive and scarce. Which aristocratic family would willingly supply your demon sect for so many years? Obviously, your demon sect must have some resources, but you don't believe me, so you're hiding it, David said. Turning sideways, he continued walking. Mr. Chen, wait. Song Qingping stopped him, his eyes flashing with embarrassment. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Don't hide anything, Mr. Chen. Our demon sect truly has no resources, but Elder Zhu left a map. Whenever a precious herb is born, its location appears on the map. For so many years, our demon sect has obtained a lot of resources by following the map's guidance. Chapter 1872. Hearing this, David immediately became interested. He hadn't expected such a map to exist. Could it be like a radar, scanning the surrounding environment? Vice Sect Master Song, can you take me to see the map? David asked. Of course. Song Qingping nodded without hesitation. Now that he had decided to reveal it, he was ready to tell David everything. Song Qingping led David toward the back of the hall. The sect master remained in his seat, silent. David found this a bit surprising. For such an important matter, the deputy suzerain was speaking, but did the sect master have objections? As they passed the sect master, David stole a few extra glances. Except for the sect master's aura being undetectable, nothing seemed unusual. David followed Song Qingping into a secret room. It was spacious, over 100 square meters. On one wall, a detailed map was drawn, the flowers and plants so lifelike that it almost seemed animated. David noticed that although the map was large, it only covered the hundreds of miles around Nanhu City. You rely on this map to obtain resources? David asked, surprised. He hadn't seen anything special about it. Yes. As long as there are precious medicinal herbs over 1,000 years old nearby, their locations immediately appear on the map, Song Qingping explained. That's strange, David said, examining the map carefully. Even touching it revealed nothing unusual. Then when you collect resources, don't you have conflicts with the Jing family? After all, this is their territory, David asked. He wondered how the demon sect could acquire so many resources without interference, given their immense value. There are very few conflicts. We locate the resources first, then send someone to retrieve them. The Nanhu Jing family never knows. Even if they get the news, we've already collected the resources, Song Qingping explained. David found this reasonable. With such a map, it was like having a radar. How could anyone compete with the demon sect? No matter how you acquire resources, I can't simply give you the Gorfiend's body without benefit. I have to get something in return, David said firmly. No problem. According to past rules, there will be a major resource available soon. Regardless of what herbs appear, we will provide them to you. How does that sound? Song Qingping asked. Alright. If I find it suitable, I'll hand over the Gorfiend's body, David nodded. After all, the Gorfiend's body was only a shield and of little practical use. The priority was to rescue Sonia, who had been detained far too long. After leaving the secret room, Song Qingping called Zhou Jia over to accompany David. Once Zhou Jia followed David, Song Qingping's expression immediately turned cold. Do you really think he will believe you and give him the Gorfiend's body? At that moment, a man cloaked in black robes emerged from behind the hall and spoke to Song Qingping. Chapter 1873. If he wants to save his girlfriend, he definitely will, but the resources that will appear soon will be given to him. Song Qingping said with a gloomy expression. This kid's rebellious streak is too strong, but if he can make good use of it, he might become a useful ally. The man in black robes said lightly. I'll find a way to use him. You should leave as soon as possible to avoid being discovered. Song Qingping urged the man in black robes. Then the matter here is in your hands. When the spiritual energy recovers, it will be the time when our demons can strike. The black-robed man quickly disappeared into the light. After he left, Song Qingping glanced at the motionless sect master of the demon sect, and slowly stepped forward to remove the mask. Beneath the mask was a skeletal head, completely devoid of flesh or blood. After Zhou Jia escorted David to his residence, she said, Mr. Chen, if anything happens, feel free to find me. I truly apologize for today. Deacon Liu acted a little recklessly. Zhou Jia was apologizing for Deacon Liu's attack on David. This has nothing to do with you, David smiled lightly. He knew Zhou Jia's status in the demon sect wasn't high enough to influence others, so she had no need to apologize. Then, Mr. Chen, rest well. I won't disturb you. Zhou Jia said, about to leave. At that moment, Humatzi was already waiting at the door. He immediately opened it and said to Zhou Jia, Miss Zhou, come in and sit for a while, shall we chat? Zhou Jia rolled her eyes. She knew if she went in, she would be completely overwhelmed by Humatzi. Just as she was about to leave, David stopped her. Miss Zhou, how long have you been in the demon sect? Zhou Jia turned to David. Mr. Chen, is there any issue with asking this? Oh, I just thought that since we might cooperate in the future, I'd like to understand each other better, David explained. Zhou Jia smiled slightly. I've been here for over 10 years. I was brought here when I was very young. Why did you join the demon sect? Or were you forced? David asked curiously. No, our demon sect never forces anyone to join. When I was very young, my family was hunted by enemies, and my parents died. Someone from the demon sect rescued me and brought me here, Zhou Jia explained. David felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected Zhou Jia to have such a tragic past. Miss Zhou, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's been so many years, and I live here quite well. Although outsiders call us demons, I feel warmth here, she said. I've been here for over 10 years. Our sect master always teaches us to cultivate both body and mind and not lose our original heart because of cultivation. If our focus and desires are too strong while cultivating, we risk being consumed by the exercises, becoming cruel and inhumane. Many people misunderstand us because of that. When you first arrived, was your impression of the demon sect different from what you imagined? Zhou Jia's eyes glimmered with pride as she spoke. It really was different, David nodded. Although Deacon Liu had attacked David, the people of the demon sect did not have such evil intent. Chapter 1874. Those black-robed people in the Martial Arts Alliance have souls residing in their bodies, full of evil energy. Perhaps due to different philosophies, the two sects were completely separate. David felt he needed to reevaluate the so-called evil cultivators and demons in the future. Actually, our sect master is the kindest person I've ever met. Every time I see him, I feel like he's a father, Zhou Jie said, eyes full of admiration. Looking at her, David frowned slightly. Your suzerain wears a mask and speaks oddly. Don't you feel what you said is exaggerated? I've never seen our suzerain before, but he looked more polite than the current deputy suzerain, Zhou Jie explained. It's just that a fire 5 years ago disfigured our suzerain's face, and his temperament changed. Since then, I haven't spoken to him, she added, a hint of sadness on her face. Is your vice sect master very experienced in the demon sect? David asked, noticing Song Qingping's capabilities. Our deputy leader has only been here 6 years, younger than me. But he is very capable. Since our suzerain's accident, he has been made deputy to help manage the sect, Zhou Jie said. David frowned slightly. Something about Song Qingping didn't feel right, but he couldn't place it. Song Qingping was respectful to him, seemed sincere, and even revealed secrets of the demon sect. Yet David sensed something off, he couldn't see through him. What kind of outstanding ability is that? And he looks handsome too. At first glance, he seems like a little white face. Humatsi snorted coldly, clearly jealous. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Jie frowned, glaring at Humatsi. Seeing this, David hurriedly said, Miss Zhou, I'm sorry. Let's rest now, and left with Humatsi. That little white face is definitely not a good person. This silly girl must have been deceived. Humatsi muttered jealously. Whether she's deceived or not is her business. But Song Qingping still feels off, I can't figure it out, David said, frowning. What? Didn't we talk about it today? Was that place a resource for the demon sect? Humatsi asked. David shook his head. The demon sect doesn't have resources, but they do have a magical map. He explained everything that had happened in the hall to Humatsi. Incredible. A magical map like that exists in the world? Humatsi exclaimed. A map that predicts the growth of precious herbs was unheard of. David stayed with Humatsi in the secret realm for another day. They were bored, as the secret realm was too small and empty. They planned to go out and explore Nanhu. Another important reason David wanted to visit Nanhu was to see if Shangangua truly had the ability to absorb a city's fortune. After getting permission, Zhou Jie led David and Humatsi out of the secret realm and into Nanhu. Chapter 1875. Zhou Jie took David and Humatsi around Nanhu for a long time. Nanhu's city was very small, and in half a day, they had almost covered the entire area. I'm too tired. You two continue exploring, I'm going to find a place to rest. Humatsi made an excuse and hurried off. David immediately understood what Humatsi was up to, this guy couldn't function properly without a woman around. Zhou Jie also seemed to know Humatsi's intentions and rolled her eyes. Are men really that impatient about these things? Look at that anxious expression. Zhou Jie's words made David instantly embarrassed. He coughed softly. Miss Zhou, not all men are like Master Hu. I'm still a gentleman. David's words surprised Zhou Jie. She looked at him incredulously. You have so many women and girlfriends around you. Don't you? No, absolutely not. I always feel that such matters are sacred and should wait until marriage. That's it. David waved his hands repeatedly. Zhou Jie looked at him and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that in such a society, there would still be a simple guy like you. If it weren't that I already had a sweetheart, I would really want to chase you. Your sweetheart is Song Qingping? David asked directly. Zhou Jie blushed slightly and nodded. Yes, our deputy leader treats me very well. David looked at Zhou Jie's shy expression and, for some reason, felt a strange sensation in his heart. As for Song Qingping, he still couldn't see through him. He felt that Song Qingping was not what he appeared to be on the surface. David and Zhou Jie continued walking and chatting. Soon, it was noon, and they found a place to eat. In such a small border town, there was no high-end hotel like in a big city, but it had its own unique local cuisine. Zhou Jia ordered a large table of dishes, all of which looked delicious. "Do you often come here to eat?" David asked. Zhou Jia shook her head. "The rules of our demon sect are very strict. We can't leave the secret realm casually. But because of my position, I need to go out often and have eaten here twice. Others who joined the sect have never stepped outside again. That's like being in prison." David couldn't help but smile. Being trapped in such a small place, unable to leave, felt like being in jail. As a cultivator, shouldn't you focus on cultivation rather than worldly affairs? The sect master doesn't allow people to freely leave the secret realm. This protection is according to the laws of heaven and earth. If we stay too long, our cultivation may not only stagnate but could even regress or cause irreversible damage to our bodies. Otherwise, if all monks could freely roam the world, where would the martial arts world be? It wouldn't exist. But now, the spiritual energy is about to recover. Maybe a fight will break out again. Zhou Jia's eyes flashed with worry. The aura of spiritual energy was indeed about to return, and a battle for resources would soon follow. Immortals, demons, and others would do whatever it takes for their own interests. Actually, it's good to live like this. If the spiritual energy recovers fully, it will be a catastrophe for ordinary people. David could already imagine that when the spiritual energy returned, the major secret realms would open, and the entire world would descend into chaos. To the eyes of these practitioners, ordinary people would be like ants, worthless. Chapter 1876. This may be destiny. No one can change it. Destiny cannot be violated. Zhou Jia actually didn't want to think that far, as it would mean endless, lifeless conflict. By the way, Miss Zhou, your demon sect and the demon heart sect behind the martial arts alliance share the same lineage. Why are there people free to walk the world without restriction? David asked in surprise. David had always thought the laws of heaven and earth applied only to immortals, with no restrictions on demons. But now it seemed that even the demon sect was being restricted, so his assumption was wrong. The demon heart sect is also restricted. Otherwise, if you were so defiant toward the martial arts alliance, why hasn't the demon heart sect sent a master to kill you directly? Zhou Jia explained in detail. Their followers are possessed by souls. The laws of heaven and earth cannot control bodiless souls. So the demon heart sect lets their disciples commit suicide, then uses the souls to inhabit bodies in the world. However, this method has a fatal flaw. The strength of the possessed soul is greatly reduced. Not everyone can become a host, and the selection is very strict. The secular world has already paid the price. Their practice of sacrificing 1,000 and destroying 800 is extremely cruel. David listened in shock. He did not expect the demon heart sect to force disciples to commit suicide just to create souls. At that moment, David remembered that in the demon sect's secret realm, his soul had passed through chaotic space without being blocked by that mysterious force. It must have been the force of the laws of heaven and earth. But soon, he realized a problem. Zhou Jia's status in the demon sect wasn't high. How could she know so much? The recovery of spiritual energy and the layout of the demon heart sect should all be confidential. How did Zhou Jia know? Miss Zhou, may I ask, how do you know so much? David asked, puzzled. Zhou Jia realized she might have said too much. With her position, she shouldn't have access to this information. But David's curiosity forced her to answer. Mr. Chen, I see you as a friend, so I told you everything. Please, don't tell the sect master, okay? Zhou Jia pleaded. Don't worry, Miss Zhou. Since you are my friend, how could I betray you? David nodded. Zhou Jia hesitated, then gritted her teeth. Since Mr. Chen asked, I'll tell you. What I know comes from the deputy sect master. He seems to have a special interest in the demon heart sect and told me many things. Please don't let the sect master find out, or he would punish the deputy sect master. Miss Zhou, don't worry. I won't tell anyone, David assured. Even so, David still didn't understand why Song Qingping had confided in Zhou Jia in the first place. Even if the two were now in a romantic relationship, there seemed no need to reveal such secrets. In that case, Miss Zhou, I still don't understand. Why would the deputy leader tell you all this? David asked. Knowing these secrets won't do me any good, right? Chapter 1877. Zhou Jia blushed slightly and said, Our deputy leader was drunk once. He came to my room to tell me, and he also said that he would give me an unimaginable life in the future. Drunk, and went to your room. Could it be that you already? David looked at Zhou Jia, which made her face even redder. I'm already the deputy leader. Zhou Jia lowered her head and said softly. David smiled awkwardly. Without asking further, he simply bowed his head and began eating. Just as David was eating with Zhou Jia, he suddenly felt a strange sensation, as if someone was staring at him from behind. David frowned slightly, and his consciousness flickered for an instant. But soon, he smiled as he regained full awareness. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Zhou Jia looked at David, frowning for a moment before laughing nervously. It's nothing. Let's eat. I guess someone is waiting. David smiled faintly. Waiting? Who's waiting for us? Zhou Jia asked, confused. You'll see soon. Hurry and eat. After saying this, David began to eat quickly. After finishing the meal and paying the bill, David followed Zhou Jia out. Though David appeared to be walking casually on the street, he was secretly observing the people behind him. Are you all ready? They'll be here soon. At a street corner, Zheng Kai whispered to 8 servants. Young master, everything is ready. Don't worry, one of the servants replied. That's good, Zheng Kai nodded. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stinky boy, dare to hit me in the face? Today, I'll let you taste the power of our Zheng family's soul chain. Soon, David followed Zhou Jia, and when they reached the corner, Zhou Jia frowned slightly, sensing a hint of danger. Mr. Chen, no, there should be people here, yet this street is so quiet, Zhou Jia whispered, raising her guard. Maybe everyone went home to eat. Nothing to worry about, David said with a smile, continuing forward. Mr. Chen, be careful. There may be an ambush. I don't think it's safe here. Zhou Jia stood in front of David, vigilantly scanning both sides of the street. From the shadows, Zheng Kai noticed that Zhou Jia had blocked David, preventing him from moving forward. Damn, this girl. Don't ruin my plan, Zheng Kai muttered in the dark. Miss Zhou, you're too cautious. I think it's safe here. Don't worry, David pushed her gently aside and continued forward. Seeing this, Zheng Kai laughed quietly to himself. You fool. This is God's will. Zhou Jia remained vigilant, one hand moving slowly to the hilt of her sword. David turned the street corner, glanced at the empty street, then checked both sides. A faint smile appeared, and he walked forward without concern. Zheng Kai clenched his fists tightly, sweat forming on his palms. David was about to step into the trap, but he stopped suddenly. At that moment, Zheng Kai tensed, trying to control his excitement. Go in, go in, go in, he muttered. Miss Zhou, you said there was danger, but I don't see anything at all. David turned back, taking 2 steps toward Zhou Jia. Zhou Jia looked around. Though she had sensed danger earlier, she relaxed when she saw nothing. Maybe I'm just being too sensitive, Zhou Jia said, putting away her tension. Chapter 1878. This time, Zhou Jia no longer felt nervous, but Zheng Kai in the shadows was extremely anxious. Seeing David approach the trap, he hesitated and took a step back. Mr. Chen, although there's no immediate danger, let's go back, Zhou Jia said, stepping forward cautiously. Zheng Kai's heart leapt. If Zhou Jia triggered the trap first, David might escape. At this moment, Zheng Kai grew more anxious, scratching his head. Miss Zhou. David called her, and she stopped to look back. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Zhou Jie asked. It's nothing. I think it's more appropriate for me to walk in front. After all, I'm the guest, David said with a faint smile. Zhou Jie paused, then smiled. That's right, honorable guest. Please go first. She gestured for him to proceed, and David swaggered forward confidently. Zheng Kai was overjoyed. You fool. Let him pretend. Just wait until he takes the bait. Zheng Kai smiled secretly, eyes fixed on David. Just as David stepped into the trap Zheng Kai had prepared, the sky darkened, and 8 men appeared on both sides of the street, each holding a black chain. Thrown simultaneously, the chains shot toward David. At that moment, his body seemed to be rooted to the ground, unable to move. The 8 chains, like pythons, wrapped around David, binding him tightly. Zhou Jie drew her sword, ready to fight. But David shouted loudly. Miss Zhou, run. Leave me alone, or we won't escape. Zhou Jie hesitated, then said. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'll call someone to help you. She leapt away, disappearing instantly. Zhou Jie knew that only Zheng Kai from the Zheng family could have caught David. With her strength, she could not confront the entire Zheng family alone. Zhou Jie ran, and Zheng Kai didn't pursue her, his focus was entirely on David. Seeing David restrained by the soul chains, Zheng Kai emerged from the shadows, pride on his face. David, I said that in Nanhu, no one dares to disrespect me. You're the first, so today you'll pay the price. Zheng Kai sneered at David. David didn't panic. He smiled lightly. You caught me. What are you going to do, kill me? No, no, no. How could I kill you? You are now a big name in the martial arts world. I, Zheng Kai, will show the world who is the top of the younger generation. No matter how good you are my prisoner now. I want my father to see that you are not as mighty as rumors say. You are just a pretender. Zheng Kai waved his hand. Take him. I want the martial arts world to see this dazzling new star end up in my hands. David did not resist at all and was taken back to the Zheng residence obediently. Dad! Dad! Zheng Kai shouted loudly upon entering, wanting Zheng Anghua to see that David was not as arrogant as rumors suggested and had been caught. Zheng Anghua was speaking with several senior officials of the Zheng family. Hearing Zheng Kai's shouting, he frowned. This brat. I don't know what he's making a fuss about. That's enough for today. You all may leave. Don't discuss today's matters further. Zheng Anghua dismissed the officials, then turned to Zheng Kai. What are you yelling about? What's your problem? Chapter 1879. When Zheng Kai saw his father come out, he immediately said with a smug expression. Dad, didn't you say that David is very strong? I caught him here in Nanhu, and now I want the martial arts world to know, Zheng Kai captured David. Zheng Kai posed proudly before Zheng Anghua, his head held high, full of delight. But Zheng Anghua looked shocked and said. What did you say? I said I captured David, Zheng Kai replied. How is that possible? David is the master who doesn't fear even the martial arts alliance. So many masters of the alliance have fallen to him. How could you capture him? Zheng Anghua could hardly believe it. He knew exactly how strong David was. Dad, don't you believe me? I caught him using our soul chain, Zheng Kai explained. Hearing this, Zheng Anghua's anger immediately rose. You fool! How dare you use the soul chaining chain carelessly? Dad, I used it anyway, and I captured David. In the future, our Zheng family will become famous throughout the martial arts world. At that time, we won't have to live in this small Nanhu lake. We can go to a bigger place to grow our power. Zheng Kai said confidently. You, Zheng Anghua trembled slightly and then asked. Where is David? He's in the front yard. I'll show you. That guy is not some invincible master. Zheng Kai led Zheng Anghua to the front yard. At this moment, David was chained to a large stone pillar in the Zheng courtyard by the soul chain. Seeing David truly restrained, Xing'angua's expression became complicated. After a moment's hesitation, Xing'angua walked toward David and said, "Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. This dog is ignorant and has offended you." "You know me?" David asked, slightly surprised. He had no prior dealings with the Xing family, so why was Xing'angua being so polite? "No one in the martial arts world knows your name, Mr. Chen. You are the leader of the younger generation. Then why are you in Nanhu? What business do you have here?" Xing'angua asked, wanting to understand why David had come. "A friend brought me here to play," David replied casually. Of course, he could not tell Xing'angua about his cooperation with the demon sect. "Are you just here casually?" Xing'angua seemed skeptical. Seeing Xing'angua's reaction, David asked, "Patriarch Zheng, what do you think I am doing here in Nanhu?" Xing'angua, caught off guard, smiled awkwardly. "I thought you were here casually, but given your prestige in the martial arts world, when you came to Nanhu, my Xing family should have entertained you warmly." Xing'angua praised David, preparing to release him. "Dad, you're crazy." "I finally caught him." Xingkai stepped forward to stop him. Xing'angua slapped Xingkai directly and said sternly, "You fool! I'm still the head of the Xing family. Are you rebelling?" Xingkai, furious, shot back. "Dad, I won't let him go. If you release him, I can't swallow this." Xingkai threatened his father, knowing he could push him that far. "You," Xing'angua flushed with anger at his son's defiance. Chapter 1880. Xing'angua raised his hand but did not strike. He couldn't truly harm Xingkai. "Your father and son are arguing over me, which is embarrassing," David said lightly. "I'll handle this myself and save you both from conflict." As he spoke, his body began to emit bursts of golden light, and a terrifying aura filled the entire Xing family courtyard. Feeling the aura, Xing'angua and Xingkai both widened their eyes in shock. Crash! The 8 soul-locking chains binding David instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Xing'angua and Xingkai were stunned. This soul-locking chain was a family heirloom, a high-level magical weapon, yet David had destroyed it effortlessly. David dusted himself off and said lightly to Xing'angua, "Patriarch Zheng, I'm sorry. I broke your prized possession." Xing'angua had no words. Xingkai looked at David as though he were a devil, all his previous arrogance vanished. "For your father's sake, I'll spare you this time. Next time, your Xing family should prepare a coffin," David said to Xingkai before turning to leave. Just as David approached the door, Xing'angua reacted and quickly called out, "Mr. Chen, please stay, please stay." David looked back at him. "Patriarch Zheng, do you want me to stay for your son?" No, it's my fault. How could I ask you to compensate?" Xing'angua replied humbly. "I only wish to invite you to sit in my humble house and apologize properly. I've admired you for a long time and wish to speak with you." David nodded without hesitation. He also wanted to know the method Xing'angua used to capture the fortune of a city. Xing'angua invited David in and then scolded Xingkai. "You fool! Don't serve tea to Mr. Chen yourself." Xingkai stepped aside respectfully, and David poured his own tea. Having broken the soul-locking chain with ease, it was clear David's strength far surpassed Xingkai's. The difference was immense. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my son's offense. I hope you will not mind," Xing'angua said respectfully as he received the tea. "Patriarch Zheng, there's no need for such formality. It's just a small misunderstanding," David said with a faint smile. Xing'angua felt reassured. He realized that if David had truly attacked Xingkai, the consequences would have been severe. "Mr. Chen, your arrival in Nanhu is our good fortune. I'll prepare a mansion for you immediately. In all of Nanhu City, you may choose any place you wish. Here, you may do as you like and live freely. I still have the honor to serve you, Mr. Chen," Xing'angua continued, currying favor. "Patriarch Zheng, please, there's no need. As I said, I'm just here to play with my friends for 2 days. I'll be leaving soon," David reiterated. He noticed Zheng Anguo was very cautious about his visit, seemingly worried about what he might do in Nanhu. Chapter 1881. Therefore, David emphasized this again, also to reassure Zheng Anguo. That's such a pity. I hope Mr. Chen can stay in Nanhu for 2 more days, but as long as you have time, you can come to Nanhu anytime, Zheng Anguo said. Although Nanhu is located at the border, the scenery is not bad. It's just that the resources are somewhat scarce. Zheng Anguo looked happy as he spoke, though he felt a little regretful. No matter what David did in Nanhu, his presence brought considerable pressure on Zheng Anguo. Patriarch Zheng, I have something to ask, though I'm not sure if I should, David said. Mr. Chen, why be polite with me? Speak freely. As long as I know, I will answer honestly, Zheng Anguo replied. Patriarch Zheng, Nanhu's resources are so limited. Your Zheng family is based here. How do you cultivate? I heard that you absorbed the power of creation from the entire city to cultivate, David asked curiously. Hearing David's question, Zheng Anguo burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chen actually believes such rumors. I, Zheng Anguo, have the virtue and ability to absorb the power of creation from the entire city, he said proudly. Actually, I can only absorb the faith of some people. As the city owner of South Lake City, I could make every family enshrine my statue, but this is still limited. Our ancestors also passed down a set of skills. You can rely on the faith of the people to cultivate, but these are just a drop in the bucket. If I truly absorbed the power of creation from the entire city, why would I be stuck nesting in this little South Lake? Zheng Anguo explained to David. The power of faith. David suddenly realized that the exercises passed down by the Zheng family were similar to the blood demon techniques on Penglai Island. However, David didn't fully agree with Zheng Anguo's assessment. He thought the power of faith was underestimated. Zheng Anguo considered it ineffective because Nanhu was too small, with a limited population, so the collective faith in him was minor. But what if it came from the people of a large city? A country? Or even the whole world? With such a large base, the power of faith would be terrifying. Of course, achieving so many believers is extremely difficult. At this moment, David was already fascinated by this type of cultivation. While David chatted with Zheng Anguo, Zhou Jie had returned to the demon sect. Vice leader's song, this isn't good, it's not good, Zhou Jie said urgently upon finding Song Qingping. Zhou Jie, what's wrong? Song Qingping asked, frowning slightly. Mr. Chen was taken by Zheng Kai, the son of the Zheng family. You should find a way to save him. Zhou Jie said. He was arrested by the Zheng family. Why would they arrest him? Song Qingping asked, puzzled. Zhou Jie could only mention the conflict with Zheng Kai, without saying that Hu Matzi had taken advantage of the situation. This son of the Zheng family is really foolish. David actually let him capture him, Song Qingping said with a faint smile. Vice leader Song, hurry and send someone to rescue Mr. Chen. Don't we want to cooperate with him? Zhou Jie asked, a little anxious. Don't worry. David will be fine. If even a small family like the Zhengs could threaten him, our cooperation wouldn't matter, Song Qingping said calmly. He will definitely be fine. It's likely the Zheng family is just unlucky this time. Go now, or he won't be able to open the door to the secret realm himself. Chapter 1882. Zhou Jie looked at Song Qingping suspiciously. She wasn't sure if his words were true. Seeing her disbelief, Song Qingping reached out and gently stroked her face. When did I ever lie to you? Don't worry. Go to David, he'll be fine. Song Qingping's touch was so ambiguous that Zhou Jie blushed instantly and nodded. Okay, I'll go find him. Zhou Jie left the secret realm and arrived at the Jing residence. Sure enough, she saw David drinking tea and chatting with Zheng Anguo, while Zheng Kai stood respectfully, not daring to raise his head. Seeing Zhou Jie, Zheng Anguo looked at David with a meaningful expression. Mr. Chen, is this the friend you mentioned? David nodded. Yes, her name is Zhou Jie. Patriarch Zheng, greetings. Zhou Jie said politely to Zheng Anguo. No wonder Mr. Chen traveled all this way to the remote Nanhu. It seems he's a hero of old times, saddened by the beauty, Zheng said, thinking David and Zhou Jia were a couple. Seeing Zheng misunderstanding, David simply smiled and said nothing. Zhou Jia said, "We should go." David followed Zheng to leave and then returned to the secret realm with Zhou Jia. As for Humatzi, David didn't look for him, knowing that once Humatzi found a woman, he would stay at home for 3 to 5 days. Back in the secret realm, David wanted to explore the chaotic space again. But without Humatzi around, he feared his body might be harmed if his soul left it, so he abandoned the idea. Even closing his eyes, David could recall the 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Such rare medicinal herbs were almost unknown, even to major sects and families. In the evening, Zhou Jia found David. "Mr. Chen, our vice leader is looking for you." David was puzzled. Why would Song Qingping seek him out in the evening? Soon, he saw Song Qingping. He didn't waste words and said directly, "Mr. Chen, the map shows that medicinal herbs will appear on the mountains west of Nanhu City. I don't know what kind, but this harvest should be significant. To show sincerity, the herbs this time will be given entirely to Mr. Chen. Our demon sect will not take any of them." "Can I see that map?" David asked. "Of course." Song Qingping led David into the secret room. David looked at the west of Nanhu City marked on the map. A golden spot of light flickered, growing larger and brighter. "Why is the herbal display different this time?" Song Qingping asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" David asked. "Before, the red dots flashed, but not this quickly or brightly. How did it turn gold?" "It was red when I first discovered it," Song Qingping said, frowning. "Vice Sect Master Song, when will the herbs appear?" "Can this map show that?" David asked. "Probably in 3 days, but the exact time is unknown," Song Qingping replied. "Okay, I'll check it out in 3 days," David said, eyes fixed on the flickering golden spot, filled with anticipation. "Mr. Chen, you should prepare in advance. Visit in 3 days. I fear there will be nothing left if you delay," Song Qingping warned. After all, the entire Nanhu Lake was under the Zheng family's control. If any herbs appeared, they would notice. Even if unaware initially, they would find out immediately after the herbs emerged. Chapter 1883. "Okay, then I'll leave tomorrow," David said and walked out of the secret room. "Mr. Chen, our demon spirit sect is so sincere. What about the body of the Gore Fiend?" Song Qingping asked, looking at David. "Don't worry. As long as your demon spirit sect is sincere, this blood demon body will be given to you." "For me, it's useless," David replied. After finishing, he left immediately. In the dead of night, David couldn't fall asleep. He kept thinking about the million-year-old Hishowu. Finally, he could no longer endure it. He got up slowly and, taking advantage of the night, reached the edge of the secret realm. After observing for 4 weeks, David drew the talisman from the orifice. After his last experiment, he had become very skilled at drawing the talisman, and this time he succeeded. Placing the spell on his body, David's soul burst out instantly. Glancing at his own body, David penetrated the barrier and entered the chaotic space. A lot of killing power attacked his soul, but David endured it brilliantly. He didn't know how long he had been there, but eventually, David re-entered the land of resources. Without hesitation, he went straight to the 10,000-year-old Hishowu. The Hishowu exuded a faint golden light. As David approached, it trembled slightly, as if sensing him. David reached out and stroked it, but since he was in a soul body, he couldn't physically touch it. However, the large amount of spiritual energy radiating from the Hishowu still refreshed David immensely. "It would be great if I could take this 10,000-year-old Hishowu away," David muttered, staring blankly, helpless. Suddenly, the Hishowu flashed with golden light and began to fade. David was stunned. The light grew weaker, and the Hishowu started to become transparent, disappearing before his eyes. What's happening?" David stepped forward, trying to grab it, but he couldn't touch it at all. Soon, the Hishowu disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. David's face was full of surprise. Looking at the other medicinal materials, all were growing well, with nothing unusual. How could this be? David frowned, thinking he could take the Hishowu after passing the barrier. Now it had vanished in front of him. After pondering for a long time, he couldn't figure out what had happened. Seeing the time approaching, David had no choice but to retreat. Back at the residence, David hadn't slept all night and still couldn't understand what had happened with the Hishowu. Early in the morning, Zhou Jie found David, intending to take him to the place where the herbs were to appear. After leaving the demon sect's secret realm, David decided it would be better to bring Humatsi along. Although this guy was sometimes troublesome, he really did know a lot. After some searching, they finally found Humatsi in a hotel. David knocked on the door. Humatsi opened it impatiently, wearing only a pair of underwear. Two women were lying on the bed in scantily clad clothing. Seeing this, Zhou Jie rolled her eyes, blushing, and stepped aside. David said to Humatsi, "Master Hu, herbs will appear in 3 days. I hope you can come with me to see them." Humatsi looked at Zhou Jie dodging to the side and reprimanded David. "Why did you bring her here? Isn't this damaging my image? What image do you have?" "Hurry up," David said, stepping forward and pulling Humatsi along. "Hey, at least let me get dressed first," Humatsi complained as he was dragged. The three of them then headed west toward Nanhu City. Chapter 1884. At the same time, in a secret room of the Zheng family, an old man sat in front of Zheng Anghua. Seeing Zheng Anghua's respectful demeanor, the old man's identity clearly wasn't simple. "Master Wan, may I ask how your deductions are going?" Zheng Anghua asked cautiously. The old man frowned and said sternly, "When I am focused, keep your mouth shut." He then got up, walked out of the secret room, and threw a handful of black stones into the courtyard. Under the sunlight, the black stones flickered faintly. The number of Tian Yen is the orthodox Tao. Disciple Wanhong begs the patriarch to deduce the Tao of heaven. After speaking, the old man kowtowed to the black stones, each stone receiving 10 full bows. Zheng Anghua watched silently, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Zheng Kai suddenly burst into the yard. "Dad, you said..." He was puzzled when he saw the black stones and the old man continuing to kowtow. Zheng Anghua, startled by his son's intrusion, quickly waved him away. But it was too late. When Wanhong raised his head, a cold glow appeared in his eyes. Feeling Wanhong's gaze, Zheng Kai's body trembled uncontrollably. Swish swish. Suddenly, the black stones on the ground shot toward Zheng Kai like sharp weapons. As a marquis, Zheng Kai tried to avoid them, but a white mist erupted from his body, covering him entirely. Bang bang bang. The stones struck Zheng Kai, sending him flying and spitting out blood. "Master Wan, be merciful." Zheng Anghua jumped forward to protect Zheng Kai. "This deduction technique violates the way of heaven. You spy on heaven's secrets and intrude at this time. Do you want me to die?" Wanhong roared, his expression fierce. "Master Wan, the fault is mine. I didn't inform him. I hope you will not blame him." Zheng Anghua said apologetically. Zheng Kai clutched his chest, glaring suspiciously at Zheng Anghua. "Dad, who is this old man? Why is he so arrogant in our family, even punishing me?" Zheng Kai didn't understand that his father was the city lord of Nanhu Lake. Why was he so timid? It's fine to fear David, but now even an old man. "You fool, shut up." Zheng Anghua glared at Zheng Kai. "This is Master Wanhong. Apologize to Master Wan immediately." Zheng Anghua demanded that Zheng Kai apologize, but before he could speak, Wanhong waved his hand. "Forget it. Since you were disturbed, it is the will of heaven. The will of heaven cannot be violated. Seek another clever person." After saying this, Wanhong waved his hand again, and all the black stones returned to his hands. Seeing Wanhong leave, Zheng Anghua hurried forward. "Master Wan, it is indeed our fault. Please perform the deduction once, and I can pay you double the price." But Wan Hong seemed uninterested in staying. "Patriarch Zheng, the number of Tian Yen is not child's play. This is just a trial. I can tell you, the opportunity one mentioned will appear in 3 days, 100 miles west of the city. I don't know exactly what this opportunity means for you, and I cannot repeat it. But I can assure you it is significant. If you succeed, you will gain great strength. If you fail, you may be killed." After finishing, Wan Hong ignored Jing Anghua and left. Chapter 1885. Jing Kai listened to Wan Hong's godly talk and said with a look of disdain, "Dad, when did you even become so respectful to this magic stick? Obviously, this guy is just trying to cheat money. Liar to your mother." Jing Anghua was almost angry. He stepped forward and slapped Jing Kai hard. Seeing his father truly angry, Jing Kai was too scared to speak. After calming down, Jing Anghua said to Jing Kai, "Go and find all the high-level executives. This time is a big opportunity for our Jing family." Jing Kai didn't know what the big opportunity was, but he obediently went to call the senior officials of the Jing family together. After Wan Hong left the Jing family, he did not leave Nanhu City. Instead, he went straight to the west of the city. "I didn't expect that this time it would be a 10,000-year herb. This is something that cannot be found easily." Wan Hong's face was full of excitement and his pace quickened. He had actually deduced it long ago, but because the appearance of the herb was too tempting, Wan Hong did not tell Jing Anghua the truth. However, he feared that others might also be watching, so he only told Jing Anghua the general location. He knew that Jing Anghua would definitely send people to guard the area. If the Zheng family appeared, others might hesitate. Wan Hong could use the number of Tian Yen to deduce the exact location of the 10,000-year herb and take it away himself. Along the way, Wan Hong kept throwing the black stones in his hand forward, following the path they traced. Soon, Wan Hong came to a jungle. When he threw a stone, he noticed it did not shoot forward, but landed firmly 3 meters away. This distance would be easily thrown by an adult, even a 3-year-old child. But the stone Wan Hong threw with all his strength did not fly far. Seeing this, Wan Hong's face suddenly lit up with a smile. "This is it." He then took out more black stones, muttering words under his breath, and shot them one by one into the surrounding trees. Many black stones also scattered across the ground. At this time, David and the others arrived. Seeing people here, David looked puzzled. Could it be that someone else knows about this place? He frowned and approached cautiously. David saw an old man muttering words while throwing black stones like a madman. "Is this a fool?" Zhou Jia asked involuntarily. "I can't figure it out." "It looks like he's setting up a formation," David replied. He didn't see Wan Hong as a fool, but as someone creating a technique he had never seen before. When Humatsi saw Wan Hong, his face showed slight surprise. "Wan Hong," he muttered. David immediately looked at Humatsi. "Master Hu, do you know this person?" Humatsi nodded. "This man is Wan Hong. He belongs to the Tianyan sect. People in their sect are all talkative. They claim they can understand the way of heaven and deduce the secrets of heaven. In reality, they are just fortune tellers. Their techniques are everywhere, and many aristocratic families are convinced by them." David stared at Humatsi. "Master Hu, did this Wan Hong ever cause you trouble? You sound upset." Humatsi gritted his teeth. "Humph, this fool made me lose the woman I loved most. I was going to marry her, but before the wedding, she was persuaded by this man and deceived. After that, I became like this." David couldn't help but laugh quietly. He didn't expect Humatsi had such a dramatic story from decades ago. Chapter 1886. Zhou Jia looked surprised. "You still had a girlfriend? Were you engaged?" "The woman who found you, I'm afraid she caused you a lot of heartbreak. I was very fond of my girlfriend before. Single-minded, devoted. But after she left, I changed. I began to see all women as untrustworthy, only to be treated as playthings," Humatsi explained. Zhou Jie's face was full of displeasure upon hearing this. Master Hu, what you said about Wan Hong may be true, but how did he find this place? His deduction skills must be quite powerful. David said this, knowing that he had only found this location by relying on the demon sect's map, while Wan Hong had no map and must have deduced it himself. Bah, nonsense. This time, it must be the 10,000-year herb. When the herb is about to appear, it will give a vision in advance. As long as I am nearby, I can deduce it. Even from hundreds of miles away, I can find the ruins of underground tombs. That is a truth. If he truly understood the way of heaven and could deduce its secrets, he would have become an immortal already, Humatsi said proudly. David realized Humatsi was right, even he had to acknowledge Humatsi's ability sometimes. Master Hu, how do you deduce secrets? How do you know where tomb ruins are? And how do you sense heavenly treasures before they appear? David asked. What? Do you want to learn? Humatsi asked proudly. If you want to learn, there must be a teacher in the three-person line. You teach me this deduction technique, and I will teach you magic, David said, trying to secure instruction from Humatsi. Let me ask you one thing. If someone near you wants to kill you, can you sense it? Humatsi asked. Of course. That kind of danger can be sensed immediately, David replied. Then how do you sense it? David paused, frowning slightly. I don't know exactly. It's been a long time, but when encountering danger, the body reacts instinctively. I can't describe the feeling precisely. I can tell you this, when someone intends to kill you, the body will naturally emit a murderous aura. That aura signals danger, and your body reacts accordingly. If an ordinary person passes by without hostility, this sense of danger does not appear. This murderous aura can be hidden consciously, but even if hidden, a master can feel it instantly. The so-called heavenly Tao radiates various qi through all beings. The way of heaven is the law of heaven and earth. If you treat the way of heaven as a person, you can sense all the qi this person emits. Whether the person is happy, sad, or intends to kill, you can know it. To master the Tao of heaven, you must perceive these subtle differences. Once understood, nothing in the world can escape your notice. Even if an ant dies anywhere, you will know. At that moment, you become the master of the world. When a 10,000-year-old herb is born, by sensing the vision of heaven and earth, you can determine where it will appear. Humatsi carefully explained this to David, though he himself did not fully understand the Tao of heaven. Chapter 1887. David closed his eyes slightly and felt everything around him with his heart. Humatsi, Zhou Jia, and even Wan Hong, the breaths of these people were quickly captured by David. But apart from these breaths, David didn't seem to feel anything else at all. He worked hard to ignore the breaths of others and gently stroked the earth with one hand, feeling the breath of the soil, the flowers and plants, and countless trees. Slowly, David seemed to enter a very strange world. In his mind, the flowers, plants, and even the entire earth seemed to come alive, as if they were sentient beings. The crawling of ants on the ground could be clearly felt by David at this moment. They also seemed to sense David's presence, each exuding a different kind of breath. Whether flowers, plants, or towering trees, all seemed to have their own stories. David's hand lightly pressed on the ground, and in an instant, he felt an ethereal yet incredibly real sensation from the earth. At this moment, David clearly sensed that not far ahead, a manic and terrifying aura was breaking through the ground. This must be the place where the 10,000-year herb would appear. It was just that David's sensing range was limited. Beyond 100 meters, everything became chaotic, and he couldn't feel anything. Could this be the so-called heavenly Tao? David murmured to himself. What heavenly Tao? Don't tell me the heavenly Tao you understand. Humatsi looked at David with disbelief. Humatsi himself didn't understand the Tao of heaven, so he just followed David. That David could comprehend it seemed almost impossible. No, I'm just curious. David smiled lightly. He seemed to understand something, though he wasn't sure if what he had just felt was the Tao of heaven. At this time, Wan Hong had already set up the formation. The black stones on the ground were hidden in the grass, almost impossible to find unless someone looked carefully. With this magic circle, even if the herb is born, no one will find it. Then it will be mine. Wan Hong smiled faintly, glanced around, and quickly left. Just as Wan Hong was about to leave, Humatsi wanted to rush out. He was naturally very jealous when encountering an enemy. But David held him back. Master Hu, the herbs haven't appeared yet. If you act rashly now, many people will notice. When the herbs appear, you can take revenge then. Anyway, this guy will appear at the herb when the time comes. Humatsi froze, glaring at Wan Hong's back with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The hatred for the father, the anger for losing his love, this was an intense, mortal-level hatred. Although only Humatsi's girlfriend had been deceived by Wan Hong, it was a lifetime shame that could never be erased. Seeing Humatsi like that, David couldn't help but think of himself. If he hadn't learned the art of immortality from the old dragon head, he would still be living with endless shame. As Wan Hong left, just when David and the others were about to make a move, the earth trembled slightly, followed by the sound of footsteps. Hearing this, many people rushed toward them. David and the others hurriedly hid again, and soon hundreds of people arrived. The leader was Zhengangua, and the others were his subordinates. I have surrounded this area. No one is allowed to approach. Zhengangua ordered loudly. As commanded. Soon, hundreds of people surrounded the area for several miles, with guards stationed at intervals. Chapter 1888. Dad, why such a large deployment? Is something going to happen here? Zheng Kai asked in confusion. There will be 10,000-year medicinal herbs here. Zhengangua said excitedly. 10,000-year herb? Zheng Kai was stunned for a moment. Is it in this place? If Master Wan's deduction is correct, then yes. I want to seal this area so others cannot get ahead of us. Zhengangua explained. This is a huge opportunity for our Zheng family. 10,000-year herbs, and our Zheng family will obtain them. Zheng Kai was also filled with excitement. Not far away, David looked at the Zheng family and their son and seemed to understand. Zhengangua had kept wondering why David had come to Nanhu. It seemed that he also knew the 10,000-year herb was about to appear, and he feared someone might come to snatch it. You are under strict surveillance here. The day after tomorrow, the 10,000-year herbs will appear. As long as we can get them, you will all follow instructions. Zhengangua told the high-level officials. Don't worry, Master. Not a single bird will fly in, a senior official assured him. Zhengangua nodded and then called Zheng Kai to prepare to leave. The herb would appear in 2 days, so there was no need to wait here. But just as Zhengangua was about to leave with Zheng Kai, he suddenly stopped, his eyes sharply turning toward the location where David and the others were hiding. I've been discovered, Humatsi whispered. David signaled Humatsi to stay silent. Come out. Those who hide have exposed themselves. Zhengangua called out toward David and the others. Humatsi glanced at David, saw him still motionless, and stayed put. Seeing no one emerge, Zhengangua frowned. If you don't come out, I'll handle it myself. Zhengangua's voice fell, and several senior officials drew their weapons. Seeing no movement, Zhengangua's right hand emitted a faint light. He swung his palm, and visible energy shot outward. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded, and soil splashed everywhere. Not far from David and the others, 2 figures jumped up. Humatsi was shocked when he saw them. He hadn't known others were hiding nearby. When the 2 figures stood still, David couldn't help feeling surprised. The one who appeared was Zhu Hao from the Zhu family in the southwest. David had seen Zhu Hao once at the opening day of Longmen and hadn't seen him since. Zhu Hao was accompanied by an old man over 50. Seeing them, Zhengangua squinted his eyes. The young star of the southwest Jin dynasty, the dignified young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Hao, why are you acting sneakily? Patriarch Zheng, what sneakiness? I was just a little anxious, can't I even relieve myself in the woods? Although you are the lord of South Lake City, you cannot control where others go, right? Zhu Hao said playfully. David couldn't help laughing. You? Jing Anguo was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Zhu Hao, don't pretend. Your Zhu family is hundreds of miles away. Why come here? Surely it's for the 10,000-year herb. Zheng Kai said angrily. All of them were young, and though Zheng Kai's strength was less than Zhu Hao's, this was Nanhu's territory, so he was not afraid. As soon as Zheng Anguo heard his son mention the 10,000-year herb, he almost lost his breath. Chapter 1889. 10,000-year herbs? What 10,000-year herbs? Could it be that they are going to appear here? Zhu Hao said blankly, I just came here to play, and I was in a hurry, so I went to relieve myself. Who knew that as soon as I squatted down, Patriarch Jing immediately took action and kicked me out. I didn't expect Patriarch Jing to be so irritable. He would have to do it at that moment. Young Master Zhu, people don't speak in riddles. Why have you come here? Speak the truth. Zheng Anguo said coldly. I came here to play, can't I? If not, then let's go. Zhu Hao said to the old man beside him, let's go. The two turned around and left. Zheng Anguo looked angry but did not move. Zheng Kai, however, was walking briskly, wanting to step forward to stop Zhu Hao. But Zheng Anguo grabbed him. Dad, why are you holding me back? You can't let them go. They are obviously heading for the 10,000-year herb. Zheng Kai said anxiously. Snap! Zheng Anguo struck Zheng Kai with a slap. When will you ever grow up? You're just reckless. Although the Zhu family in the southwest has always been obscure, they have recently drawn attention. It's not so easy to deal with them. Is that right? Even if we stop Zhu Hao, aren't there others who know about this? Zheng Kai covered his face, looking aggrieved. So what? Hey, what else can I do? No matter who comes, this is Nanhu, the territory of my Jing family, and we cannot let anyone take the 10,000-year herb. Zheng Anguo narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and chilling. After Zheng Anguo and his son left, David and the others also departed. Now that the location had been determined, it was useless to stay there. With so many Jing family guards present, David and the others could not approach. Back in South Lake City, David and the others found a hotel to stay in. It seems that the birth of this 10,000-year herb is not a secret. David frowned slightly. The more people who knew about it, the more difficult it would be for David to obtain the 10,000-year herb. Faced with such an attractive resource, everyone would compete fiercely. The birth of the 10,000-year medicinal herb will definitely emit a vision of heaven and earth. It is impossible to hide it from people. Now, I don't know how many sects and families know about this. Hu Mazi's face was solemn. The emergence of this top-tier resource was bound to cause a bloody conflict. A battle was inevitable. Let's go for a walk on the street. If this 10,000-year herb attracts many aristocratic families, we will definitely be able to sense the change. David suggested to Hu Mazi, and they went out to see if there were any signs. At this time, Zhou Jie spoke up, Mr. Chen, our deputy leader has something to ask me, so I need to return. Okay, Miss Zhou, be careful on the way. David nodded. After these few days of interaction, David had a good impression of Zhou Jie. Among all the members of the demon sect, he trusted her most. As long as Song Qingping was polite and respectful, David felt that Song Qingping was obedient. The suzerain of the demon sect was also present. Since their last meeting, he had not appeared again. Looking at Zhou Jie's back, Hu Mazi said helplessly, this little girl is too innocent. Sooner or later, she will be tricked by that Song Qingping. What a pity for such a wonderful woman. Hu Mazi sighed, almost shedding tears. Seeing Hu Mazi like that, David smiled lightly, don't worry, she has a strong will. Hearing this, Hu Mazi was stunned, looked at David in disbelief, and asked, what? She has a strong will? Really? Chapter 1890. What lie would I tell you? David said. Oh, what a pity, what a pity. Hu Mazi slapped his thighs repeatedly, exclaiming in frustration. But there was no other way. It was what he wanted and what had happened, there was no coercion. What a pity. You don't lack women. David took Humatsi out of the hotel. The two walked along the street and David openly spread his consciousness, instantly sensing many powerful masters around. However, these people were not hostile to David, they were in groups of 3 or 5, minding their own business. David frowned slightly and walked cautiously along the street. At this moment, in the Jing family hall, Jingangua sat on the main seat with an extremely ugly expression, surrounded by senior members of the family. Patriarch, many strangers suddenly arrived in South Lake City today. All are experts. The lowest among them are Marquis level, with none weaker than Marquis of Great Marquis. A senior official reported to Jingangua. Do you know the origin of these people? Jingangua asked. I don't know. Some are from surrounding sects and families, while others' identities are unknown. The senior replied. Hey, 10,000-year herbs, such a top-tier resource cannot be hidden. Jingangua sighed, his expression aging instantly. Dad, Nanhu is the territory of our Jing family. With our 7 great marquis and over a dozen other marquises, there is no need to fear these people. Even those big families from Kyoto, when they arrive, they will face our strength. Zheng Kai said confidently. Patriarch, you need not worry. With the Jing family's strength, those from afar are not necessarily our opponents. A senior official tried to reassure him. If it were just the Southwest Zhu family, I wouldn't be afraid. But now, in all of Nanhu City, so many sects and noble families have come, with numerous great Wuhou masters. Who knows what might happen? If these people unite against our Jing family, will we have any chance of winning? Even if we succeed and obtain the 10,000-year herb, our vitality will be greatly depleted. How will we protect it? The 10,000-year herb will become a ticking time bomb for our Jing family. Everyone will watch it and challenge us. Jingangua knew that once news of the herb spread, even if the Jing family obtained it, peace would be short-lived. Then what should I do? Should I just watch other sects take it? Zheng Kai asked in confusion. Of course not. If our Jing family can't obtain it, then we must at least favor someone we trust. Jingangua narrowed his eyes. You go and find a way to invite David. Remember this, be polite. If you annoy David, I will hold you accountable. Dad, what are you doing? Are you going to give David the 10,000-year herb? Zheng Kai said in shock. If we can't get it, why not give it to him? Besides, we haven't obtained the herb yet, so there's nothing wrong. If David has the ability to acquire it, it counts as a favor, and he will feel indebted. Why not? Jingangua explained. Dad, but... Zheng Kai began to protest, but Jingangua glared at him. Be quiet. When will you ever think ahead, short-sighted boy? Zheng Kai was scolded and didn't dare to speak, so he turned around to find David. Jingangua looked at the senior officials. You all go down and check the information of all strangers who entered South Lake City. Find out how many came to seize the 10,000-year herb. As ordered. The senior officials departed. Chapter 1891. On the streets of Nanhu City, David and Humatsi were still walking around. David's expression grew slightly unpleasant. At this moment, he sensed no fewer than 20 great marquises. Marquises of this level obviously did not belong solely to the Jing family of Nanhu. David, it seems that this 10,000-year herb has attracted many sects and families. Things are going to get lively, Humatsi said with concern, having sensed the presence of so many great marquises. David frowned slightly. It seems that these 10,000-year herbs will not be easy to obtain. I just don't know whether these people know the exact location of the herb. If they don't, perhaps they will find a way to take it anyway. David faced so many great marquises but had no confidence that he could easily obtain the 10,000-year herb. In fact, he only knew the approximate location of the herb, not its exact spot. If he could find a way to make these people misjudge the location of the 10,000-year herb, then David's chances would improve greatly. How can we make it so? Humatsi was unsure how to mislead so many people about the herb's location. David did not answer immediately, frowning in thought. At that moment, Jinkai arrived with someone in tow. "Found you guys." Jinkai approached David and Humatsi with a happy expression. "Boy, what do you want? Still planning to fight?" Seeing Jinkai leading someone, Humatsi asked coldly. No, you misunderstood. I didn't come to fight. My father asked me to invite Mr. Chen." Jinkai waved his hands repeatedly. "Invite me? For what?" David looked surprised. "My father knows that 10,000-year medicinal herbs will soon appear nearby, so he asked me to invite Mr. Chen to discuss how to obtain them," Jinkai explained honestly. He knew that telling the truth was the only way to gain David's trust. David was stunned. Jingangwa wanted to invite him to discuss the 10,000-year herbs. Humatsi whispered, "David, what is the Jing family planning? Why take the initiative to invite you?" David shook his head. He didn't know Jingangwa's intentions. Still, he nodded. "Okay, let's go." David decided to visit the Jing residence to see what Jingangwa meant. Soon, David and Humatsi arrived at the Jing residence. Jingangwa was waiting in the hall. Seeing him, David felt slightly anxious. When David arrived, Jingangwa hurried forward. "Mr. Chen, I've been waiting for you." "Patriarch Zheng, why did you ask for me?" David asked. "Mr. Chen, you probably know that a rare opportunity is approaching in Nanhu City, the appearance of 10,000-year medicinal herbs," Jingangwa said directly. David noticed Jingangwa spoke straightforwardly without beating around the bush, so he nodded. "Yes, I am aware." Jingangwa continued, "Now that news of the herb's birth has spread, I don't know how it leaked. Many sects and families have arrived in Nanhu. To be honest, Mr. Chen, I had originally planned to claim the 10,000-year herb for my own family. But with so many sects targeting it, my family fears the chances of obtaining it are slim. Even if we do get it, we risk attacks from other sections. So I thought it through and decided to offer the 10,000-year herb to you, Mr. Chen. Our Jing family will fully assist you in obtaining it. As long as we cooperate, I believe there is a good chance of success." Jingangwa did not hide anything and spoke openly to David. Chapter 1892. David could hardly believe what Jingangwa had said. "Patriarch Zheng, you are giving me the 10,000-year herb and pledging your family's full support. What does your Jing family gain from this? Is it truly beneficial for you?" David stared at Jingangwa. "Mr. Chen, my only purpose is to make friends with you and ensure that you owe our family a favor. Should the Zheng family face difficulties, I trust you will not stand aside," Jingangwa explained. "Just for that?" David asked in surprise. "Yes, just for that," Jingangwa nodded seriously. Seeing that Jingangwa was sincere, David asked, "Patriarch Zheng, what is your family's strength? I do not know how strong the Zheng family is, and any assistance might or might not be significant. In our family, including myself, there are 7 great marquises and a dozen regular marquises. We also possess a sacred weapon." Jingangwa's words stunned David and Humatsi. They had never imagined that in a small border town like Nanhu, the Zheng family could have such overwhelming power. "Patriarch Zheng, with your strength, you could easily establish a sect in Kyoto. Why stay here in small South Lake?" David asked, puzzled. Although Kyoto has many resources, it also has more sects competing for them. The Martial Arts Alliance controls most of the resources, limiting development. In my smaller territory, with vast lands and few people, no one interferes. All resources belong to the Jing family. If it weren't for the appearance of these 10,000-year herbs, I could not usually attract such masters from sects and families, Jingangwa explained. David realized this made sense. Many aristocratic sects in Kyoto were consumed by intrigue, and with the Martial Arts Alliance controlling resources, development was difficult. "Patriarch Zheng, since you are so sincere, I, David, have no objections. As long as you help me acquire the 10,000-year herb, the Dragon Gate will ally with the Jing family. If the Jing family ever faces danger, I will never stand idly by," David said, patting his chest. "Very well, Mr. Chen. Our family will do everything to help you obtain the 10,000-year herb. Zheng Anghua said excitedly. By the way, Patriarch Zheng, how did you know that the 10,000-year herb would appear? David asked. He had learned of it from the demon sect's map and was curious about Zheng Anghua's source. Do not hide it from Mr. Chen. It was Master Wan who observed the way of heaven and deduced it, Zheng Anghua revealed. Wan Hong. David was taken aback. Yes, him. Do you know Master Wan? Zheng Anghua asked, curious about David's reaction. David smiled lightly and looked at Hu Matsi. Hu Matsi sneered. That master still relies on the way of heaven. When the 10,000-year herb is about to appear, there will be a vision of heaven and earth. Using calculation, one can deduce its location. Zheng Anghua looked at Hu Matsi and then asked David. Mr. Chen, is this true? This is Master Hu, a top talisman master. His cave and tomb exploration techniques are unparalleled, David praised Hu Matsi. Hearing this, Zheng Anghua quickly bowed respectfully. I did not realize, Master Hu. My apologies. Hu Matsi also bowed and greeted Zheng Anghua. Patriarch Zheng, you were deceived by Wan Hong, David remarked. Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Zheng Anghua asked, puzzled. Chapter 1893. David told Zheng Anghua everything he had seen and heard in the western part of Nanhu City. He even revealed that Wan Hong had already set up a formation in advance at the location where the 10,000-year herb would be born. Zheng Anghua was shocked when he heard this, and then his face filled with anger. This guy. He knew the exact place where the 10,000-year herb would be born, yet he didn't tell me. He only gave me an approximate location, and then went ahead to set up the formation in advance. It seems he was also coveting the 10,000-year herb. It's my fault for trusting him so much and giving him so many resources. Zheng Anghua's face flushed red. Then he said to Zheng Kai, immediately lead the entire city to search for Wan Hong. Once you find him, capture him at once. Remember to bring more experts, this guy is very strong. Dad, don't worry. I've never liked that old man anyway. Zheng Kai nodded and left with the two great marquises. The entire South Lake City belonged to the Zheng family, so hunting down one person was not difficult. Mr. Chen, with the help of our Zheng family, how confident are you that you can obtain the 10,000-year herb? Zheng Anghua asked. David pondered for a moment and said, I don't know how many sects and noble families have come, nor how many great marquis-level experts are here, so I can't say for certain. But then he continued, however, I do have a way. If it works, it will greatly increase our chances of obtaining the 10,000-year herb. Mr. Chen, what method is that? Zheng Anghua asked hurriedly. That is, lead the other sects and families in the wrong direction. Let them go to the wrong place. That way, our chances will be much greater. Then how can we mislead so many sects and families? Zheng Anghua continued asking. I have a solution, but I'm not sure how feasible it is. We find a 1,000-year-old herb and place it somewhere in advance. Then we create a few visions. In this way, people will mistake it for the birth of the 10,000-year herb and will definitely rush over, even fight over it. And we will wait at the real location of the 10,000-year herb. Once it appears and we obtain it, even if the other sects come later, it will not be easy for them to take it from us. David explained. When Zheng Anghua heard this, he thought the plan was excellent. He said excitedly, Mr. Chen, I happen to have a 3,000-year-old mountain ginseng. It should be suitable to use as the decoy. How do we proceed? That part is simple, leave it to me. A few spells and I can make heaven and earth tremble, and the great Tao buzz. Hu Matsi said casually. They had a medicinal herb to use as a decoy, and Hu Matsi could create visions. All that remained for David and the others was to wait. Zheng Anghua ordered people to take the mountain ginseng up the mountain and bury it opposite the real birthplace of the 10,000-year herb. Patriarch Zheng, you'll be losing a 3,000-year-old mountain ginseng because of this, but once this is done, I will refine a Sanyuan pill for you. It will help you achieve twice the results with half the effort. David said sincerely. He couldn't let the Zheng family suffer the loss for nothing. When Zhengangua heard this, he said excitedly, "Thank you so much, Mr. Chen. I've long heard that you're a master pharmacist and the valley master of Yaoshan Valley." David then said, "Let's go walk around the streets again and see how many sects and families have arrived. As they say, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles." "Alright. I hope Mr. Chen succeeds in obtaining the 10,000-year herb this time." Zhengangua nodded. David and Humatzi left the Jing residence and continued strolling through the streets of Nanhu. Chapter 1894. Inside the Demon Sect. After Zhou Jie returned, he immediately felt the heavy atmosphere inside the main hall. Song Qingping sat at the deputy sect master's seat, and below him were many deacons of the demon sect. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Zhou Jie stepped forward cautiously and said, "Deputy sect master, you were looking for me." "Zhou Jie, did David find the birthplace of the herb?" Song Qingping asked. "He did, but someone else got there first and set up a formation where the herb would be born." Zhou Jie replied truthfully. "A formation was set up? Who could have known the location in advance?" Song Qingping muttered in confusion. "It seems to be someone called Wan Hong. They say he is a master of deduction." Zhou Jie answered. "Wan Hong?" Song Qingping frowned. He had never heard the name. At this time, Deacon Lu spoke up, "Deputy sect master, Wan Hong is indeed a very famous deduction master. He claims to understand the Tao of heaven itself. Nothing can be hidden from him. If he deduced the birthplace ahead of time, it's not surprising. So that's the case. It seems it will be difficult for us to obtain that herb," Song Qingping said with concern. Hearing this, Zhou Jie asked curiously, "Deputy sect master, aren't we supposed to give the herb to Mr. Chen? Are we planning to take it ourselves?" Song Qingping snorted coldly. "If it were an ordinary herb, that would be fine. But a 10,000-year herb, how could we give it to him so easily? That would be too great a loss. I called you back to keep an eye on David. Once he obtains the herb, you will find a way to take it." He wanted Zhou Jie to seize the 10,000-year herb from David when the opportunity came. Zhou Jie's face twisted with bitterness. "Deputy sect master, you don't know how powerful David is. How can I possibly take the 10,000-year herb from him?" "Deputy sect master, David is extremely strong. Even if he lowers his guard, it is nearly impossible for Zhou Jie to steal the herb from him. I also heard that David has a storage ring where he keeps everything. No one else can access it. Even the Gorfine's body should still be inside," Deacon Lu added. Song Qingping frowned, then slowly relaxed. He took out a bottle of colorless, odorless liquid from his robes. "Zhou Jie, this is Sangong water. Once David obtains the 10,000-year herb, find a way to make him consume this. After that, he'll be helpless." Song Qingping tossed the bottle to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie caught it and asked uncertainly, "Deputy sect master, aren't we supposed to be cooperating with Mr. Chen? If we do this, will he still cooperate with us?" "Forget cooperation for now. The 10,000-year herb is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Our demon sect must obtain it. Just follow my instructions," Song Qingping said firmly, dismissing Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie could only leave helplessly. After he left, Song Qingping looked at the deacons and said, "The recovery of spiritual energy is imminent. Our demon sect must act quickly. Our first goal is to eradicate the Jing family, or force them to submit, and take Nanhu City as our territory. With this, our demon spirit sect will be able to expand. When spiritual energy fully returns, we will seize even more land and let the whole world know our name." Chapter 1895. Deputy Alliance Leader, our demon spirit sect has ancestral instructions. Before the recovery of spiritual energy comes, we must not leave the secret realm easily, nor should we create conflict with sects and families in the secular world. If we suddenly attack the Jing family and try to turn Nanhu City into our territory, then the secret of our demon sect's secret realm will likely be exposed. And for such an important matter, shouldn't the sect master come forward and announce it?" Deacon Lu asked Song Qingping. "Don't ask the sect master. The sect master has already authorized me. You only need to act according to my arrangements. Song Qingping said coldly. Deacon Lu wanted to say more, but Song Qingping waved his hand. Enough, step back. Just follow orders. Seeing this, everyone could only retreat helplessly. After everyone left, a black-robed figure walked out. The person slowly removed their hood, revealing a delicate face. It was Ning Ji, now fully a demon. Lord Demon Envoy, Song Qingping immediately knelt down and bowed. Rise, Ning Ji said lightly. Song Qingping stood up, looking at Ning Ji with envy. They were the same age, yet Ning Ji had already become a demon. Not because of his own strength, but because a powerful demonic spirit resided in his body. Even so, Ning Ji's status had soared. The Demon Heart sect could create numerous demon souls, but the Demon Spirit sect strictly forbade such methods. Although Song Qingping was part of the Demon Spirit sect, he had always longed for the power of the Demon Heart sect. He also wished to have a powerful demon soul inhabit his body. Strength and status would both soar. Is everything prepared? Ning Ji asked. It's ready. As long as David consumes the Sangong water, he will have no chance of escaping. But, whether Zhou Jia can succeed, I really don't know, Song Qingping said. No matter. Even if David doesn't drink the Sangong water, the 10,000-year herb will never end up in his hands, Ning Ji replied. As for the blood demon's body, it won't be long before it is resurrected. Once the blood demon revives, this world will belong to our demon race. Ning Ji smiled grimly, a hoarse, eerie chuckle escaping his mouth. Lord Demon Envoy, if David refuses to hand over the blood demon's body, how will we resurrect the blood demon? Song Qingping asked. Refuse? I never expected him to hand it over. He's not a fool. Ning Ji narrowed his eyes, making them appear endlessly deep. You knew he wouldn't hand it over? Song Qingping asked in confusion. Then why did you ask me to cooperate with him? If we don't cooperate, how will he learn the secrets of our demon race? If we don't cooperate, how will he learn about the secret realm of the Demon Heart sect? If we don't cooperate, how will he learn that Penglai Island is the place where spiritual energy will be revived? Ning Ji smiled faintly. Song Qingping was even more confused. So you asked me to cooperate with David, just so he could learn these things? Of course. If we tell him directly, he might not believe it. But if you cooperate with him, he will definitely trust the information you provide. However, given his personality, he won't fully trust you, and he definitely won't hand over the blood demon's body. But David will certainly go to Penglai Island, or he will try to find a secret realm to rescue his girlfriend. Whether he goes to Penglai Island or into a secret realm, our plan will already be halfway complete. If he dares enter the secret realm, I have arranged countless traps for him. He will enter, but never come out. If he chooses Penglai Island, then when the spiritual energy revives and visions appear, even if David is a real dragon, he won't be able to withstand it. Meanwhile, the blood demon's body can use that very vision to resurrect itself. At that moment, the entire world will belong to the demon race. Every place touched by spiritual revival will be occupied by us first. So no matter what Qingping does next, he is already in the palm of my hand. Ning Ji spoke with excitement. Chapter 1896, Corrected and Restored. Song Qingping listened to Ning Ji's words, and cold sweat covered his entire body. The man before him was terrifying. His planning was meticulous, calculating everything far ahead, even manipulating Song Qingping himself. Seeing Song Qingping's expression, Ning Ji smiled lightly. Don't worry. After the Demon Heart sect annexes the Demon Spirit sect, your contributions will not be forgotten. Thank you, Lord Demon Envoy. Song Qingping lowered his head. In front of Ning Ji, he did not dare harbor a single rebellious thought. He had endured countless trials while infiltrating the Demon Spirit sect, but facing Ning Ji still made his heart pound uncontrollably. In Nanhu City, many uniformed men moved through the streets, holding a photo. All of them were from the Jing family, and the photo was of Wan Hong. Wan Hong had deceived Jing Anghua, and Jingangguo would not let him get away. At that moment, Jinkai was also on the streets searching, accompanied by two great marquis. Damn it! When I catch that old bastard, I'll definitely skin him alive. Jinkai cursed furiously. Meanwhile, Wan Hong was drinking tea calmly in a tea house, quietly waiting for the coming full moon night. When a 10,000-year herb is born, it always chooses a full moon night. Soon, a group of Jing family guards rushed into the tea house, inspecting guests one by one. Wan Hong paused mid-sip, frowning slightly. He recognized them as men from the Jing family, but why were they searching so aggressively? Before he could figure it out, one of the guards looked at him, then at the photo. I found him. All eyes turned to Wan Hong immediately. He now knew, they were looking for him. Several Jing family members drew machetes and charged toward him. Wan Hong was not afraid of them, but he didn't want unnecessary trouble to delay the 10,000-year herb. With one leap, he jumped over the railing and dropped straight down from the 6th floor. He landed lightly like a leaf, then smirked at the panicked men upstairs before turning to leave. But just as he stepped away, three figures blocked his path. Jinkai and the two great marquis. Jinkai's eyes lit up. Well, you lying old bastard, I finally found you. You dare deceive my Jing family? You're courting death. Wan Hong turned to escape, but the two great marquis leapt forward and surrounded him. Wan Hong frowned at the three men closing in. He was strong, but facing two great marquis and Jinkai together was impossible. Master Zheng, what do you mean? I don't understand. When did I lie to your Jing family? Wan Hong asked, feigning shock. Damn it! Still pretending? Jinkai roared. You gave us only a vague location for the herb's birth, but you secretly found the exact spot and set up a formation. You planned to use our Jing family to distract everyone while you stole the 10,000-year herb for yourself. Isn't that right? Wan Hong froze. How did they know? He had been certain no one was watching when he cast the spell. Seeing him silent, Jinkai barked. Now you'll come back with me to see my father. Kneel, kowtow, and admit your mistake, maybe he'll forgive you. Chapter 1897. Wan Hong rolled his eyes and then nodded. Master Zheng, I will go back with you, and I will definitely apologize when I meet the Jing family. Wan Hong lowered his head while Jinkai relaxed his vigilance and walked straight toward him, planning to take Wan Hong away. But just as Jinkai took 2 steps forward, the corner of Wan Hong's mouth suddenly lifted into a smile. He then raised his hand, and a white smoke instantly enveloped Jinkai. Jinkai was startled. His body instinctively withdrew, he held his breath, and stretched out his palms as a terrifying gust of wind howled forth. Jinkai knew the white smoke must be poisonous, and he couldn't inhale it. The fierce wind blew the smoke away, but at that moment Wan Hong had already flashed before Jinkai. He grabbed Jinkai's shoulder and pressed his other hand firmly against Jinkai's back. With just one burst of power from Wan Hong, Jinkai's internal organs would shatter, sending him straight to the underworld. When the two great marquis saw Jinkai being restrained, they were shocked. Their bodies leapt forward as they moved toward Wan Hong. Stop! If you don't want your young master to die, behave yourselves. Wan Hong controlled Jinkai and shouted at the two Wuhou of the Jing family. The two marquis immediately halted, their minds blank. With Jinkai in the enemy's grasp, they had no way to attack. Wan Hong saw that the two marquis did not dare to act. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he began to force Jinkai backward. The two marquis didn't even dare to approach. They could only watch anxiously. Just when Wan Hong thought he could escape, someone suddenly shouted. Wan Hong! Wan Hong instinctively glanced sideways, and his expression froze. Bennett? Wan Hong didn't expect that after so many years, they would meet here. Wan Hong, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Since I ran into you today, I'm going to tear you into 10,000 pieces. Humatzi gritted his teeth. Wan Hong sneered. Humatzi, you weren't my opponent before, and you still aren't now. Isn't that why Xiaoyu didn't choose you back then and followed me instead? Humatzi's entire body trembled as his aura surged violently. David saw Humatzi's furious expression and understood that the Xiaoyu Wanhong mentioned must have been Humatzi's former lover. Master Hu, Wanhong is provoking you on purpose. If you get angry, you'll fall for his trick. Besides, that was decades ago. The women you're with now are probably far better than the one he stole. David tried to persuade him. Hearing David's words, Humatzi's anger subsided. He nodded. You're right. I've been with more women than that bastard, and it's all in the past. I won't be angry. Humatzi looked at Wanhong and smirked. Wanhong, don't provoke me. I've already seen through worldly desires. But since I met you today, you're dead. As soon as he finished speaking, several paper talismans appeared in Humatzi's hand. He threw them out, and several flames ignited in midair. The flames linked together, forming a flaming net that blocked Wanhong's path of retreat. Seeing this, Wanhong frowned. Humatzi, whatever grudges you have with me, save them for later. I don't have time for nonsense today. Move out of the way, or I'll kill him. Wanhong used Jinkai as a shield, hoping Humatzi would retreat. But to his surprise, Humatzi only sneered. Kill him. Go ahead. What the hell does that have to do with me? Do I even know who he is? He pretended not to know Jinkai at all. Chapter 1898. Wanhong was stunned for a moment, then said, I'm telling you, this is Jinkai, the eldest young master of the Jing family. The entire South Lake belongs to them. I don't care who the young master is. If you kill him, his father will kill you. What does that have to do with me? I'm here to kill you. A faint light appeared in Humatzi's palm as he struck forward without the slightest regard for Jinkai's safety. Seeing this, Wanhong didn't dare kill Jinkai. If he truly killed him, he would be hunted by the Jing family for life. And now that Jinkai could not be used to threaten Humatzi, Wanhong pushed Jinkai aside and met Humatzi's palm head-on. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as terrifying energy rippled outward. Thud! 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 Humatzi's figure staggered backward several steps, his right hand numb. Compared to Wanhong, Humatzi's physical strength was still far inferior. Humph, Humatzi. You weren't my opponent before, and you still aren't. You'll always be beneath my feet. Wanhong smirked. Wanhong, don't get arrogant. Let's see how I deal with you today. Humatzi narrowed his eyes. Although his martial strength was lacking, his spellcraft was unrivaled. He formed seals with his hands, and yellow talismans rose from his body. Blood-red runes appeared on them, and in an instant the talismans transformed into ferocious beasts that roared and charged toward Wanhong. Seeing this, Wanhong sneered. Humatzi, even when it comes to spells, I'm not afraid of you. He reached to the side, tore off a strip of yellow cloth hanging in front of the house, bit his finger, and drew on the cloth. Flames rose from the cloth, and a giant bird burst out, its body engulfed in raging fire. The fire bird. Humatzi's brows furrowed. Wanhong, how did you summon the fire bird? That ability belonged to Xiaoyu. Humatzi's former lover had a unique constitution that allowed her to summon this flame bird. It wasn't a learned technique, no one else could master it. Yet Wanhong had summoned it. Humatzi was shocked. Everything of hers is mine. Since she chose to be with me, she had to give me everything. Wanhong smiled coldly. Humatzi's heart sank. What did you do to Xiaoyu? It doesn't matter. We've already merged into one. The golden core in her body is now inside mine. Otherwise, how could I summon the fire bird? Wanhong said with a cold sneer. You actually killed her? Humatzi's body trembled violently, rage erupting uncontrollably. Xiaoyu had always held a place in his heart. He had been decadent for years, numbing himself with other women only because he couldn't forget her. Now, hearing Wanhong admit he killed her, Humatzi's long-suppressed emotions exploded. Don't say it so harshly. I didn't kill her. I simply allowed her to live inside me, in another way. Wan Hong said smugly. Ah! Go to hell! Hu Matsi roared, and the talisman beasts roared with him, surging toward Wan Hong in a frenzy. Chapter 1899. Wan Hong remained calm, and with a wave of his hand, the flaming fire bird launched its attack. Ho ho ho! The flaming fire bird's wings flapped continuously, filling the sky with fire and illuminating half the heavens in red. Hu Matsi's talisman beasts roared as the flames engulfed them. They were all burned alive and vanished within moments. Seeing this, Hu Matsi hurriedly formed another set of seals, and the talismans on his body rose into the air once more. Water control spell! Hu Matsi shouted. The ground burst open, and water columns shot into the sky. One column after another merged together, forming a massive waterspout that swept toward the flaming fire bird. The fire bird spat flames, but they were immediately extinguished by the incoming water. The waterspout closed in rapidly. Soon, the fire bird was surrounded as torrents of water slammed into it. The flames on the fire bird were neither spiritual fire nor true samadhi fire, so when faced with such overwhelming water, its flames dimmed rapidly. Just as the waterspout was about to swallow the fire bird, Hu Matsi stopped. Because the flaming fire bird was the last remnant, the only place where Xiaoyu still existed in this world. But at that moment of hesitation, the flaming fire bird, under Wan Hong's command, let out a furious roar and burst out of the waterspout. It slammed into Hu Matsi with great force. Hu Matsi couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The waterspout lost control and collapsed into a pool of stagnant water on the ground. The flames on the fire bird reignited vigorously. Ha ha ha! Hu Matsi, you'll never surpass me. Even the woman you loved most chose me. What else do you have to brag about? Wan Hong laughed loudly, deliberately provoking him. F***ku. Hu Matsi clutched his chest. His blood surged violently, and he wanted to charge at Wan Hong in desperation. But as soon as he moved, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Master Hu, don't move. Let me deal with this guy. David stepped in, stopping Hu Matsi. Wan Hong glanced at David and snorted coldly. Boy, who are you to talk so big? Are young people nowadays always this crazy? He glared at David with an icy killing intent. My name is David. David said calmly. When David spoke his name, Wan Hong's disdainful expression instantly froze. David? Are you the David who created the Dragon Gate and fought against the Martial Arts Alliance? David's name was known throughout the martial world. His name appeared more frequently on martial arts forums than any other person. You're right. So I also want to see how you're planning to slap me into minced meat. David smiled faintly. Wan Hong's expression became uglier than eating shit. Who didn't know David's physical body was unmatched? With the indestructible golden body, even someone at the peak of the great Marquis realm couldn't kill him with force. Even a martial saint wouldn't dare brag in front of David. Wan Hong's earlier words were clearly empty boasting. David, you and I have no conflict. I have no grievance with you. Why do you want to interfere? You know I am a master of deduction. I specialize in calculations. If you use brute force to deal with me, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? Wan Hong only hoped David wouldn't fight him. Because he knew he was no match for David. What a coincidence. I've also studied the Tao of Heaven and learned some deduction techniques. The art of deduction is about using spiritual power to comprehend the heavenly Tao and the world itself. Since we both understand it, let's compare our spiritual power. David sneered. Chapter 1900. Wan Hong's eyes flickered. David, are you serious? Of course. I also want to see what kind of mental strength a so-called master of deduction possesses. David nodded. Fine. I hope you won't regret it. Wan Hong recalled the fire bird, closed his eyes slightly, took out several black stones, and scattered them onto the ground. David, he's cheating. He's using those stones to create a field to extend his perception. Hu Matsi warned. Wan Hong only needed to sense the stones, and through them, he could perceive the surroundings. It was a clever method, but because perception had to pass through the stones, it was not completely accurate. Let him cheat. I want to see what he can do, David said calmly. David was extremely confident in his spiritual power. He didn't yet have a deep understanding of the Tao of Heaven, so if this confrontation helped him improve, that alone made it worth it. Soon, Wan Hong's eyes closed completely as waves of mental power spread outward. The black stones on the ground began to glow faintly. From their glow, one could clearly see the reach of Wan Hong's perception. David released his own vast spiritual power, and everything around him suddenly changed, as if he had stepped into an entirely unfamiliar space. Everything was white. The world was blank. There was no sky, no earth, just endless white emptiness. David seemed to be floating midair. In such an environment, most people would panic and become anxious. David, however, remained calm. He simply waited to see what Wan Hong would do next. Soon, the white space faded. Solid land appeared beneath his feet. There were houses, fields, and villagers working in the fields. David, when did you come back? You've grown so much, David. The farmers greeted him warmly. David found them familiar, yet he couldn't recall exactly who they were. David, you child, your uncle and aunt greeted you. Why don't you respond? A familiar voice sounded behind him. David turned and saw his mother, Barbara, still young and black-haired, holding farm tools and preparing to work. Mom, you. He was about to speak, but a sudden sharp pain flashed through his mind. A strand of foreign spiritual power had entered his mind, it was probing his thoughts. David smiled slightly. So Wan Hong wasn't completely useless. His spiritual attack had penetrated without David noticing. Are you done yet? David waved his hand gently. Everything before him shattered instantly, and the invading spiritual power was severed at once. Wan Hong staggered back. Cold sweat drenched his forehead as he gasped for breath. David looked at him calmly. With such little skill, you dare call yourself a master who understands the Tao of Heaven? David's spiritual power surged and instantly pierced into Wan Hong's mind. Wan Hong froze. His eyes dulled. Terror filled his face. His whole body trembled as he started flailing his arms in panic. Chapter 1901. Don't come here, Xiaoyu. I was wrong. Don't come here. I'll give you the golden pill, give it back to you. Wan Hong seemed to see something terrifying and kept begging for mercy. A hand suddenly grabbed toward his abdomen. Blood spurted, and Wan Hong pulled a golden core directly from his body. The golden pill emitted a faint light, and David reached out to take it from Wan Hong's hand. David handed the golden pill to Humatzi, because this was Xiaoyu's golden pill. Humatzi looked at the golden pill in David's hand, his eyes full of complicated emotion. He slowly reached out and took the golden pill. After hesitating for a moment, he swallowed it in one gulp. A familiar feeling swept through Humatzi's body. At this moment, it was as if he saw the woman who had betrayed him, yet whom he had deeply loved. Humatzi reached out and gently stroked the air, as though Xiaoyu was right in front of him. All of this was caused by David's spiritual power, in order to help Humatzi finally untie the knot that had weighed on his heart. Soon, Humatzi's face was covered with tears as he gently embraced the empty air before him. David felt that the time was right, so he slowly withdrew his spiritual power. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Humatzi called out reluctantly, but the Xiaoyu in front of him still faded away. On the other side, Wan Hong was staring at Xiaoyu in terror, desperately hoping for her image to disappear. If Xiaoyu were alive at this moment, who knew what she would feel if she saw such a scene? Ah! Wan Hong, who had regained consciousness, looked at the bloody state of his chest and instantly let out a painful roar. Looking at his own hand, he understood immediately that everything he had just experienced was an illusion controlled by David's mental power. In this way, Wan Hong was far inferior to David, even in spiritual strength. Do you still have something to say? David asked coldly. Facing David, Wan Hong was already completely subdued. Lowering his head, he said, "Please, please spare my life. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to work like a bull or a horse for you." "Spare you?" David looked at Humatsi. "Master, who decides?" Wan Hong froze and looked at Humatsi in horror. Before Wan Hong could speak, Humatsi had already rushed at him with full force. "Wan Hong, I want to avenge Xiaoyu." With that, Humatsi struck him with a palm. At this moment Wan Hong was already seriously injured. He could not avoid the blow. He was struck directly and his skull burst open, dead instantly. Seeing Wan Hong's death, the rage on Humatsi's face slowly dissipated. "Fortunately, you didn't destroy his body earlier. Otherwise it would have been a waste of the golden elixir inside him," David said. With a wave of his palm, Wan Hong's body exploded like a bomb. A golden pill shot into the air, but David caught it firmly. Although David was already a great Wu Marquis, even devouring Wan Hong's golden core would not increase his strength by much. But it was better than nothing. Now, David feared he would need to devour the golden cores of great Marquis peak experts, or even martial saints, to improve further. Zheng Kai, standing to the side, watched quietly. His legs had already turned soft. He was extremely grateful that he had listened to his father. If he had continued following David earlier, he would not have survived to this moment. Zheng Kai now deeply admired his father's quick decisions, choosing to cooperate with David when the Zheng family was at a disadvantage. Looking back now, it was definitely the correct decision. Even losing the 10,000-year herb would be worth it just to befriend David. Chapter 1902. David followed Humatsi back to the hotel. Zheng Kai returned to report to Zheng Anghua. Just as David and Humatsi arrived, Zhou Jia also returned from the demon's sect. However, Zhou Jia looked slightly melancholic this time. "Miss Zhou, what's wrong?" David asked. "Oh, nothing. Maybe I'm just a little tired," Zhou Jia said quickly. She had the Sangong water in her pocket, but she no longer wanted to use it on David or Humatsi. After spending time with them, Zhou Jia felt that David wasn't a bad person. More importantly, Song Qingping's methods went against the original purpose of their demon sect. "Since you're tired, Miss Zhou, you should rest more," David said. Zhou Jia nodded and walked toward her room. But when she passed by Humatsi, he didn't even look at her, not even at her fair thighs. This time, Zhou Jia felt a little stunned. She suddenly realized that Humatsi seemed like a different person. She even deliberately paused, yet Humatsi still didn't look at her. Women were like this: when someone chased them every day, they found it annoying. But the moment that person stopped paying attention, they suddenly felt strangely uncomfortable. Zhou Jia felt exactly that now. Although she used to get angry when Humatsi flirted with her, his sudden indifference made her feel unsettled. In the end, she returned to her room with a puzzled expression, while Humatsi remained calm, his eyes no longer clouded with desire. David knew the reason: Humatsi had changed because of Xiaoyu's golden elixir. But that might be a good thing, helping him resolve a long-buried emotional knot. The next day, Zheng Anghua instructed his men to hide a 3,000-year-old wild ginseng on the mountain, and the guards who had surrounded the entire area were withdrawn. Now countless sects and noble families were watching that place. Even if Zheng Anghua guarded it personally, it would not matter. They already knew where the 10,000-year herb was appearing. The herb would emerge at night, so no one approached the area during the day. But the atmosphere in South Lake City had grown strange. On the surface everything seemed normal, yet an undercurrent was rising. Many powerful families had already begun forming secret alliances. They knew that when the 10,000-year herb appeared, the battle would be fierce. Without absolute strength, they would only become losers. As evening approached, David, Humatsi, and Zhou Jia began heading toward the birthplace of the herb. Along the way, David extended his spiritual sense, covering more than 10 miles around them. Soon, he detected all the masters hiding in the dark. "David, a lot of masters are hiding here, more than 20 great marquises alone," Humatsi said in surprise, sensing the surrounding auras. "I'm afraid that's only part of them." The allure of a 10,000-year herb is enormous. Maybe all the sects and noble families have mobilized. David frowned. If so, he would have to be even more careful and make sure no one discovered the herb's true birth location. The closer they came, the stronger the oppressive aura became. Even though everyone was suppressing their presence, so many masters gathered together produced an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 1903. If an ordinary person passed by here, they wouldn't dare to take even a single step. Just as David released his divine consciousness and continued probing the surroundings, several other auras also swept toward him. David was investigating those people, and those people were also investigating David. Everyone was testing one another, yet no one made a move. Everyone knew that the 10,000-year herb had not yet appeared. Fighting now and wasting strength would be foolish. Humph. Humatsi also sensed those probing breaths. He picked up a spell, drew symbols across it with his fingers, and a soft aura instantly merged into David's own aura. In this way, a portion of David's true strength was concealed. Right now, they could not allow others to know their real power, otherwise, there would be no suspense later. David, Humatsi, and Zhou Jie reached the place where the 10,000-year herb would be born and stopped. Many other people were also approaching. It seemed many had guessed the herb's birth location. David, as the dignified sect master of Dragon Gate, why have you come to such a remote place? Zhu Hao arrived with several subordinates and walked toward David, questioning him. The young master of the esteemed Southwest Zhu family is here, why can't I come? David replied with a faint smile. As he spoke, David's spiritual sense quietly swept over the old man standing beside Zhu Hao. David could immediately tell that the old man was the strongest among Zhu Hao's followers. As David probed the old man's strength with his divine sense, suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the old man's body, startling David. The peak of Great Marquis Realm? David was shocked. Humatsi and Zhou Jie also changed their expressions, they had clearly sensed that aura too. Seeing David's expression, Zhu Hao sneered and said, David, this place is nothing like Kyoto. In Kyoto, you have people protecting you. Here, you don't. If you came here for the 10,000-year herb, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, with so many people fighting for it, you will have no chance, and you might not even leave a corpse behind. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hearing this, David couldn't help but smile. Then I must thank young Master Zhu. But I like lively places, I go wherever the crowd is. Seeing that David refused to listen, Zhu Hao said coldly. Let me be honest. This 10,000-year herb has already been claimed by the Zhu family. I hope you don't block our path, otherwise. His words were filled with killing intent. The 10,000-year herb is ownerless. Anyone can take it. Are you threatening me? David said, his face turning cold. A powerful sense of oppression instantly pressed down on Zhu Hao, causing his expression to change slightly. The old man beside Zhu Hao immediately released his aura, dispersing David's oppressive pressure. Only then did Zhu Hao breathe again. David glanced at the old man but said nothing. He simply turned and left, he didn't want to fight Zhu Hao yet. David, it seems it will be extremely difficult to get the 10,000-year herb this time. I wonder if all these experts will fall for the trick later. Humatsi whispered. What trick? Zhou Jie asked curiously. She had not been present when David and Humatsi discussed their plan, so she didn't know they intended to mislead everyone. Humatsi didn't explain, nor did he even look at Zhou Jie. This time, Zhou Jie felt uneasy. She couldn't understand what was wrong with Humatsi. Could he have discovered that I planned to harm them? Zhou Jie's heart tightened with anxiety. Chapter 1904. In truth, Humatsi had simply undergone a huge change in mindset. At this moment, Xiaoyu's golden elixir was inside his body, they were spiritually linked. Therefore, Humatsi no longer dared to be tempted by other women or even glance at them casually. He feared that Xiaoyu would sense it through the golden elixir. From this, one could see Humatsi's sincere feelings toward Xiaoyu. Let's take things step by step. With the Jing family supporting us, we may not be at a disadvantage," David said calmly. As long as these masters did not unite and each acted on their own, David still had hope. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted around them as the experts hiding in the dark revealed themselves one after another, all looking alarmed. "It's over, it's over. I didn't expect the Hong family to deploy their 18 Arhats. Looks like no one else will stand a chance now." The Hong family brought out their entire foundation. "Ha! This will be entertaining." Even the Hong family from thousands of miles away arrived. It seems the birth of the 10,000-year herb is no longer a secret. The surrounding masters whispered nervously. David looked to the side and saw, under the faint moonlight, a large group of people rapidly approaching. Most of them had shaved heads, their bald scalps shining. David counted, there were 18 bald men. These must be the legendary 18 Arhats. And leading them was Hong Qianzhou of the Eastern Hong family. David had no strong impression of Hong Qianzhou, he'd only seen him once at the Dragon Gate reopening ceremony. These families were representatives of the major secret realms and had only recently revealed themselves publicly. Yet in such a short time, they had already gained great influence in the martial arts world. This showed their true strength. Soon, Hong Qianzhou arrived. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, causing many to avert their eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on David, and he was clearly shocked to see him. "I didn't expect the famous sect master of Dragon Gate to be here. It's been a long time." Hong Qianzhou stepped forward and cupped his fists toward David. David returned the gesture. "Young Master Hong flatters me. I'm just an ordinary man with a bit of luck, I can't compare to you. Clan Master Chen is too humble." Hong Qianzhou smiled. Zhu Hao, seeing Hong Qianzhou, couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. "Ninth brother, I didn't expect your Hong family to get the news as well, and travel this far." Zhu Hao stepped up to greet him. "It's just a 10,000-year herb. It's worth the trip. I just happened to be passing by and came to take a look." Hong Qianzhou said, expression filled with pride. "That's true. I heard the Hong family's rootless land rarely produces rare treasures. How could you miss the chance to see a 10,000-year herb?" Zhu Hao praised him quickly. David listened to Hong Qianzhou's words and felt he was simply bragging. Youths these days loved boasting at the slightest opportunity. "David, do young people like to brag this much now? Fortunately, you're different. If you boasted like that every day, I would have been blown away ages ago." Hu Matzi chuckled. "Freedom of speech. People can brag if they want, we can't control it." David replied with a faint smile. "Mr. Chen, you're wrong about that. Hong Qianzhou wasn't bragging." At that moment, a voice came from behind David. David turned and saw Jiang Wei leading a dozen people toward them. "Brother Jiang, why are you here?" David asked in surprise. He didn't expect the birth of the 10,000-year herb to attract so many powerful sect families, and these were the representative families of the worldly secret realms. Chapter 1905. I also brought people over to join in the fun. Jiang Wei said with a faint smile. Brother Jiang, you just said that Hong Qianzhou wasn't bragging. Could it be that the Hong family really doesn't care about a 10,000-year-old herb? David asked. Jiang Wei nodded. Yes. As far as I know, the Hong family is actually the one with the least shortage of resources. I heard that the Hong family possesses a rootless land, where many rare herbs can grow. So the Hong family has the most abundant resources. What is the rootless land? David asked. Jiang Wei smiled awkwardly. I don't know either. I've only heard the name. Seeing that Jiang Wei didn't know, David didn't ask further. Instead, he asked. Brother Jiang, how did you find out about the birth of this 10,000-year herb? Did you come here with people to compete for it? Hearing this, Jiang Wei smiled. Mr. Chen, not at all. A 10,000-year herb isn't worth us traveling so far and bringing so many people. We came for something else entirely. We just happened to pass by, heard the news, and stopped to take a look. There's something else. What is it? David asked curiously. This. Jiang Wei looked embarrassed. Seeing this, David quickly said, Brother Jiang, since you're embarrassed, don't say it. As long as you're not here to compete for the herb, I'm relieved. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Since you want the 10,000-year herb, I won't fight you for it. And if you need help, I can assist you. Jiang Wei said. Brother Jiang is too kind, but I won't need help for now. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. David replied. Although Jiang Wuya, the master of Tianluo building, had said that the Jiang family would spare no effort if David needed help, David still didn't plan to rely on Jiang Wei yet. Mr. Chen, if you need anything, just call me. I'll go greet the others. After speaking, Jiang Wei walked off to greet Zhu Hao and Hong Qianzhou. At this time, many aristocratic families and martial arts masters stood around. Seeing so many powerful clans arrive one after another, each with many experts, many people began to feel uneasy. Some people even started thinking about withdrawing and quietly slipped away. Although the 10,000-year herb was tempting, they needed to stay alive to enjoy it. If they died here, the herb would be useless. Time passed slowly. The moon hung high in the sky, and its bright light made the forest feel solemn and sacred. Zheng Anguo led the most elite members of the Zheng family. Whether Great Marquis or Marquis Wu, everyone was fully prepared. But when he arrived and saw the gathering of major families, his face changed. Fortunately, he had evacuated the area in advance and chosen to cooperate with David. If he had tried to seal the area and seize the herb alone, relying solely on his local advantage, these elites of the Zheng family would probably already be corpses. If that happened, the Zheng family would become the common enemy of all the clans here. No matter how powerful the Zheng family was, they could never resist so many aristocratic families. Mr. Chen. Zheng Anguo walked up and called out. Patriarch Zheng, are all preparations complete? David asked. Everything is ready. But the time is almost here. If the 10,000-year herb truly appears, there will definitely be a heavenly phenomenon. I'm afraid we won't be able to hide it from them. Zheng Anguo said. Don't worry. I've improved the formation based on what Wan Hong arranged. This formation can suppress the 10,000-year herb's heavenly phenomenon. Even if a phenomenon occurs, it will already be too late for them to react. David said confidently. Chapter 1906. Now, everyone was waiting anxiously. Waiting for the moment the 10,000-year herb would appear. Ninth brother, this time David is determined to win the herb. Zhu Hao approached Hong Qianzhou and said. Determined to win, determined to win. What does that have to do with me? Hong Qianzhou answered casually. He only came to watch the excitement and didn't care who got the herb. Ninth brother, David is now the leader of the younger generation in the martial arts world. Everyone knows him, not you. You can't let him overshadow you. If David obtains the 10,000-year herb, his strength will definitely rise. By then, we'll all be beneath him. Zhu Hao whispered. But Hong Qianzhou was no fool. When the Dragon Gate ceremony was held, he went hoping to step on David to ascend to the top. It was only because of Mr. Shi and the envoys from the island nation that they didn't fight David that day. Now, Hong Qianzhou had more important matters and no desire to compete with David. Zhu Hao, when did you become so manipulative? Are you trying to provoke me into fighting David? I'm telling you, don't take me for a fool. Whoever wants the 10,000-year herb can go for it. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to watch. And you, bringing so many experts, aren't doing it just for the herb either. We both know that. Hong Qianzhou scolded. Zhu Hao's face stiffened, but he didn't dare say anything. At this moment, not far away, two figures in black hid quietly in the darkness, observing the crowd. Although many present were great Marquis Peak experts, none of them noticed these two. They were Song Qingping and Ning Ji, who seemed very concerned about the herb, so they came to take a look themselves. In the sky, the moon grew rounder. As the expected moment approached, everyone's emotions became more and more tense. Some even began breathing heavily. "It's time!" Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone looked at the sky. But when the moment came, nothing happened. The forest remained calm. "What's going on? Did we get the date wrong?" Zhu Hao frowned. Others also murmured. Since so many people knew the date, it shouldn't be wrong. "Maybe it's the wrong location," someone said. "Yes, the location must be wrong. The herb isn't here." Someone even started calculating the correct location again. At that moment, David shot Humatsi a look, and Humatsi immediately slipped away. A few moments later, in the southwest sky, dark clouds suddenly gathered. They blocked the moonlight, accompanied by rumbling thunder. This heavenly phenomenon instantly drew everyone's attention. They all turned toward the southwest. The 10,000-year herb was born. "It's over there." People shouted and rushed in that direction. Jiang Wei also looked at the phenomenon and felt curious. He wanted to run over, but seeing David unmoving, he asked, "Mr. Chen, aren't you going? Don't you want the 10,000-year herb?" David smiled calmly. "That's definitely not the 10,000-year herb." Jiang Wei froze. He didn't understand why David was so sure. Still, curiosity won, and he followed the crowd toward the southwest. Chapter 1907. At this moment, Humatsi was already in place, and the spells in his hands were striking the sky one after another. Rumble. Thunder roared louder and louder, and the ground trembled violently. "David, you'd better not forget me after getting the 10,000-year herb," Humatsi shouted, already drenched in sweat. Using this technique consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Everyone felt the trembling earth, and their speed increased even more. Seeing the crowd getting closer, Humatsi quickly slammed a spell onto the ground. The earth cracked open, as though something was about to burst out into the sky. "The 10,000-year herb is about to be born," Zhu Hao shouted excitedly as the ground continued to rise. Soon, others rushed over as well. Everyone stared at the rising ground with their hearts in their throats, gripping their weapons tightly. Boom! Another roar erupted. A ray of light shot into the sky, scattering the dark clouds instantly. "It's born!" Zhu Hao shouted joyfully. His entire body shot upward, flying straight toward the light. At the same time, countless others rose into the air. For the 10,000-year herb, these people were willing to risk their lives. Since they chose to stay, they were prepared to give everything. "Stop them!" Zhu Hao ordered loudly. His subordinates immediately blocked those rushing toward the herb. The old man from the Zhu family unleashed a terrifying aura, striking out with his palm. Several figures were instantly blasted backward. A peak great marquis was no joke. The old man attacked like a tiger descending the mountain, allowing no one to approach the herb. Seeing the old man's ferocity, many people backed away, not daring to even think of snatching the herb. The Zhu family formed a tight circle around Zhu Hao. At that moment, Zhu Hao stretched out his hand and caught a mountain ginseng that flew into the air. "Ha ha ha! I've got it! I've got it!" Zhu Hao laughed loudly. Everyone stared at the wild ginseng in his hand, eyes filled with greed and envy. Zhu Hao wasn't afraid of them. He only kept his eyes on Hong Qianzhou. As long as Hong Qianzhou didn't fight for it, no one else dared to. A few people, unable to resist the temptation, leapt toward Zhu Hao in an attempt to snatch the herb. Courting death. The old man snorted coldly and struck out. Boom! The man who tried to snatch the herb was instantly killed by the old man's palm strike. This time, no one else dared to make a move. They could only stare enviously. Meanwhile, on the other side, Humatsi ran back, panting heavily. "David, those idiots were completely fooled. Hurry up and take the real 10,000-year herb. You brat, you owe me big this time. I almost killed myself doing that." "Don't worry, Master Hu. I'll definitely remember it." David smiled, then made a hand sign. The ground beneath them trembled slightly. Soon, black stones floated into the air, glowing under the moonlight. Break! David struck with his palm. The black stones shattered instantly, and the formation Wan Hong had set up disappeared. The moment the formation was lifted, a strange light illuminated the entire forest. A 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum, Hishowu, grew quietly on the ground. The herb glowed with golden light, brighter than the moon itself. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Chapter 1908. This is the 10,000-year herb. Zhengangua trembled. It was his first time seeing such a treasure. Everyone stared at the 10,000-year Hishowu in shock. But David was stunned for another reason. He realized that this was the very same 10,000-year Hishowu found in the demon sect's secret realm. When he visited the place the second time, the herb was gone. He never expected it to appear here. Could it be that the herbs inside that realm eventually reappear in the secular world? David wondered, unable to understand. "David, hurry up and pick it," Humatsi urged. "Oh." David nodded and walked toward it, excitement building within him. But just as he was about to reach the 10,000-year Hishowu, rumble! A sudden thunderbolt struck the herb directly. A terrifying power surged outward, blasting everyone nearby off their feet, including David. The sky darkened. Blue lightning flickered through the clouds, as though searching for a target. David got up and stared at the herb, then leapt forward. No matter what, he had to obtain it. But as soon as he reached out, rumble! Another thunderbolt descended, sending David flying again. It seems it won't be easy to obtain this herb. David frowned. Of course not, Humatsi replied. For a herb like this, there's usually a spirit beast guarding it. But here, there is none. It looks like the thunder itself is protecting it. Zhengangua added anxiously. We need to act fast. Those people who ran off earlier will definitely return after seeing that vision. David activated his golden body. Indestructible golden body. Golden light covered him, scales spreading across his skin. He charged through the lightning toward the herb. A thunderbolt struck him again. Rumble! The lightning shattered his golden body, forcing his knees to buckle, but he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. He reached out. Another thunderbolt descended. Rumble! David crashed heavily into the ground, his clothes torn apart. Gritting his teeth, he slowly pushed himself up, trying again. But another bolt struck. Boom! This time, David's body was smashed deep into the mud. He didn't move. Humatsi and Zhengangua panicked. David! Fall back now! Humatsi shouted. He knew if David continued like this, he would be blasted into a pile of ashes. Chapter 1909. At this moment, the two men in black hiding in the dark had surprise in their eyes. Lord Demon Envoy, it seems your prediction was accurate. This 10,000-year herb is really not easy to obtain. It's definitely a trick to make David act as a decoy. Song Qingping said to Ningji. Has everything been arranged? If anyone follows David to snatch the 10,000-year herb, you can help David by manipulating public opinion. Anyway, the 10,000-year herb will fall into our hands in the end. Then David will be grateful. Ningji asked. It's arranged. As long as I give the order, those people will appear. Song Qingping replied. Ningji nodded, then looked toward David again. He noticed that David had already rolled himself out of the soil, moving away from the 10,000-year Hishowu. David, are you okay? Humatsi stepped forward and asked. I'm fine, but how can this lightning be so powerful? It's even stronger than me. David slowly stood up, staring at the 10,000-year Hishowu in confusion. On the other side, after obtaining the herb, Zhu Hao was preparing to leave. But he suddenly noticed a rumbling sound coming from the place where they had been earlier. Moments later, a black cloud formed in the sky, and within it, countless blue lightning bolts flickered and shuttled continuously. The phenomenon was far more spectacular than before. Could it be that two 10,000-year herbs are being born on the same day? Someone asked in confusion. Zhu Hao, holding the mountain ginseng, frowned. Not good, we may have been fooled. In fact, when Zhu Hao first obtained the mountain ginseng, he had been suspicious. The aura it released did not resemble that of a 10,000-year herb. But at that moment, he couldn't be certain. Now, seeing visions appearing again at their original location, and realizing David never followed them, he understood he had been deceived. Return! Zhu Hao roared and rushed back in a panic. Hong Qianzhou looked at the vision in the sky, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This David is much smarter than I expected. Hong Qianzhou led his people back as well. At this moment, Jiang Wei recalled what Song Qingping had said earlier and finally understood the meaning. Soon, everyone who had left returned. When they saw the golden glow of the 10,000-year Hishowu, they instantly realized that this was the real 10,000-year herb. What Zhu Hao got was just a fake. A true 10,000-year herb couldn't possibly be obtained that easily. Staring at the real herb, someone could no longer hold back and rush toward it. But just as he got close, before he could even touch it, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. That person was turned to ashes instantly, leaving not even a trace behind. Seeing this, no one dared to move recklessly. Zhu Hao frowned and asked the old man beside him. "Old Xiu, can you take the 10,000-year Hishowu?" Because of the lightning's protection, Zhu Hao didn't dare risk it himself. If something happened to him, even rebirth would be impossible. "I don't know. But if you give me time, I can do it," the old man replied. Zhu Hao frowned again. With so many people watching, how could they afford time? If he could drive everyone away, he could take his time, days, even, to retrieve the 10,000-year Hishowu. This Hishowu belongs to me. If you don't want to die, leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude," David said coldly, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. With so many people watching, David knew that if he couldn't withstand the lightning, they would all swarm him. So he had to drive everyone away first, then figure out a way to retrieve the herb. Chapter 19:10. David, Hishowu is a treasure that has belonged to no one for 10,000 years. Whoever gets it owns it. You haven't obtained it yet. Claiming it as yours and threatening us, isn't that too overbearing? Zhu Hao stepped forward, staring at David coldly. "Leave, or die. Choose for yourselves," David said as the terrifying aura on his body erupted, sweeping outward instantly. He knew that if he couldn't suppress the crowd now, he would face endless trouble later. Feeling David's overwhelming aura, many people's expressions changed. Some began to retreat in fear. After all, most knew they had no chance of obtaining the 10,000-year herb. Why stay and die? Since this David dares to oppose the martial arts alliance, he must have real ability. He established the Dragon Gate at a young age and has Mr. Sure behind him. Let's not provoke him. Let's go. No matter who obtains the 10,000-year Hishowu, it won't be us. Many whispered among themselves and began to leave reluctantly, though they still eyed the herb with longing. Seeing this, Zhu Hao shouted. "Everyone! As long as you stand with me and help me obtain the 10,000-year Hishowu, Zhu Hao, guarantee that everyone who contributes will receive a 1,000-year herb. You all know the strength of my Zhu family. We have flourished for hundreds of years, rising above countless martial clans because of our abundant resources. As long as you help me today, you will be friends of the Zhu family." His words stopped those who had been slipping away. A 10,000-year herb was rare, but a 1,000-year herb was still extremely valuable, and this was also an opportunity to build ties with the powerful Zhu family. Soon, many people moved to Zhu Hao's side. The Zhu family's group was strong already, now with these additional people, their strength surged even more. "David, if you withdraw now, I can give you this mountain ginseng. Then we can both remain peaceful. But if you insist on fighting me for the 10,000-year Hishowu, the outcome won't be in your favor," Zhu Hao warned. With a peak great marquis expert by his side and his hidden weapon, he wasn't afraid of David at all. However, Zhu Hao didn't know that David had fought several black and silver-robed members of the martial arts alliance, men armed with 2 sacred weapons, and killed them all. And the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was no ordinary weapon. Humph. That mountain ginseng is something I had someone bury there. It's mine. Isn't it ridiculous that you're offering it back to me? David scoffed coldly. Zhu Hao's face twisted with anger. Now he was certain he had been played. If not for the powerful vision of the 10,000-year Hishowu, David would have taken it and vanished already, leaving Zhu Hao with endless regret. David, you actually deceived us with such a despicable scheme. It seems all the rumors about you in the martial world are false. You're nothing but a petty villain relying on cheap tricks. Now that you're outside Kyoto without Mr. Shi supporting you, let's see how much trouble you can stir up. Zhu Hao glared at David, a fierce fighting intent surging around him. David, this won't be easy. Hu Matzi leaned in and whispered. That Hong Qianzhou hasn't said a word. I fear he's waiting to benefit from our fight like a fisherman. Chapter 1911. In fact, David didn't know this, but Zhu Hao was incredibly stubborn. No one else wanted to fight for the 10,000-year Hishowu, yet he kept shouting relentlessly. Zhu Gongzi, the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum is not ownerless. It lies on the border of Nanhu City, which belongs to my Jing family. As the city lord of Nanhu City, I have the authority to allocate all the resources within the city. Zhengangua stood up and said to Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao looked at Zhengangua and snorted coldly. Zhengangua, are you out of your mind? With your little Jing family, you dare to say such things? Even if the 10,000-year Hishowu belonged to your Jing family, let me tell you now, I want this 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum. What can you do about it? If you don't want the Jing family to be destroyed, don't meddle. Zhu Hao didn't take the Jing family seriously. Although they had a great marquis among them, in Zhu Hao's eyes, the Jing family was a minor family, far from mainstream. After all, the Zhu family had a powerful backing, while the aristocratic sects in the secular world couldn't compare to the secret realms. Zhu Hao, you are too arrogant. Our Jing family is not made of clay. Zhengangua said angrily, as several Jing family great marquises stepped forward, exuding terrifying auras. Behind them, more than a dozen great marquises eyed Zhu Hao covetously. Zhengangua, are you planning to side with David? Zhu Hao narrowed his eyes. Yes. Even if I have to risk the Jing family's interests this time, I will help Mr. Chen. Zhengangua said firmly. But he was also gambling. Looking at it now, Zhu Hao's strength was obviously far greater than David's. Yet Zhengangua knew David's true power might be much stronger than it appeared. Since you side with that David, don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Hao said, winking. A great marquis next to him leaped forward instantly and charged at Zhengangua. Zhengangua himself was also a great marquis, so he wasn't afraid. He quickly clenched his fist and struck forward. Boom! The fists collided, sending terrifying energy rippling outward. A massive pit several meters wide appeared on the ground, showing that both had unleashed their full strength. After Zhengangua rolled through the air, he landed and took a few steps back. His arms felt slightly numb, showing he was slightly inferior to his opponent. The opponent didn't pause and attacked again, aiming to strike Zhengangua down. Seeing this, Zhengangua extended his hand, and a Xianhua axe appeared at his waist. The axe shone with a brilliant light, and the aura of a martial saint began to radiate. Saint weapon! Everyone gasped involuntarily upon seeing the Xianhua axe. The attacking Zhu family master froze, eyes wide with horror, as he saw the sacred weapon in Zhenganggua's hand. Go to hell! Zhengangua shouted furiously, swinging the Xianhua axe upward. A ray of light soared into the sky, stirring a violent gust, and the terrifying power struck the Zhu family master. The master tried to retreat, but it was too late. The light pierced through his body. Boom! The Zhu family master's body was instantly reduced to powder, and a mist of blood fell from the sky. Seeing this, Zhu Hao's face turned extremely ugly. He had never imagined that a small family like the Zhengs could possess a sacred weapon. He knew that even the big sects in Kyoto might not have one. Could it be that this Jing family is also a secret family, perhaps a representative of a secret realm? Zhu Hao frowned. Chapter 1912. Zhu Hao, don't look down on others. My Jing family is not something you can simply trample. Zheng Anghua said, holding the Xianhua axe. His confidence surged instantly. Zheng Anghua, you're courting death. Zhu Hao narrowed his eyes. He then produced a folding fan from his sleeve and opened it. Golden light flickered across it. It was made entirely of gold. The aura radiating from the fan was immense and terrifying. This folding fan was, in fact, a holy weapon. Zheng Anghua's face changed in shock, and he was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the old man beside Zhu Hao exuded an equally oppressive aura, the peak of a great marquis, just below martial saint rank. The people Zhu Hao brought were obviously stronger than the Jing family's great marquises. Most of the Jing family's great marquises were only first or second rank, with Zheng Anghua himself being a fourth-rank great marquis. By comparison, the Zhu family's lowest-rank great marquis was probably fourth rank as well. This was not a battle of degrees, it was a mismatch in strength. Zheng Anghua remained silent. David's face was cold as he drew in a deep breath, slowly mobilizing the dragon power within him. The dragon-slaying sword was ready. Zhu Gongzi, why fight so fiercely over 1,000-year Polygonum multiflorum? You've brought so many people here, but there are more important matters. If your losses are severe, how will you explain it? Jiang Wei stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Zhu Hao glanced at Jiang Wei, his face cold. Jiang Wei, what do you mean? Aren't you helping David? Zhu Gongzi, if you insist on fighting Mr. Chen for the 10,000-year Heishouwu, then I will only help Mr. Chen. If you involve my Jiang family, do you think you'll still win? Why not show some prudence and owe my family a favor instead? Jiang Wei's tone was calm, but the threat was clear. Hearing this, Zhu Hao's face flushed with anger. Jiang Wei, are you willing to make the Zhu family your enemy for David? Even if that's not the case, can you and I remain allies? No, we will become enemies sooner or later. Jiang Wei said with a cold smile. Jiang Wei's words left Zhu Hao speechless. He knew that families competing for common interests inevitably became enemies. Now, with Jiang Wei siding with David, he had no chance of winning. Just as Zhu Hao hesitated, Hong Qianzhou, who had been observing the scene, stepped forward with a faint smile. Jiang Wei, what business is it of yours if people are fighting for Heishouwu? You want to intervene? Then I won't allow it. I tell you, if you just watch the show, I don't care. But if you insist on helping David, then I can only intervene myself. Zhu Hao, I trust your family will remember my kindness. Hong Qianzhou was forcing Jiang Wei to watch the events unfold without interference. Hong Qianzhou, you! Jiang Wei glared at him. Zhu Hao, however, laughed. Ninth brother, don't worry. Our Zhu family will not forget your kindness when the time comes. Shut up. Hong Qianzhou glared angrily, cutting him off. Zhu Hao swallowed his words instantly. David frowned slightly. It seemed that several families were keeping secrets and had their own agendas here. Clearly, this place was of great importance to all of them. Chapter 1913. Others looked on in confusion, unable to understand the relationships between these families, why one helped another, and how the favors worked. All of them were baffled. Equally confused were Ning Zhi and Song Qingping, hiding in the shadows. Master Demon Envoy, what is the relationship between David and the Jiang family? And Zheng Anghua, why would he take such a huge risk to help David? And the Zhu family and the Hong family, it seems that they aren't just after the 10,000-year Heishouwu. Song Qingping asked Ning Zhi in a low voice. Ning Zhi frowned slightly, his eyes full of doubt. He didn't know David's identity as the Hall Master of Tianlong Hall, nor that the Gu family in the secret realm belonged to Tianlong Hall. The Jiang family represented Tianlulu in the secular world, and Tianlulu had a close relationship with the Gu family. Therefore, Jiang Wuya, the owner of Tianlulu, had instructed the Jiang family to help David if he encountered trouble. It was impossible for Ning Zhi to know about such complex relationships. However, Ning Zhi did have one suspicion: he knew where these families were ultimately headed. has everything on Penglai Island been arranged? Ning Ji asked Song Qingping. It's already arranged. Once David arrives on the island, he will fall into our trap. Song Qingping replied with a nod. Don't be careless. These people are probably heading to Penglai Island because they know the place where the aura recovers is there. That's why they brought so many masters. They want to establish a territory on Penglai Island before the spiritual energy revives, giving their masters a place to reside in the secret realm. Ning Ji's eyes narrowed, worry etched on his face. If that's the case, there will surely be a bloody battle on Penglai Island. Can our fake ruins deceive them and trap these people? Song Qingping asked anxiously. Let's take it one step at a time. But David must obtain the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum, or we'll lose our chance. Ning Ji said to Song Qingping. If Zhu Hao obtained the Polygonum multiflorum first, the demon sect would have no chance. Openly trying to snatch it from the Zhu family could fail and risk exposing the demon sect's secret realm. But if David got it with Zhou Jia by his side, and as long as David was fed Sangong water, the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum could be easily secured. Okay, I'll return to the demon spirit sect to summon reinforcements. If David is defeated, I'll help him, so he trusts me more. Song Qingping hurriedly left. Meanwhile, David followed Zhu Hao, still moving with confidence. Jiang Wei glared at Hong Qianzhou, hesitant to act. Brother Jiang, thank you for your kindness. You can just watch, I'll handle this myself. David said to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei could only nod helplessly and step aside. If he intervened, Hong Qianzhou would likely help Zhu Hao, resulting in a greater loss. For a while, both sides remained at a stalemate. The 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum continued to emit its radiant light, while dark clouds covered the sky, streaked with blue lightning. However, as time passed, the glow of the 10,000-year He Shouwu began to weaken, and the herb itself gradually became blurry, as if it were about to vanish. It's fading. He Shouwu is about to disappear. Seeing this, David immediately recalled what he had observed in the demon sect's resource area. At that time, the 10,000-year He Shouwu had slowly become transparent before disappearing completely. Looking at the He Shouwu before him, David estimated it wouldn't last much longer. Where it would go after vanishing, he did not know. Chapter 1914. Do it. The 10,000-year He Shouwu is about to disappear. David's entire body surged forward, aiming for the herb. But as he rushed toward it, Zhu Hao sent a few men instantly to intercept him. David's face changed slightly, and he accelerated further. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly struck David as a black shadow shot toward him. Holy Light Fist! David shouted, meeting it with a punch. At this moment, David did not dare hold back. Every move had to be at full strength. The shadow was instantly repelled. Simultaneously, an old great marquis under Zhu Hao also launched an attack aimed directly at David. David frowned. At this rate, he might not reach the 10,000-year He Shouwu. Just then, Zheng Anhua swung his Xianhua axe at the old marquis, the dazzling light containing the might of a martial saint, forcing the attacker back. Mr. Chen, go and get the Polygonum multiflorum. Leave the others to us. Zheng Anhua shouted. David nodded and pressed forward toward the herb. At the same time, Humatzi and Zhou Jie joined the fray, engaging Zhu Hao's men directly. Zhu Hao, wielding his folding fan, saw David approaching the He Shouwu and sent out rays of light to intercept him. David immediately drew the dragon-slaying sword. A faint cyan light glimmered along its blade, the terrifying sword energy exploding outward, rivaling the breath of Zhu Hao's martial arts folding fan. Dang dang dang! With several crisp sounds, David blocked the light attacks. But just as he reached out for the 10,000-year He Shouwu, a blue lightning bolt shot from the rolling black clouds. The lightning struck David, his own blue light flaring in response, and he was thrown violently to the ground. Seeing this, Zhu Hao thought victory was near. He leaped toward the 10,000-year He Shouwu, ignoring the recent lightning strike. But as he approached, the same lightning bolt struck again. Zhu Hao shouted, "Body protection," and hurled the folding fan upward. The fan expanded mid-air, enveloping his body. The lightning struck the fan, leaving Zhu Hao unharmed. Overjoyed, Zhu Hao reached for the herb. David reacted instantly, leaping forward. The dragon-slaying sword unleashed sharp sword energy, forming a dragon-shaped rift in the ground, aiming straight at Zhu Hao. Sensing the danger, Zhu Hao abandoned the herb and dodged the sword energy. But David's figure was already in front of him. Zhu Hao had lost the chance to seize the 10,000-year Hishowu. David pressed the attack, slashing again. A golden dragon erupted, roaring toward Zhu Hao. Zhu Hao could only recover his folding fan and swing it to create a gust of wind, pushing the golden dragon back. Yet David did not waver, his goal was the 10,000-year Hishowu. Just as Zhu Hao tried to retaliate, blue lightning bolts descended from the black clouds. Chapter 1915. Boom! The terrifying power instantly blasted both David and Zhu Hao away. The force of the lightning was so immense that it was difficult for David to withstand. After these two attacks, neither David nor Zhu Hao dared approach the 10,000-year Hishowu. Zhu Hao glanced at the folding fan in his hand, it had developed a crack. Even after blocking the lightning, the sacred weapon had been damaged. It could not be used many more times. David and Zhu Hao stared at each other, yet neither made a move. On the other side, Humatzi and Zhengangguo were engaged in battle with the warriors Zhu Hao had brought. Although Zhengangguo wielded the sacred Shenhua axe, facing the Peak Great Marquis on the other side, combined with the enemy's superior overall strength, left them in a very passive position. It seemed that defeat was only a matter of time. If that happened, only David would remain, and obtaining the 10,000-year Polygonum Multiflorum would become an impossible dream. Just as Zhengangguo and Humatzi were being pushed back, a group of people arrived in a hurry. "Mr. Chen, I'm here to help you." Song Qingping had brought reinforcements from the demon sect, joining the battle instantly. With the demon sect's family backing, the balance of power tilted toward David. The warriors Zhu Hao had brought were starting to tire. Those who had sided with the Zhu family just to gain benefits, seeing this, all chose to flee. They had been opportunists, helping Zhu Hao only when David seemed weak. Now that David's strength had risen, they abandoned him. This sudden turn left Zhu Hao dumbfounded. How could a group of people suddenly appear to help David? "Stop!" Zhu Hao shouted. He knew that continuing the fight in this state would cost him the lives of everyone on his side. Seeing his command, many Zhu family masters retreated to Zhu Hao's side. Almost all of them were injured. Even the old Great Marquis on his side looked grim, blood flowing chaotically. "Mr. Chen, are you okay?" Song Qingping stepped forward and asked. "I'm fine. Thank you, Vice Sect Master Song, for your help." David replied gratefully. "Mr. Chen, there's no need to thank me. We have a cooperative relationship, and this herb represents our sincerity. If it were taken by others, it would mean we failed in that sincerity," Song Qingping said with a light smile. Seeing Song Qingping and his reinforcements, Zhengangguo was puzzled. This was Nanhu, his territory. When had such a group of masters appeared here? Even he did not know them. Hong Qianzhou and Jiang Wei were equally puzzled. They observed Song Qingping carefully, aware that this group might become their enemies. At this moment, they still did not know how many other sects were aware of Penglai Island's secrets, or how many spokesperson families in the secret realm remained hidden. But with the imminent recovery of spiritual energy on Penglai Island, those hidden families would surely reveal themselves. No one wanted the first traces of aura to be claimed by someone else. "Who are you?" Zhu Hao glared at Song Qingping. "Do you know who I am?" Song Qingping looked at him, a slight smile on his lips. "I don't care who you are. This 10,000-year Hishowu belongs to Mr. Chen, and no one is allowed to take it. If you try, it will be against us. As for who we are, that is none of your concern. Take your people and leave now, or don't even think about leaving alive." Song Qingping's confidence left Zhu Hao furious. Chapter 1916. Although Zhu Hao was enraged, he did not act rashly. He knew that at this moment, acting impulsively would guarantee his defeat. "Fine. I'll remember you. Our Zhu family will have revenge. Today, none of you will leave unharmed. Zhu Hao said, waving his hand. Let's go. Zhu Hao led his people away. Seeing this, Hong Qianzhou shook his head. So boring. Hong Qianzhou also withdrew with his people, leaving only Jiang Wei with his group. David looked at the 10,000-year Hishowu, fading before his eyes. He knew he could not delay any longer and dashed forward. Rumble. A lightning strike hit David, knocking him to the ground. He gritted his teeth, leaped up, and charged toward the Hishowu again. David's body radiated a faint golden light as his eyes fixed on the herb. Boom! Another lightning strike hit, and the dark clouds above churned violently. Blue lightning flashed incessantly. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand began to hum and tremble, as if it wanted to break free. David suddenly threw the dragon-slaying sword into the air. Go! The sword, like a wild horse unleashed, shot toward the lightning. The lightning struck the sword directly, making it emit blue light, but the weapon retained its full power, rushing into the black cloud. Inside the cloud, the dragon-slaying sword clashed with the blue lightning. David's heart raced. He feared the sword might be damaged. After all, it was not just a weapon but a companion. A divine dragon power entered the dragon-slaying sword, and David's consciousness began communicating with it. The sword responded to him, buzzing as if alive. Jean! David waved the sword abruptly, testing its power. Rumble! He slashed, and the world seemed to shift. Winds roared, and a blue lightning bolt shot from the sword. A nearby mountaintop was instantly flattened. Rocks flew, trees were turned to ash. It looked like the end of the world. David stared in disbelief. He had not expected the dragon-slaying sword to wield the power of lightning. Others watching the scene were equally stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Chapter 1917. Zhengangua held the Xianhua axe in his hand. At this moment, he felt that, compared to David's dragon-slaying sword, the sacred weapon in his hand was like a toy. Song Qingping's eyes narrowed slightly, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. Ning Ji, hiding in the shadows, had a mixture of envy and worry in his eyes. Now that David's strength was growing stronger and, with such a terrifying weapon bonus, it would be very difficult for Ning Ji to surpass him. What? Are you afraid? Are you scared? The soul within Ning Ji sensed his inner thoughts and spoke. I'm not. Ning Ji hurriedly tried to calm himself. You can't lie to me, but don't worry. The stronger David becomes, the better it will be for us. When his body is strong enough, Daning can use him to return to the heaven and human realm. Maybe then, we can see Lord Mosen again, the soul spirit said excitedly. Ning Ji wanted to ask what the heaven and human realm was, but he guessed that the other party could not explain it. Even if they did, he would not understand, so he refrained from asking. David, now that you have the 10,000-year Hishowu, let's leave as soon as possible, Humatzi reminded him. After all, holding such a rare and valuable item inevitably attracts jealousy and risk. When faced with immense interests, no cooperation or friendship is fully reliable. David nodded and followed Zhengangua and Song Qingping to express his gratitude, preparing to return to the hotel. Jiang Wei led his people to accompany David. With the Hishowu in his hands, David did not dare go to the Zheng family estate or the demon spirit sect, but he trusted Jiang Wei. After all, Jiang Wuya from Tianlula had personally ordered the Jiang family to assist him. David believed the Jiang family would not dare disobey. David planned to refine the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum into a medicinal pill at the hotel, eliminating the risk of someone attempting to snatch it. Ordinary medicinal cauldrons would not suffice. David remembered the Shenong cauldron in Yaoshan Valley. He immediately informed Su Chongxing to bring the Shenong cauldron overnight. Mr. Chen, are you tired? Let me make you some tea, Zhou Jia said politely when they returned to the hotel. Miss Zhou, thank you for today. Please rest quickly and let the waiter handle the tea, David replied courteously. It's fine, I'll do it myself, Zhou Jia said with a slight smile and left the room. In the tea room, She took out the Sangong water given by Song Qingping and looked at the teapot, hesitating. During this period, Zhou Jie had developed a good impression of David. When Song Qingping instructed her to act, she felt reluctant. But as a member of the demon sect, she had to obey orders. In the end, Zhou Jie gritted her teeth and poured the Sangong water into the teapot. After shaking it a few times, she carried the teapot back to the room. Zhou Jie set down the teapot and poured a cup of tea for David and Humatzi. Her face was tense, and she avoided looking directly at David. Humatzi noticed Zhou Jie's unusual behavior. Normally, she would not serve him tea. He felt slightly surprised, but he did not intend to act on any thoughts. The knot in his heart had already loosened. "Miss Zhou, are you tired?" "You don't look well," David asked. "Oh, it's fine. Maybe I should rest," Zhou Jie replied with a forced smile. "Well, then go rest quickly." "Don't worry about us," David urged. "Mr. Chen, I'll wait until you finish drinking tea before I go rest and tidy up," Zhou Jie said, watching them closely. Chapter 1918. David did not say more but turned to Humatzi. "Master Hu, this is Miss Zhou's kindness. Let's accept it." Humatzi raised his teacup, and the two drank without hesitation. "Wait a minute," Zhou Jie hurriedly interjected, still anxious. She was unsure of what fate awaited David and Humatzi after drinking the tea. She didn't even know if Song Qingping intended them harm. "Miss Zhou, what's wrong?" David asked cautiously. "Mr. Chen, I'm afraid the tea I poured might be too hot and burn you," she explained, making an excuse. David smiled slightly. "It's all right." He drank the tea calmly, swallowing it directly. Seeing this, Zhou Jie felt a mixture of relief and confusion in her heart. "I'll go rest now," Humatzi said, standing up and leaving the room without glancing at Zhou Jie. This puzzled Zhou Jie. "Mr. Chen, is something wrong with Master Hu? He seems different." David smiled knowingly. Master Hu has indeed changed. He then explained what had happened to Humatzi. Hearing this, Zhou Jie was surprised. Master Hu is still so devoted. I never expected it. I always thought him a big pervert, but now I see he has a capacity for genuine love. It's admirable, Zhou Jie thought. After all, the woman he loved had run away before their marriage and died, yet Humatzi had never forgotten her. His devotion was sincere. Everyone carries secrets in their hearts, but outsiders cannot know, David said lightly. A faint smile appeared on his face. Over a year ago, his own experiences had been far worse than Humatzi's. He had been imprisoned for his girlfriend, only to be abandoned in the end. But David never spoke of it, and no one knew his history. "Mr. Chen, when you go to bed, remember to lock the doors and windows." "I'm going to rest now," Zhou Jie reminded him before leaving. Watching her leave, David sighed softly. She's a good girl. I hope she can cherish the opportunity one gave her. After speaking, Humatzi appeared in David's room. "David, how did you know Zhou Jie was going to poison us?" he asked suspiciously. David smiled slightly. "When she returned from the demon sect, I smelled a strange odor on her body, something unfamiliar. That raised my suspicion. The appearance of the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum at a critical moment, led by Song Qingping, proves that they had been observing us. Otherwise, it would not have been such a coincidence. And the tea, obviously, I noticed the smell on Zhou Jie's body and her unnatural expression today. Didn't you notice it?" Humatzi shook his head. "I didn't notice, and I didn't smell anything strange in the tea. Of course not. Only I could detect it, or I would have become a pharmacist. But they underestimated me. I have already become immune to all poisons. The poison they put in is now just a resource for my cultivation." David's condensation heart art was truly extraordinary, capable of refining anything. Any toxin entering his body would be neutralized and converted into energy for his cultivation. Chapter 1919. You're immune to all kinds of poisons, but what should I do? I don't seem to feel anything strange. Am I guessing wrong? Humatsi's body was fine, and there were no signs of poisoning. Poisoning doesn't necessarily mean they want to take our lives. Perhaps they want something else. David then looked at the 10,000-year Hishowu. Could it be that the demon sect poisoned us just for the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum? Then why didn't they just take it themselves? Do they want you to take it so they can manipulate it later? Humatsi asked, confused. I don't know either, but their goal is not limited to the Hishowu. Song Qingping always gives the feeling that you can't figure him out. As for the sect master of the demon sect, I've only seen him once, and even then, barely. I suspect the sect master may not exist at all. The one truly controlling the demon sect could be Song Qingping, David said slowly. What are they planning? I can't trust these demons, Humatsi said angrily. That's not entirely true. The people of the demon sect may not know that their suzerain is gone. They are all obeying Song Qingping. And the demon sect members are definitely not like other demon races that kill indiscriminately. Right now, they are being deceived by Song Qingping. What's going on will likely be revealed tonight. I have a detox pill here. Even if your body seems fine, you should take it first. David handed a pill to Humatsi. Though Humatsi showed no abnormal symptoms, that didn't mean he was entirely safe. Humatsi took the pill, swallowed it, and left David's room. In the demon sect, Zhou Jie returned to his quarters. Zhou Jie, did David take the Sangong water? Song Qingping asked. Zhou Jie nodded. Yes, he has taken it. That's excellent. You've done very well for the demon sect. Song Qingping stood and approached Zhou Jie, gently touching her face. Then he kissed her deeply. Zhou Jie's heart was conflicted. If Song Qingping had acted like this before, she might have been elated, but today, she felt a slight resistance. Song Qingping kissed her for a long time but found she did not respond. He finally asked, what happened today? Zhou Jie looked worried. Vice Sect Master, are you going to harm David? What? You're worried about him? Song Qingping frowned slightly. No, I just think we can get what we want without hurting him, Zhou Jie quickly explained. Song Qingping stared at her, then slapped her hard across the face. Zhou Jie stumbled to the ground. Tell me, have you been involved with that boy? Song Qingping demanded. Zhou Jie was frightened. She had never seen Song Qingping look so terrifying. Usually polite and courteous, his sudden change left her unprepared. Chapter 1920. At that moment, Zhou Jie's eyes were empty. She couldn't understand where the polite and gentle Song Qingping had gone. Just as Song Qingping was about to act further, the door was suddenly pushed open. Startled, he turned to see who it was. Quickly, he dressed. Master Demon Envoy, Song Qingping greeted respectfully. It was Ningji, dressed in black. His eyes swept over Zhou Jie, who hurriedly covered herself with a quilt. Song Qingping, in this situation, you still have the mood to play around? Truly, Ningji said coldly, his voice old and hoarse. Hearing this, Zhou Jie frowned. She could tell that a soul was residing in Ningji's body, a violation strictly forbidden in the Demon Spirit sect, allowed only in the Demon Heart sect. Zhou Jie stared at Ningji. His sudden appearance gave her a bad premonition. Master Demon Envoy, Song Qingping tried to explain but didn't know how. Enough. I don't want to hear excuses. How are things progressing? Ningji asked. David has already taken the Sangong water, and he is likely back to normal now, Song Qingping replied. That's good. Since David has been dealt with, we can handle everyone heading to Penglai Island. After today, your deputy suzerain position will be official. Ningji patted Song Qingping on the shoulder. Thank you for your guidance, Master Demon Envoy. I'll act immediately. Song Qingping nodded, glanced back at Zhou Jie, then left the room. Now, only Zhou Jie and Ningji remained. Ningji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zhou Jie's fair shoulders and skin. Desire flickered in his eyes. Do what must be done. Women need not fear the future, the soul in Ningxi said softly. Upon hearing this, Ningxi quickly retreated. Although Zhou Jie did not know Ningxi's true identity, she understood that David was in danger, and likely the entire demon sect could be at risk. After hastily dressing, Zhou Jie tried to leave, only to find the door locked with a magic circle preventing her escape. In the main hall of the demon sect, many high-level officials had been summoned. Why did the deputy sect master call us here at night? I don't know. I was already asleep. I fought today. My body aches. I just want to rest. We've been in the demon sect for many years, and I've never been involved in such a major conflict. Several high-level officials were discussing, but Deacon Lu frowned silently. Deacon Lu, you didn't go today. The deputy sect master personally led us into the fight and defeated the opponent, one official said. Deacon Lu nodded quietly, still concerned. It seemed Deacon Lu knew something. Soon, Song Qingping arrived. Everyone fell silent and took their seats. Everyone, I've called you here tonight to make an announcement. You all know that with the spiritual energy recovery approaching, conflicts will resume. So I have decided to unite with the Demon Heart sect before the aura fully recovers. We share the same bloodline, there's no need to kill each other. As long as we unite, the other sect families will be vulnerable and can be subdued by us. Song Qingping's words caused an immediate uproar. Chapter 1919. You're immune to all kinds of poisons, but what should I do? I don't seem to feel anything strange. Am I guessing wrong? Humatsi's body was fine, and there were no signs of poisoning. Poisoning doesn't necessarily mean they want to take our lives. Perhaps they want something else. David then looked at the 10,000-year Hishowu. Could it be that the demon sect poisoned us just for the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum? Then why didn't they just take it themselves? Do they want you to take it so they can manipulate it later? Humatsi asked, confused. I don't know either, but their goal is not limited to the Hishowu. Song Qingping always gives the feeling that you can't figure him out. As for the sect master of the demon sect, I've only seen him once, and even then, barely. I suspect the sect master may not exist at all. The one truly controlling the demon sect could be Song Qingping, David said slowly. What are they planning? I can't trust these demons, Humatsi said angrily. That's not entirely true. The people of the demon sect may not know that their suzerain is gone. They are all obeying Song Qingping. And the demon sect members are definitely not like other demon races that kill indiscriminately. Right now, they are being deceived by Song Qingping. What's going on will likely be revealed tonight. I have a detox pill here. Even if your body seems fine, you should take it first. David handed a pill to Humatsi. Though Humatsi showed no abnormal symptoms, that didn't mean he was entirely safe. Humatsi took the pill, swallowed it, and left David's room. In the demon sect, Zhou Jie returned to his quarters. Zhou Jie, did David take the Sangong water? Song Qingping asked. Zhou Jie nodded. Yes, he has taken it. That's excellent. You've done very well for the demon sect. Song Qingping stood and approached Zhou Jie, gently touching her face. Then he kissed her deeply. Zhou Jie's heart was conflicted. If Song Qingping had acted like this before, she might have been elated, but today, she felt a slight resistance. Song Qingping kissed her for a long time but found she did not respond. He finally asked, what happened today? Zhou Jie looked worried. Vice Sect Master, are you going to harm David? What? You're worried about him? Song Qingping frowned slightly. No, I just think we can get what we want without hurting him, Zhou Jie quickly explained. Song Qingping stared at her, then slapped her hard across the face. Zhou Jie stumbled to the ground. Tell me, have you been involved with that boy? Song Qingping demanded. Zhou Jie was frightened. She had never seen Song Qingping look so terrifying. Usually polite and courteous, his sudden change left her unprepared. Chapter 1920. At that moment, Zhou Jie's eyes were empty. She couldn't understand where the polite and gentle Song Qingping had gone. Just as Song Qingping was about to act further, the door was suddenly pushed open. Startled, he turned to see who it was. Quickly, he dressed. Master Demon Envoy, Song Qingping greeted respectfully. It was Ning Ji, dressed in black. His eyes swept over Zhou Jia, who hurriedly covered herself with a quilt. Song Qingping, in this situation, you still have the mood to play around? Truly, Ning Ji said coldly, his voice old and hoarse. Hearing this, Zhou Jia frowned. She could tell that a soul was residing in Ning Ji's body, a violation strictly forbidden in the Demon Spirit sect, allowed only in the Demon Heart sect. Zhou Jia stared at Ning Ji. His sudden appearance gave her a bad premonition. Master Demon Envoy, Song Qingping tried to explain but didn't know how. Enough. I don't want to hear excuses. How are things progressing? Ning Ji asked. David has already taken the Sangong water, and he is likely back to normal now, Song Qingping replied. That's good. Since David has been dealt with, we can handle everyone heading to Penglai Island. After today, your deputy suzerain position will be official. Ning Ji patted Song Qingping on the shoulder. Thank you for your guidance, Master Demon Envoy. I'll act immediately. Song Qingping nodded, glanced back at Zhou Jia, then left the room. Now, only Zhou Jia and Ning Ji remained. Ning Ji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Zhou Jia's fair shoulders and skin. Desire flickered in his eyes. Do what must be done. Women need not fear the future, the soul in Ning Ji said softly. Upon hearing this, Ning Ji quickly retreated. Although Zhou Jia did not know Ning Ji's true identity, she understood that David was in danger, and likely the entire demon sect could be at risk. After hastily dressing, Zhou Jia tried to leave, only to find the door locked with a magic circle preventing her escape. In the main hall of the demon sect, many high-level officials had been summoned. Why did the deputy sect master call us here at night? I don't know. I was already asleep. I fought today. My body aches. I just want to rest. We've been in the demon sect for many years, and I've never been involved in such a major conflict. Several high-level officials were discussing, but Deacon Lu frowned silently. Deacon Lu, you didn't go today. The deputy sect master personally led us into the fight and defeated the opponent, one official said. Deacon Lu nodded quietly, still concerned. It seemed Deacon Lu knew something. Soon, Song Qingping arrived. Everyone fell silent and took their seats. Everyone, I've called you here tonight to make an announcement. You all know that with the spiritual energy recovery approaching, conflicts will resume. So I have decided to unite with the Demon Heart sect before the aura fully recovers. We share the same bloodline, there's no need to kill each other. As long as we unite, the other sect families will be vulnerable and can be subdued by us. Song Qingping's words caused an immediate uproar. Chapter 1921. You must know that although the demon sect is a demon sect, its purpose is to cultivate in peace, free from worldly distractions. For many years, the Demon Heart sect rarely left the secret realm and avoided disputes with sects and families in the outside world. Moreover, the Demon Spirit sect and the Demon Heart sect have long been incompatible. Now, with Song Qingping suddenly announcing this, many people could not accept it. Vice Sect Master, what do you mean? Where is the Sect Master? Why isn't he here to announce such an important matter? A high-level executive stood up and asked Song Qingping. In their eyes, the suzerain still held the highest authority. Many were still unconvinced by Song Qingping, considering him too young. The Sect Master is still alive in his body, so I am announcing this on his behalf. The Sect Master has already decided on this matter, you only need to obey. Song Qingping glanced around and spoke coldly. If the Sect Master is ill, we should see him in person and follow his orders directly, another high-level executive said loudly. As the deputy suzerain, I have no rights at all. That is unacceptable. Song Qingping had just finished speaking when he waved his hand. A terrifying energy surged out, instantly knocking the high-level executive into the air. This display of power stunned many people. They had no idea of Song Qingping's true strength, assuming his youth and polite demeanor meant his abilities were limited. Now, with just one hand, he had silenced everyone. A sneer appeared on Song Qingping's face. "Vice Sect Master, I'm afraid your words reflect your own thoughts, not the Sect Master's," Deacon Lu said, standing up. "Because our Sect Master should have been killed long ago by you." "What do you mean, Deacon Lu?" Song Qingping's eyes narrowed. "You should know best." A few years ago, the Sect Master suddenly wore a mask, claiming disfigurement and fear of facing others. At that time, he should have been killed by you. You have been controlling the Sect Master's corpse with your demon method. The current Sect Master is probably just a skeleton. Deacon Lu's aura erupted, and he glared coldly at Song Qingping. "Deacon Lu, what nonsense are you speaking? Be careful, or I will punish you for misleading the sect." Song Qingping roared. "I am deceiving no one. Today, you will see the truth," Deacon Lu said. He shouted, "Bring the Sect Master in." Soon, 2 demon spirit sect members brought in the Sect Master, still wearing a mask. Seeing this, everyone knelt and shouted, "Sect Master." Song Qingping noticed that Deacon Lu had secretly brought the Sect Master. His eyes flashed with killing intent, though his fists were slightly clenched. "Everyone can see clearly what our Sect Master has become." Deacon Lu removed the mask, revealing the skull beneath. Everyone was shocked. "Song Qingping, what is your explanation?" Deacon Lu asked. There is nothing to explain. Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. If you submit, everyone's cultivation resources will double," Song Qingping promised. Seeing this, many people immediately pledged allegiance to Song Qingping. He had been the deputy suzerain for years and naturally had loyal followers. On Deacon Lu's side, only a few people remained. Some were still indecisive. Chapter 1922. Deacon Lu looked at those standing behind Song Qingping and scolded, "Traitors! Have you forgotten how the Sect Master taught us? Deacon Lu, only the wise know the current situation. I advise you to obey the Vice Sect Master." "With the Sect Master gone, being stubborn is unwise," a senior member said. "Bah, shameless. The Demon Spirit Sect and Demon Heart Sect are incompatible. We will never agree to merge," Deacon Lu said. He leapt forward to attack the senior with a powerful palm strike. "Looking for trouble?" Song Qingping waved his hand. A tremendous force hit Deacon Lu, knocking him out completely. The difference in strength between Deacon Lu and Song Qingping was evident. Deacon Lu's mouth bled, and his internal organs were damaged. The strike seriously injured him. "Deacon Lu, hurry. Let's retreat." Those few who had been with Deacon Lu rushed to aid him, allowing him to escape. Gritting his teeth, Deacon Lu fled. On the other side, David waited quietly. He knew that after Zhou Jia took the medicine, the demon's sect would act, so he remained alert. The 10,000-year He Shou Wu was placed casually on the table. Soon, David sensed a faint presence deliberately hiding its aura. He felt excited, realizing Song Qingping must be nearby. At this moment, outside David's room, a man in a black robe with a gloomy aura approached. Beneath the robe was Ning Zhi's pale face. Ning Zhi pushed open the door and saw the 10,000-year He Shou Wu on the table. This David is too bold, daring to place the 10,000-year Polygonum Multiflorum so casually, Ning Zhi's soul said. However, Ning Zhi knew David was not careless. Placing the He Shou Wu so openly suggested preparation, or perhaps a trap, waiting for someone to arrive. "Don't rush. Take the He Shou Wu and capture David without harming him," the soul instructed. Ning Zhi frowned. "Senior, I have a bad feeling. Is David doing this intentionally? Hasn't David taken the Sangong water? Even if he sees you, what can you do?" The soul's voice expressed dissatisfaction. Reluctantly, Ning Zhi stepped forward carefully and retrieved the He Shou Wu. Seeing David remain still, Ning Zhi relaxed, realizing David was simply pretending to be ordinary. With the Hishowu in hand, Ningji's heart filled with excitement. Take David as well. If you manage this, rewards will follow, the soul said. Ningji tapped David gently. Wake up, wake up. David pretended to be sleepy and murmured unhappily, Who, in the middle of the night, lets no one sleep? Chapter 1923. David, we meet again. Ningji looked at David with a grin. Ningji? David was stunned. He didn't expect it to be Ningji. Originally, he thought Song Qingping would come, so Ningji's appearance surprised him. Yes, it's me. Aren't you surprised? The 10,000-year-old Hishowu worked so hard to get his mine now. Ningji held the Hishowu and faced it toward David, then reached out and grabbed David's shoulder. Now, not only is this Hishowu mine, but even you, I will take you away as well. Ningji assumed David's skills had disappeared, so he grabbed casually. But David's eyes flickered. He reacted instantly, grabbed Ningji's wrist, snatched the Hishowu from his hand, and then punched Ningji fiercely in the chest. Ningji was hit so hard he could not defend himself. His whole body was knocked out, crashing through the wall and leaving a large hole. Surprised, Ningji got up and said, Your skills didn't disappear? Disappear? Why would they disappear? Do you think poisoning me would make my skills vanish? David looked at Ningji coldly. Ningji's face turned ugly. At this point, scolding was useless, he could only act. The loud noise drew Humatsi and Jiang Wei to the scene. Don't fight. Let's leave, the soul in Ningji urged. Facing David alone, Ningji, empowered by the soul, could still fight. But now, with David coming to help, Ningji had no choice but to retreat temporarily. David sensed the breath in Ningji's body and narrowed his eyes. No wonder I felt a familiar aura just now. So the hunchbacked old man is living in you. The hunchbacked old man? Ningji looked confused. He didn't know David had tracked the magic envoy inhabiting the hunchbacked old man before. Don't waste time talking. Let's go, the soul urged. Ningji nodded, and suddenly flames rose from his body, wrapping around him, before gradually disappearing. David's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't realized Ningji possessed such a technique. Ha ha ha, David, let me tell you, not only do you have a special physique, but I am also a flame demon body. Ningji laughed as his body began to vanish into the void. Humph, mere spatial techniques, you think you can escape? Suddenly, Jiang Wei snorted and produced a glowing rope. He threw it toward Ningji. A golden light flashed. Ningji, about to disappear, was caught by the rope. Binding immortal rope? Ningji's eyes showed panic. I didn't expect you to know the binding immortal rope, Jiang Wei said proudly. This sacred weapon belonged to the Jiang family, and he had brought it out this time. David, quickly seal this space, Humatsi said, and several yellow talismans flew to David. David bit his finger, and dense blood-colored runes appeared on the talismans. The spells shone brightly, sealing the room and preventing Ningji from escaping with space magic. Ningji looked at the flickering runes in surprise. David, how do you even know spells? David knew many things, and now he even knew magic. Ningji's heart was filled with horror. Chapter 1924. Ningji, I know more than that. Today, I will make you experience it all, David said, a faint golden light appearing on his hands. Ningji and the soul inside him panicked. Facing David, Humatsi, Jiang Wei, and David's sacred weapon, he had no chance of winning. Escape, the soul reminded Ningji. Ningji gritted his teeth. His body began to shrink, breaking free from the binding immortal rope. But just as he broke free, David struck him with a punch. Xingguang fist. David's terrifying strike hit, and Ningji didn't dodge. The punch penetrated Ningji's chest. He spat blood and glared at David. David, do you have to kill everyone? Nonsense. People like you are a scourge in this world. David's eyes were cold and merciless as he attacked again. Boom! David struck with full force. Ningxi's upper body was nearly shattered, blood covering him, and his breathing weakened. Humatzi and Jiang Wei relaxed slightly. Ningxi was clearly no match for David. David was puzzled. Though Ningxi might not be as strong as him, he didn't expect him to be so weak. After 2 punches, he seemed on the brink of death. But Ningxi's deathly appearance seemed genuine, surprising David. "David, wait. If I don't die, I will tear your body into pieces," Ningxi yelled, still defiant. "Don't worry. Today, you will not leave alive." David kicked Ningxi. His body smashed through the wall and fell outside. Broken. David reacted instantly and chased him. But when he reached the spot, Ningxi had transformed into a black light and disappeared. Only the black robe, covered in blood, remained. "Damn, he got away," David cursed, holding the robe. Humatzi and Jiang Wei also rushed out. David said, "Master Hu, check if Zhou Jie is still there." Humatzi nodded and entered Zhou Jie's room. Zhou Jie was gone. "She's probably returned to the demon sect," Humatzi said. "Let's go. We need to see what's happening. Has the demon spirit sect become a nest of snakes and rats under Song Qingping?" David led Humatzi toward the demon sect, with Jiang Wei and the Jiang family following. At the entrance of the demon sect's secret realm, the gate shone brightly. A blood-covered man stumbled out, chased by others. As they drew closer, David recognized him, Deacon Liu. The pursuers were also members of the demon sect. Deacon Liu looked shocked and said urgently, "David, you came just in time. The demon sect has rebelled. They have all become Song Qingping's people. The demon spirit sect and demon heart sect are no longer separate. The supposed cooperation with you is fake. Hurry and escape." Chapter 1925. David was stunned by Deacon Liu's words, and it seemed the situation was exactly as he had suspected. That Song Qingping was truly not what he appeared to be. This man was extremely ambitious. "Deacon Liu, what happened to the demon sect?" David asked, wanting him to explain clearly. Deacon Liu sighed and said, "Song Qingping killed the sect master a long time ago and has been secretly controlling the demon spirit sect, training his own loyal followers. Now that the time is ripe, he's preparing to completely annex our demon spirit sect." As Deacon Liu spoke, several high-ranking members of the demon spirit sect behind him had already caught up. When they saw David, they were slightly stunned. One of them pointed at Deacon Liu and said, "Deacon Liu, come back with us obediently. This is the deputy sect master's order. Otherwise, we won't be polite." "Humph. You traitors. The sect master treated you well in the past, but now that he's been killed, you don't want to avenge him. Instead, you choose betrayal." Deacon Liu cursed at the group. The senior members of the demon sect looked embarrassed. No one wants to be called a traitor. "Deacon Liu, we just want to survive. Please don't make things difficult for us," one of the high-ranking members said as he slowly walked toward him. Deacon Liu gritted his teeth, preparing to fight desperately if needed. "You are of the same sect. How can you kill each other so easily? Is it because of Song Qingping?" David stepped forward and stood protectively in front of Deacon Liu. The leaders of the demon spirit sect looked at David coldly. "David, this is our demon spirit sect's internal affair. It has nothing to do with you. You'd better not interfere. There's clearly something wrong within the demon sect, so of course I have to ask about it," David replied. "Go back and tell Song Qingping that I am here to kill him." David smiled coldly. Hearing this, the high-ranking members' expressions instantly changed. "Didn't you hear what Mr. Chen said?" Jiang Wei roared. Immediately, the Jiang family's experts behind him rushed forward, surrounding the demon sect's high-ranking members. They were shocked. Betraying their sect was one thing, but facing imminent danger again made their expressions turn pale. If they fought, they definitely weren't opponents. "Fine, we'll go back and inform the deputy sect master now," one senior member said and slowly retreated. Once they reached a safe distance, they turned around, opened the gate to the secret realm, and entered. The moment they left, Deacon Lu suddenly knelt before David. "Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. I beg you to save our demon sect as well. Many people are being forced by Song Qingping. Deacon Lu, even if you hadn't said anything, I would still get rid of Song Qingping." David and the Martial Arts Alliance were at odds, and behind the alliance was the Demon Heart sect. Since Song Qingping was planning to deliver the Demon Spirit sect to the Demon Heart sect, there was no way David would allow that to succeed. "With Mr. Chen here, our demon sect may yet be saved. I'll bring you into the secret realm. If we delay, the entrance method may change, and we won't be able to get in." With Deacon Lu leading them, David and the others passed through the secret realm gate and entered the demon sect. At this time, Ning Ji, after dealing with several high-ranking demon spirit sect members who resisted him, had taken complete control of the sect. He was now the true suzerain of the demon sect, and Song Qingping was still dreaming about the future. Once spiritual energy revived and the blood demon resurrected, the entire world would belong to them. An excited Song Qingping returned to his room. Zhou Jia was lying on the ground, exhausted. She had tried her best to break through the barrier surrounding the room, but she still failed. Chapter 1926. When Song Qingping entered, Zhou Jia instinctively tried to stand, but she no longer had the strength. She glared at him angrily. She had never imagined Song Qingping was such a person. Seeing her hostile gaze, Song Qingping didn't care at all. He slowly squatted down, gently stroked her face, and said, "Don't look at me like that. Listen, now the entire demon spirit sect belongs to me. You will be the wife of the sect master. You should be happy." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw himself onto Zhou Jia and began kissing her frantically. Zhou Jia resisted and bit him fiercely. Song Qingping slapped her hard, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. "Let me tell you something, you're already mine. What are you pretending for?" Then he lifted Zhou Jia onto the bed and began venting his beast-like desires. Zhou Jia could only turn her head aside and cry silently. At this moment, Deacon Lu had already rushed into the main hall of the demon sect with David. As soon as they entered, they were surrounded by the sect members. Deacon Lu looked at these demon spirit sect members and a wave of sadness flashed across his face. "You are all from the demon sect, how could you turn traitor? Where is Song Qingping?" Deacon Lu shouted. The sect members remained silent, none of them wanted to fight him. "Deacon Lu, you'd better leave while the deputy sect master isn't here. We won't make things difficult for you," a senior member said. "I won't leave. If I leave, the demon sect will truly be finished. I brought Mr. Chen here, we are here to kill Song Qingping." "Humph. Deacon Lu, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can kill the deputy sect master?" Several of Song Qingping's loyal followers walked over. These were his strongest supporters. Deacon Lu was about to speak, but David stepped forward. "It's not that he wants to kill Song Qingping," David said calmly. "I am the one who wants to kill him." "David, this is the demon sect's family affair. What does it have to do with you?" one of them asked. "It doesn't have to. I simply don't like Song Qingping and want to kill him. Is that okay?" David replied defiantly. "You!" They were speechless. "Go call Song Qingping out, or you'll die," David said coldly. "David, don't be too..." Before the man could finish, a terrifying aura burst out from David's body. With a single punch, he struck the man. A violent force swept through the hall, and the man exploded into pieces. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered across the hall. David did this because he knew only overwhelming force could suppress them, fear would make everything easier. Sure enough, one punch from David shocked everyone. Even Song Qingping's cronies were terrified. Their faces changed drastically as they stepped back. "Go get Song Qingping. Otherwise, you'll end up like him," David said emotionlessly. The frightened cronies glanced at their companion's destroyed body and ran off immediately. The remaining demon sect members didn't dare to breathe loudly. They had never expected David's strength to be so terrifying. At this time, Song Qingping was still venting his desires in the room. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and his cronies rushed in. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they froze instantly. Chapter 1927. They never expected that Song Qingping would still be in the mood to toy with a woman right after taking control of the demon spirit sect. Seeing them enter, Song Qingping instantly became furious and roared, "Get out!" His cronies hurriedly backed out, then shouted anxiously, "Sect Master, something is wrong. Deacon Liu has rushed in with David. He's brought many people." Song Qingping froze upon hearing this, jumped off the bed, and demanded loudly, "Who did you say?" "David. It's that David." One of his cronies replied. "Impossible. That David should have been captured long ago. How could he appear in the demon sect?" Song Qingping knew David had supposedly taken the Sangong water, and Ningxi had personally gone to arrest him. There was no reason David should suddenly appear here. "Sect Master, it really is David, and he just killed one of us." Another crony added anxiously. Song Qingping had no choice but to believe it. He frowned. "That's strange. Could it be that David never took the Sangong water?" Thinking of this, Song Qingping suddenly glanced at Zhou Jia lying on the bed, and anger filled his eyes. David still had his strength, and he appeared here unharmed. The only explanation was that Zhou Jia had lied and never gave him the Sangong water. After glaring at Zhou Jia fiercely, Song Qingping hurried toward the main hall with his followers. He left in such a rush that he forgot to reactivate the barrier. Zhou Jia struggled to dress herself, forced herself off the bed, and staggered out of the room. Before long, Song Qingping arrived at the hall. When he saw David standing there, his expression instantly darkened. But he still maintained his usual fake politeness and walked forward with a smile. "Mr. Chen, it's so late. What brings you to my demon sect?" David snorted coldly. Song Qingping was still pretending at a time like this. "Song Qingping, you pretended to cooperate with me, then tricked me into coming here. What exactly is your intention?" David demanded bluntly. "What are you saying, Mr. Chen? I genuinely wanted to cooperate. Everything I told you was true." Song Qingping put on a pitiful expression. "Didn't I tell you about the 10,000-year herb? Didn't I tell you about the secret land? How could you doubt my sincerity?" David stared at Song Qingping's performance and smirked. Then explained Deacon Liu's situation. "I heard your demon spirit sect plans to merge with the demon heart sect. You know the demon heart sect is behind the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, and you know I'm at odds with the alliance. My girlfriend is still being held by the demon heart sect, and you said you would help me save her." David questioned him, but Song Qingping still didn't panic. Instead, he smiled lightly. "Mr. Chen, Deacon Liu's matter is an internal affair of our demon spirit sect. Even though we are cooperating, that doesn't mean you can interfere with our sect's decisions. I am working with the demon heart sect to help you rescue your girlfriend sooner. Isn't that a good thing?" He continued to argue shamelessly. David didn't expect Song Qingping to still be so two-faced at this point. Just then, Zhou Jia walked into the hall. She leaned against the wall, glaring at Song Qingping angrily. "Song Qingping, you beast in human skin. You told me to poison Mr. Chen and sent people to steal the polygonum he Shou Wu. That was all you're doing. Was that also for Mr. Chen's sake?" Chapter 1928. Zhou Jia was exhausted, her hair messy, and her expression pale and miserable. Hu Matzi took one look at her and felt a surge of pity. Even though she had put the drug in their tea, Hu Matzi didn't hate her. Seeing Zhou Jia appear, Song Qingping's face turned ice cold. Murderous intent filled his voice. "How dare you betray me? I told you to give them the Sangong water. Why didn't you obey and lie to me?" "She didn't lie to you," David said with a cold smile. "She did put the Sangong water in our tea. But I am immune to all poisons. That kind of thing is useless to me." Zhou Jia looked at David, then lowered her head in shame. She truly had put the Sangong water in his tea, and the thought made her too ashamed to face him. I didn't expect you to have such a physique. Song Qingping's expression darkened. Now that everything was exposed, there was no point in pretending anymore. There are many things you don't know. A terrifying aura suddenly burst out of David's body. Seeing this, Song Qingping snorted. David, you are no match for me. And don't forget, this is the demon sect. This is my territory. As fellow members of the demon path, you'd better not interfere in our internal matters. I can let you go. Whether you go save your girlfriend or go to Penglai Island, I can still help you. But if you insist on interfering in the demon spirit sect, don't blame me for being rude. Song Qingping stood confidently, without fear. David sneered. I'm not your opponent. Are you delusional? Delusional? Song Qingping sneered back, releasing an even stronger aura that instantly crushed down on David. Do you still think I'm delusional now? To be deputy sect master, one needs not only schemes, but strength. The peak of Great Marquis? David frowned. He hadn't expected Song Qingping's strength to be so high. The others were all stunned. Even Deacon Lu stared in disbelief. Song Qingping had hidden his true strength from everyone for years. What's wrong? Are you scared? If you leave obediently, I won't bother you. And I won't force you to hand over the blood demon's body either. Song Qingping looked at David with contempt. David frowned slightly. He knew Song Qingping only wanted to cooperate with him for the blood demon's body. But now, Song Qingping didn't even mention it, very strange. Still, leaving was not an option. You talk big, but you seem to have forgotten that the 7 Marquis of the Martial Arts Alliance, and even the Martial Saint weapon, were all killed by me. Who are you calling arrogant? And you should know, even Ningji, with all his tricks, flees for his life when he sees me. David sneered. Don't compare me with that idiot, Song Qingping said coldly. If he didn't have the demon envoy's spirit inside him, what would he be? I will prove that even without a spirit, I can break through the Great Marquis realm and reach Martial Saint level. His tone dripped with arrogance. He didn't even put Ningji in his eyes. If heaven wants a man to perish, it first makes him insane, David said coldly. Your death is already approaching. A chilling light flashed in David's eyes. Chapter 1929. Don't destroy my hull. I'll be waiting for you outside. After saying this, Song Qingping actually walked out slowly with his hands behind his back, followed by a few cronies. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. I'll handle him myself. Seeing Song Qingping's taunting attitude, Jiang Wei couldn't contain himself any longer. Brother Jiang, don't worry. I'll take care of it. David smiled lightly. At that moment, David held the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, fearless even in the presence of a peak Great Marquis. Everyone followed them out of the hall. As Humatzi walked out, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Zhou Jia. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. In the courtyard of the demon sect, David stood facing Song Qingping. Song Qingping slowly raised his hand, and suddenly a tremendous force burst out. Boom! Centered on him, an immense power surged toward David like a tsunami. The wind whipped fiercely, shaking the entire secret realm. Bricks and stones flew into the air as the building trembled, as if the realm itself were about to collapse. Everyone else hid nearby, silently watching in shock. The power of a peak Great Marquis is incredible. David felt the explosive pressure around him and frowned slightly. David, if you think this is just the power of a peak Great Marquis, you are mistaken. This is a secret realm. There are laws here, and I am the one who controls them. Song Qingping said, and from the chaotic space all around, invisible forces pressed down like mountains, constantly attacking David. The tiles beneath David's feet cracked, and he could feel the strain on his bones. At that moment, David realized that in this secret realm, Song Qingping was like a formation master. Within a formation, the user's strength is greatly enhanced, and they can adjust it at will. Although this secret realm wasn't originally created by Song Qingping, He had lived here for many years and understood all the rules. David's expression slowly changed as his body trembled. He had been confident facing Song Qingping's raw power, but now he was confronting the force of the secret realm itself, which left him slightly overwhelmed. Yet soon, David noticed that this power felt familiar. Even when traversing chaotic space, he had to grit his teeth to endure similar forces. This was the same law-based power, the kind that grows stronger as the secret realm expands. Seeing David's trembling, Song Qingping sneered. "The outside world really overestimates you. I don't know why anyone admires your body. David, I'll say it again, if you don't kill me, don't interfere in the affairs of my demon sect. Otherwise, one wave of my hand and this immense force will tear you apart." Song Qingping still considered reconciling with David rather than outright fighting. He wanted David alive, in case he needed him later, but the dragon-slaying sword made Song Qingping wary of a direct fight. I can handle even the power of laws," David said, and suddenly, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He slashed forward, releasing a surge of sword energy that split heaven and earth and flew straight at Song Qingping. Seeing this, Song Qingping quickly dodged sideways to avoid the deadly sword chi. Chapter 1930. You still have the ability to fight back? Song Qingping looked at David in surprise. Suddenly, cries of pain came from behind him. Song Qingping turned to see that several of his cronies had been struck by the sword energy, the heaviest one cut down completely by David's strike. The cronies gritted their teeth in pain. They had betrayed the demon spirit sect to follow Song Qingping, but they hadn't expected this fate. Song Qingping hadn't anticipated that David's attack would strike his followers. If he had known, he would have dodged to protect them, but it was too late. Several of the trusted cronies he had cultivated were now dying under David's sword. These cronies were his chess pieces for controlling the demon sect. Now that he had the sect under his control, he couldn't know how many would remain loyal. Song Qingping slowly turned toward David, his eyes cold. David, however, smiled faintly as a golden light radiated from his body, illuminating the entire demon sect. The law's power was formidable, but the secret realm was too small. Even with all of Song Qingping's manipulation of its power, David's strong body could still resist it. You must understand, David had walked into chaotic space, enduring similar power before. He could withstand this too. You don't need to look at me like that. You'll be like them soon, David said lightly. David, I really underestimated you. I didn't think you could resist the power of this law. It seems today we must have a real fight. Killing intent filled Song Qingping. He had never felt threatened like this before. David posed a real danger, a threat of death. Could it be that you were only joking? David raised the corner of his mouth in a smirk. I was only warming up. Your lackeys, however, really didn't live up to expectations. You! Song Qingping's face twisted in rage. These were high-ranking members of the demon spirit sect, all peak great marquises, yet they had been cut down by David's strike. They had never imagined that, even under the law's suppression, David could fight back. The sword that veered toward Song Qingping's followers had caught everyone off guard, leaving them grievously injured. David, in this secret realm, under the blessing of these laws, I am the master here. I will show you the price of arrogance. Song Qingping said, then disappeared in a flash, moving at extreme speed. David frowned. Even his eyes couldn't track Song Qingping's movements. He closed his eyes and immediately activated his divine sense to locate him. Soon, David discovered Song Qingping beside him and delivered a golden-fisted punch. The force of the blow shook the entire void. Unfortunately, the punch was slightly slow. Song Qingping twisted mid-air and struck David's left waist with a heavy blow. Bang! David staggered back several steps, and Song Qingping stood there, sneering at him. Chapter 1931. Mr. Chen. David. When Jiang Wei and Humatzi saw this, they hurried forward to surround David. David waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Mr. Chen, should I trap this guy with the immortal rope? Jiang Wei asked David. No, I want a proper fight with him. David rejected Jiang Wei's proposal, put away the dragon-slaying sword, and his aura began to surge dramatically. "Humph, David, you're too reckless." Seeing that David didn't even draw a weapon, Song Qingping felt humiliated and suddenly kicked out. The speed of the kick was extreme, leaving countless afterimages. The sound of breaking air roared, as if countless feet were attacking David simultaneously. "Holy light fist!" David roared, swinging his massive fist forward. The punch seemed slow but was approaching its ultimate speed, creating countless fist shadows and exuding golden light that illuminated the sky. Bang! 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 Though each had struck only once, the collisions exploded into flames, and the surrounding void trembled violently. The entire demon sect compound shook, forcing Humatzi and the others to retreat hastily. David revealed his indestructible golden body, resisting the tremendous force, while Song Qingping continued his relentless assault. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in battle, shaking the ground with every movement. No one could see their figures clearly, and the number of moves each had used was impossible to count. Song Qingping relied on the law's power and the strength of his peak great marquee body, launching relentless attacks. David, however, was unafraid, using his indestructible golden body and immense physical strength. For a long time, they fought fiercely, neither giving way. David grew bolder, while Song Qingping's confidence began to waver. Even within the secret realm, where Song Qingping controlled the laws, he was starting to feel the pressure. If this were the secular world, Song Qingping would have already been defeated. Bang! Bang! After two deafening collisions, David and Song Qingping separated, their faces grim and breathing heavy. This is so ****ing exhilarating. David wiped sweat from his forehead. Fighting Song Qingping was far more enjoyable than facing Ning Ji, who relied mainly on the spirit within his body. Song Qingping's strength was solid, though he appeared gentle, he could have easily killed in cultivation. Seeing David's delighted expression, Song Qingping's face grew even uglier, he was furious beyond measure. He was now a peak great marquis, using the secret realm's law powers, yet he was matched by David, who at best was a mid-term great marquis. This made Song Qingping feel humiliated, and even the onlookers from the demon sect looked at him with strange expressions. Song Qingping knew he had to defeat David today, or he would lose control over the demon spirit sect. As expected of a true golden dragon's body, you are formidable. But even a real dragon, I will tear your scales and shred your tendons. Then, Song Qingping's head began to emit a green light. David and the others stared in confusion, unsure what this meant. What on earth is he doing? Is he wearing a green hat? Humatzi muttered in disbelief, but when he saw Zhou Jia at the hall's entrance, he quickly shut his mouth. After all, David had already explained that Zhou Jia and Song Qingping had a personal relationship. If Song Qingping was wearing a green hat, it meant Zhou Jia was somehow involved. Chapter 1932. Upon hearing Humatzi's words, everyone covered their mouths and laughed. Even Deacon Liu, who had been tense, laughed openly. Trying to show off with a green hat on your head? How impressive! David sneered at Song Qingping. Song Qingping's face twisted in anger, and he ground his teeth. You guys laugh now, but I'll show you the power of my Lingmu Ju. Suddenly, green shoots began sprouting from Song Qingping's head, followed by vines entwining his entire body. Song Qingping now appeared as if wearing a rattan armor, his hands transforming into vine-like weapons that immediately attacked David. David's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't tell whether Song Qingping had become a human or a tree demon. Before David could react further, the vines lashed toward him, entangling him and lifting him high into the air. David struggled, but the vines tightened, threatening to strangle him. Ha ha ha, David, don't think I'm that easy to deal with. Song Qingping laughed as he watched David struggle. Are you a human or a demon? David asked, perplexed by the strange magic. Humph, I am both human and demon. Aren't you scared? Song Qingping snorted coldly, his appearance now grotesque and terrifying, completely unrecognizable from before. Zhou Jia at the hall entrance shuddered at the sight. She couldn't believe that the person she had admired could transform into such a monstrous form. Afraid? I, David, have never known fear. Even if you are truly a demon, I am the one who slays and eliminates demons. Golden light suddenly flashed, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in midair. David swung it, sending a blade of energy slicing toward the binding vines. Whoosh! The vines were instantly cut, and David fell to the ground. He immediately retrieved the dragon-slaying sword and glared coldly at Song Qingping. The severed vines began regrowing rapidly. Song Qingping stomped the ground, and cracks spread as countless new vines erupted, surrounding David. Each vine radiated immense power, slashing toward him with the sound of tearing sky. 9 Shadows Divine Sword. David swung the dragon-slaying sword, creating 6 identical clones of himself, each wielding a sword. All 6 Davids attacked simultaneously, releasing dazzling sword energy that cleaved the vines. Slash! The vines were severed instantly with a thunderous sound. Song Qingping stared at the 6 Davids in shock. He had thought they were mere clones, but each carried real power, capable of causing serious damage. After the flurry of sword energy, the ground was littered with cut vines. David's face was grim, his breathing heavy, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Chapter 1933. Using the 9 Shadows Divine Sword to transform into 5 figures left David physically exhausted. After all, the sword light emitted by the 5 figures relied on the strength drawn from David's body. If it were merely an illusion, how could it have real attack power? Song Qingping looked at David in surprise. David had just used his most powerful move, yet he hadn't killed Song Qingping, nor had he been restrained. But seeing David panting heavily, Song Qingping seemed to understand something, and the corner of his mouth curled into a slight smile. David, no matter what move you use, it consumes tremendous spiritual power. I can use the power of the law, this time, you will die. Song Qingping knew David was at the end of his stamina. His body rooted into the ground like a massive tree, and the vines plunged deep into the earth as his aura skyrocketed. Several vines twisted and entangled, waving violently in the air, spinning faster and faster. Soon, the entire void swirled rapidly, forming a tornado. The tornado brimmed with destructive power, spinning ever faster, heading straight toward David. Even a strong body like David's could be torn to pieces if caught. David's eyes locked on the massive tornado. The suction force devoured everything in its path. Humatsi and the others were shocked and retreated. But just as Humatsi tried to escape, she noticed Zhou Jia at the doorway being slowly pulled in by the tornado, lacking the strength to resist. Humatsi was startled. Ignoring her own safety, she leaped forward and grabbed Zhou Jia, struggling desperately against the tornado's pull. The wind howled, and each step was a battle, yet Humatsi clenched her teeth, refusing to let go. Zhou Jia, in Humatsi's arms, quietly watched the old man struggle. At this moment, Zhou Jia noticed Humatsi had changed. He had grown stronger, more imposing, and more handsome in her eyes. This was the state of Humatsi in Zhou Jia's heart, transforming before her eyes. David, meanwhile, faced the tornado with unwavering determination. He gripped the dragon-slaying sword with both hands, channeling divine dragon energy into it. The sword began to hum as golden light poured from it. Soon, the aura expanded into a colossal sword dozens of meters long, hanging in the air like a barrier in front of David. The golden light flickered, turning night into day. Cut! David swung violently. The immense sword beam lashed toward the tornado. The two forces collided violently, creating a massive explosion. The tornado pressed relentlessly toward David, and the colossal sword light strained to hold it back. The terrifying aura twisted the entire secret realm. Stop! Stop! If this continues, the secret realm will collapse. Deacon Lu shouted in alarm. This secret realm had been created using a magic circle. It was not indestructible. Such a clash of forces could destroy it. Hearing this, Song Qingping frowned in panic. If the secret realm collapsed, all his efforts to control the demon sect would be ruined. But David did not care. The collapse of the secret realm posed no threat to him, only to the demon sect inhabitants, who would be confined to the mortal world. With Song Qingping distracted, David's eyes glinted coldly, knowing the perfect opportunity had arrived. Chapter 1934. David flung the dragon-slaying sword into the air. It spun overhead and then slashed toward Song Qingping. Startled, Song Qingping retreated quickly. At that moment, the tornado was struck directly by the massive sword beam. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, and David's body was thrown back by the shockwave. Song Qingping panicked. The dragon-slaying sword had a sword spirit, and he hurriedly used his vines to restrain it. But the sword's sharp light instantly cut through them. Boom! The dragon-slaying sword and its energy struck decisively. Song Qingping's arm was severed, blood gushing out, and his body weakened immediately. Staring at his severed arm, Song Qingping was incredulous. His Lingmu Ju disappeared. Returning to his original form, he sank to a half-kneeling position. How can this happen? Song Qingping muttered to himself. He was the peak Great Marquis, within his secret realm, invoking the power of the law and using spirit wood art, yet the outcome was this. He looked at David in disbelief. How could a mid-stage Great Marquis cause him such damage? The dragon-slaying sword returned to David's hands. Pointing it at Song Qingping, he said coldly. What skills do you still have? Even if you use them, it won't matter. If you don't, then face death. The dragon-slaying sword swung toward Song Qingping. Wait! Zhou Jia suddenly called out, stopping David. David looked at her. Miss Zhou, what do you mean? Are you going to intercede for Song Qingping? Zhou Jia shook her head. I won't intercede. I just want to ask him, why? Why did he deceive me? She walked to Song Qingping, her eyes burning with anger. You hurt me. You ruined my life. Why? Why did you do this to me? Song Qingping lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. I had no choice. I was controlled by the Demon Heart sect. They poisoned me. If I disobeyed, they would have killed me. He tried to win her sympathy, hoping to preserve his life. I don't want to hear it. I don't care if you betray the demon spirit sect, but why treat me like this? Am I just a toy for you, a tool for venting? Zhou Jia's voice trembled with rage. She was confronting the man who had violated her trust. No! I truly love you. You're not a plaything. You must believe me. Song Qingping shook his head desperately. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You are a beast. Zhou Jia cried, striking him. Song Qingping did not resist. But when everyone's attention faltered, his eyes glinted with sudden intent. He grabbed Zhou Jia, pressing one hand tightly against her neck. Zhou Jia froze, struggling in vain. David! Everyone, get out of the way. Song Qingping held Zhou Jia hostage. He intended to escape the secret realm of the demon spirit sect and flee to the demon heart sect. Seeing Zhou Jia kidnapped, Humatzi tensed. Song Qingping, if you dare touch her, I'll smash you into pieces. Humatzi roared at him. Song Qingping ignored the threat, a cold smile on his face. You old fool, I know you like her, staring at her legs, but you can only look. I've grown tired of playing. What right do you have to threaten me here? Chapter 1935. Song Qingping's words left Humatzi speechless. Zhou Jia looked furious and scolded Song Qingping angrily. Song Qingping, you bastard! Kill me if you have the ability, go ahead, kill me. Mr. Chen, leave me alone. Kill him, I've got him. Song Qingping suddenly exerted force with his hand, silencing Zhou Jia instantly. David, get out of the way. As long as you let me go, I won't harm her, Song Qingping said. Whether you kill her or not doesn't concern me much. She's from the demon sect, and we barely know each other, not even ordinary friends. Are you going to let go? David sneered. Song Qingping froze, then increased his strength. I tell you, I will really kill her. Think carefully. You kill her, I will kill you. David strode toward Song Qingping. As he advanced, he quietly gestured to Humatzi. Humatzi understood and silently moved to Song Qingping's side. Stop, or I'll kill her if you take another step. Song Qingping shouted, stepping back. David sneered and didn't stop, making Song Qingping panic. At this moment, Song Qingping's focus was entirely on David, unaware that Humatzi had reached his side. Just as Song Qingping continued retreating, a sharp palm strike suddenly came from the side. Humatzi lunged at Song Qingping. Seeing this, Song Qingping instinctively swung his palm to block Humatzi's attack. Because Song Qingping's arm was broken, he had to release Zhou Jia. David seized the opportunity, grabbed Zhou Jia, and pulled her back from Song Qingping. Bang! Song Qingping struck Humatzi with his palm. Though injured, Song Qingping was still the peak great marquis. Humatzi had no chance. Humatzi's body flew backward, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He crashed heavily to the ground. Master Hu! Zhou Jia's eyes filled with concern as she rushed to him. Song Qingping tried to escape, but David's dragon-slaying sword shot forward, piercing Song Qingping's body. Song Qingping fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhou Jia cradled Humatzi's head, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. Master Hu, wake up! Please wake up! Zhou Jia cried. Humatzi's eyes remained tightly shut, his head resting in Zhou Jia's arms, a faint scent of her fragrance lingering. David approached, glancing at Humatzi with a faint smile. Mr. Chen, look at Master Hu. Look at him. Zhou Jia urged. Angrily, she then grabbed a knife and hacked at Song Qingping's body. Blood splattered, he was nearly chopped into pieces. The scene was gruesome. David gently placed a hand on Humatzi's wrist. With a slight force, Humatzi opened his eyes and winked at David. After Zhou Jia finished venting her anger, she turned to David anxiously. Mr. Chen, how is Master Hu? David's expression was serious. He sighed. Master Hu is seriously injured. I need to take him back to the hotel for treatment. He turned to Jiang Wei. Brother Jiang, send someone to carry Master Hu back to the hotel. I want to treat him. Jiang Wei nodded and immediately ordered the Jiang family members to carry Master Hu out of the secret realm. Chapter 1936. Zhou Jia, concerned for Humatzi's safety, went along. Mr. Chen, thank you so much, Deacon Lu said gratefully. Don't thank me. I did it for myself too. As for your demon sect, handle it yourselves. David glanced at the remaining demon sect members before leaving with Jiang Wei. Back at the hotel, Zhou Jia carefully wiped the blood from Humatzi's mouth. Miss Zhou, I'm going to treat Master Hu. You should step aside for now, David instructed. Zhou Jia nodded and stepped out. David then patted Humatzi on the shoulder. Okay, Zhou Jia is out. Humatzi opened his eyes, groaning. It's too soft, too comfortable. David sighed. I thought you had changed, but you're still the same. After swallowing Xiaoyu's golden pill, Humatzi had changed somewhat. David thought he would transform completely, but he hadn't. Old ways. I truly like this girl, not just for sleeping with her, Humatzi said solemnly. So you don't care that Zhou Jia has been intimate with someone else? David asked. Humatzi shook his head. I don't care. I've been with others before, as long as she doesn't dislike me. Alright, don't worry. Lie down, I'll help you rest. David helped Humatzi lie down and close his eyes. After adjusting Humatzi's mood, David left the room. Zhou Jia waited in the corridor. Seeing him, she asked anxiously. Mr. Chen, how is Master Hu? David sighed, hesitating. Master Hu's internal organs were impacted, he is seriously injured. I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Zhou Jia's eyes filled with determination. Mr. Chen, you must save Master Hu. He risked everything to save me. As long as you can save him, I'll do anything. She attempted to kneel before David. He quickly stopped her. Miss Zhou, you don't need to do this. Master Hu can be saved, but there's a price you'll need to pay. What price? Zhou Jia asked. David hesitated, then whispered in her ear. His face flushed, but Zhou Jia remained calm. As long as Master Hu can be saved, I'll do anything. I'm already a fallen woman, there's nothing I cannot do. She opened the bedroom door and walked in. David's heart felt conflicted. He wondered if deceiving Zhou Jia was right, but seeing her determination, he knew she trusted Humatzi deeply. Noticing the time, David realized it was nearly dawn. He returned to his room to rest. The events of the night had exhausted him, but soon he heard movements from the adjacent rooms, Zhou Jia and Humatzi. David was stunned. The rooms were next to each other, and he hadn't expected the sounds to carry so clearly. He lay on his bed, eyes closed, but couldn't sleep. The voices of Zhou Jia and Humatzi continued for more than 10 minutes, without pause. David abruptly sat up, feeling a mixture of surprise and embarrassment. Finally, unable to rest, he went to find Jiang Wei for a chat. Chapter 1937. Jiang Wei saw David coming, made tea for him, and then the two sat face to face and chatted. Brother Jiang, all of your families suddenly came to this place. Is something important happening? David asked. Mr. Chen, didn't you already know that Penglai Island is the place where spiritual energy will be revived? We originally planned to go to Penglai Island. We need to occupy it before the spiritual energy recovers so that we can take the initiative, Jiang Wei said. So many families want to seize Penglai Island, and then there will be a battle. Such a melee will bring disaster to every family, David said. Of course I know that, but now all the major families and sects in the secret realm want to occupy the place where spiritual energy is about to recover, so they can make adequate preparations before the world's spiritual energy revives. Our family is a representative of a major family in the secret realm, so we can only follow orders. Jiang Wei understood David's meaning, but he couldn't make the decisions himself. Is there a way to stop the recovery of spiritual energy? If the spiritual energy really does recover and the sects of the various secret realms leave their realms, the world will fall into chaos, and ordinary people will be the ones who suffer. David knew that once these immortal cultivating families left the secret realm, there would be no one in the secular world who could restrain them. Ordinary people would become ants. When major sects and families fight for resources, ordinary people suffer first. David wanted to prevent the recovery of spiritual energy and make those secret realm families stay inside their realms forever. The reason the secular world has the law of heaven and earth to suppress cultivators from the secret realm is that it is heaven's will. Once spiritual energy revives, chaos will follow. Mr. Chen, you want to stop the recovery of spiritual energy? Jiang Wei was shocked. Then he shook his head. I don't know if it's possible. This revival was determined thousands of years ago. I'm afraid no one can stop it. David frowned slightly. No matter the difficulty, he still planned to go to Penglai Island to see it for himself. Unknowingly, David chatted with Jiang Wei until dawn. When he stepped out of Jiang Wei's room, planning to return to his own, he saw Zhou Jia walking out of Humatzi's room with a rosy, flushed face. The two looked at each other, and Zhou Jia instantly turned bright red. Mr. Chen, you even learned how to lie, she blurted out, then quickly ran away. Humatzi stretched and walked out, looking extremely satisfied. Seeing David, he patted him on the shoulder. David, thank you so much. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just say it. Seeing Humatzi's pleased appearance, David smiled faintly. Now that you're satisfied, make sure you treat her well. Of course. Zhou Jia will be my wife in the future, Humatzi said confidently. Just as David was about to rest, Su Changxing arrived with the Shenong Ding. Su Changxing had traveled overnight, afraid of delaying David's work. Looking at the Shenong Ding, David became excited. He wondered what kind of medicinal pill he could refine using the 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. After giving Su Changxing a few instructions, David asked Humatzi to protect the Dharma while he began refining the pill. To prevent any accidents, David also asked Jiang Wei to send men to guard his room. He was truly worried that Hu Matsi, still in his honeymoon mood, would sneak off to sleep. After placing the Shenong Ding, David gently tossed the 10,000-year He Shou Wu into it. Then he sat cross-legged. Light blue flames flickered on his palms. This was the spiritual fire used for alchemy. David flicked his fingers, sending the spiritual power into the Shenong Ding, and soon roaring flames burst from within it. Chapter 1938. David closed his eyes slightly, held his breath, and focused all his attention on alchemy. Under the scorching spiritual fire, the 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum slowly melted into a liquid, releasing a pleasant fragrance. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At that moment, the inside of the Shenong Ding began to emit a bright and beautiful light. The light grew stronger and stronger, until it seemed the entire hotel was wrapped in it. Feeling the aura from David's room, both Hu Matsi and Jiang Wei were shocked. Zheng Anghua of the Zheng family also saw the strange phenomenon and hurriedly rushed toward the hotel with Zheng Kai. "Dad, what's happening? Why did a vision suddenly appear at the hotel?" Zheng Kai asked as they hurried along. "This must be the birth of a divine pill. Mr. Chen must be using the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum to refine a divine elixir," Zheng Anghua said excitedly. They quickened their pace. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Hu Matsi and Jiang Wei waited outside David's room. Suddenly, the Shenong Ding in David's room emitted a deep buzzing sound, followed by a burst of brilliant light. A rainbow-like beam shot into the sky instantly. The bizarre sight caused many people to stop and stare, unsure of what had happened. On a hill not far from Nanhu, Ningzhi watched the sudden vision with a solemn expression. After escaping Nanhu, he hadn't left the area. He was waiting for news from Song Qingping. Their next plan was Penglai Island. They had already set a trap there. If David went to Penglai Island, the trap would deal with him and also use the recovery of spiritual energy to revive the Gore Fiend. If David did not go, the trap would target other families. They wouldn't allow anyone else to occupy Penglai Island. "What on earth is this?" Ningzhi muttered, puzzled as he watched the vision. "A divine pill has been born. It must be David. I didn't expect the 10,000-year herb to be in his hands, and that he could actually refine a divine pill," the demonic envoy inside Ningzhi said slowly. "Divine pill?" Ningzhi was confused. He didn't know much about medicinal pills and had never even heard of divine pills. Divine pills are heaven-level pills. The higher the level, the harder they are to refine, and the more demanding the furnace required. I didn't expect David to be an alchemist. What's more surprising is how he obtained a pill furnace capable of refining divine pills. This David has more and more secrets. I hope that once spiritual energy recovers, this hidden threat can finally be eliminated. The envoy's tone carried deep concern. "Senior, David has experts around him. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get rid of him," Ningzhi said, fear lingering from their recent battles. Every time he fought David, he lost. "Are you afraid?" the envoy asked coldly. Ningzhi didn't know how to answer. His previous ambitions had started to crumble after suffering repeated defeats at David's hands. "Humph. You've only failed a few times, yet you tremble like this. You call yourself a flame demon. Once your physique fully develops, you won't need to be afraid. And this time, I have already notified the Black Gold Robe. They have returned and are sending someone to help." When Ningzhi heard that the Black Gold Robe would take action, hope ignited in his eyes. The Black Gold Robe experts were all martial saints. If they were dispatched, David would have no choice but to be captured. Chapter 1939. This Song Qingping, it's been several days, and there's still nothing from him. Ningzhi looked toward Nanhu City, extremely displeased. They had been waiting for Song Qingping's news, yet for several days there had been no movement at all. At this moment, Ningzhi and the others still did not know that Song Qingping was already dead. The entire demon sect was undergoing major restructuring, and Deacon Lu had already begun cleansing Song Qingping's loyal followers. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted in the sky, and colorful rays of light shot out in all directions. Within the brilliant light, a pill wrapped in golden radiance emitted scorching heat like the sun itself. The glow even outshone the sun in the sky. Could that be the divine pill? Ningxi looked at the radiant pill hovering in midair, stunned. A moment later, a figure rose swiftly into the sky and reached out to seize the pill. The pill was caught, the dazzling light vanished instantly, and the air returned to calm. David opened his hand and stared at the pill emitting faint golden light. His heart trembled with excitement. This is the Xiang pill? David trembled slightly as excitement surged through him. He knew that this Xiang pill could raise him from the middle stage Great Marquis to the late stage, and possibly even to the peak Great Marquis. In fact, refining the Xiang pill had been a gamble. There is never a 100% success rate in alchemy, and the higher the grade of the pill, the higher the chance of failure. If David simply absorbed the 10,000-year Polygonum multiflorum directly, his improvement would be limited. But refining it into a Xiang pill allowed his strength to soar. However, failure would mean losing not only the pill but also the priceless 10,000-year herb, along with all the spiritual power he invested. Fortunately, David's gamble paid off, largely thanks to the ancient Shenong Ding, which was no ordinary cauldron. David descended slowly with the Xiang pill in hand. Hu Matsi and Jiang Wei rushed over. "David, did you really refine an elixir?" Hu Matsi asked excitedly. David smiled and nodded. "You brat! You're too bold, actually refining a divine pill. If this failed, that entire 10,000-year herb would have gone to waste. You're really daring," Hu Matsi said, half thrilled and half terrified. Life itself is a gamble. No one knows what the future holds. David smiled lightly. "You're incredible. If it were me, I wouldn't have dared," Hu Matsi said, giving him a thumbs up. At that moment, Jingangua and Jingkai also arrived. When Jingangua saw David, he was full of envy. "Mr. Chen, congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on refining a divine elixir," Jingangua said enthusiastically. "Same to you. I promise to refine the Sanyuan pill for you. I'll write the prescription, prepare the ingredients," David replied calmly. Since he promised, he would fulfill it. Now that he had the Shenong Ding, refining Sanyuan pills would be much easier. Though not a divine pill, Sanyuan pill was still an earth-level pill, extremely helpful for improving strength. Jingangua immediately nodded excitedly. "All right. I'll prepare everything at once." David wrote out the prescription, and Jingangua mobilized all of Nanhu's city to gather the herbs. Within half a day, the ingredients were prepared, a clear testament to Jingangua's influence. That night, David used the Shenong Ding to refine the Sanyuan pill for Jingangua. He also made several power tonic pills for Hu Matsi. With Hu Matsi's excessively active lifestyle, David suspected that even if he didn't die, his kidneys certainly would. Chapter 1940. After Jingangua received the Sanyuan pill, he was so grateful to David that he nearly worshipped him as an ancestor. Meanwhile, Hu Matsi was absolutely delighted with the tonic pills. There was still some time before the spiritual energy on Penglai Island would recover, so David wanted to use this period to cultivate and raise his strength. When the rejuvenation began, more and more masters would inevitably emerge. If the recovery could be stopped, the world might avoid chaos. But if not, then the global order would only grow more unstable. Only by becoming stronger could David protect the people around him. "Master Hu, I'm going to cultivate using the Xiang pill. I'll need you to guard me," David said. "Don't worry. I'll guard you, not even a mosquito will get near," Hu Matsi said proudly, patting his chest. "Mr. Chen, if you are going to cultivate, you should do it in my mansion. It's much safer. I can even issue a city closure order, no one will be allowed in or out," Jingangua said. David thought for a moment, then agreed. The Jing family mansion was indeed far safer than any hotel. They all headed to the Jing residence. To ensure David's safety, Jiang Wei also brought his people and delayed their journey to Penglai Island. David sat cross-legged in the secret room specially prepared for him, holding the Xiang pill. Spiritual power surged like tidal waves, pouring into his body. He swallowed the Xiang pill in one gulp. A terrifying aura erupted instantly throughout David's entire body. It felt as if he were submerged in a vast sea of spiritual power. Concentrating his mind, tiny vortices began to appear around David. Dense spiritual energy gathered, turning the entire room into a misty white fog. David frowned slightly. Although the Xiang pill could elevate his strength, the violent impact of its power forced him to focus all his effort into directing and controlling it. His strength gradually rose, and his body grew stronger. Time passed minute by minute, half a month went by in the blink of an eye. Throughout that period, David remained motionless inside the sealed chamber. It's been half a month. Mr. Chen will be alright, won't he? Zheng Anghua asked anxiously. Although the divine pill was powerful, the physical strain it placed on the body was tremendous. If the body couldn't withstand it, it could be fatal. He'll be fine. That brat David carries the true body of the golden dragon. A divine pill won't destroy that body of his. Humatzi said confidently as he sipped wine, completely unworried. During this time, Humatzi enjoyed himself every night, and under his constant moisturizing, Zhou Jie became more and more charming, her skin fairer and even more attractive. Humatzi couldn't keep his hands off her. Master Hu, are you sure nothing will happen to Mr. Chen? Jiang Wei also grew concerned. Half a month with no movement and not even a trace of David's aura, it was unsettling. Don't worry. If I say it's okay, it's okay. David's body is far beyond ordinary. Even after taking a divine pill, I don't think his realm will improve too dramatically. Humatzi explained calmly. Hearing Humatzi so confident, Zheng Anghua and Jiang Wei remained silent. Another 3 days passed with no movement inside the chamber. But late that night, as everyone slept, the bright moon was suddenly obscured by dark clouds. The entire sky became pitch black. Suddenly, boom! A burst of brilliant light erupted from the secret room, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Rumble! An explosion thundered as the reinforced chamber shattered into powder. David shot out like a meteor, streaking toward the mountain peak not far away. Chapter 1941. Ah! At this moment, David's entire body turned fiery red, as if flames were burning inside him. With a loud roar, a terrifying aura burst out instantly, sweeping through the entire mountain forest. Trees collapsed one after another, and the earth trembled violently. The whole mountain looked as though a meteorite had struck it, leaving devastation everywhere with not a single blade of grass remaining. Everyone was startled awake and stared at the glowing mountaintop in shock. What happened? Was that a meteorite impact? Zheng Anghua stood up hurriedly, his face dark and tense. Everyone rushed out into the courtyard and looked toward the fiery red glow shining from the distant mountaintop. It's a person. I think the person at the top of the mountain is glowing, Jing Kai said. Everyone was stunned and quickly ran to the backyard. There, they found that the sturdy secret chamber had completely vanished, reduced to powder scattered on the ground. Could that be Mr. Chen? Zheng Anghua was shocked. They could all feel the terrifying aura surging toward them. Even though they were all great marquises, the pressure made their hearts pound uncontrollably. It's Mr. Chen. It's him, Jiang Wei said, eyes wide with astonishment. Humatzi crossed his arms and said calmly, that David is a real monster. With his current strength, he could probably destroy a small mountain. Why did Mr. Chen suddenly go up that mountain? Zheng Kai asked, confused. If he didn't go, your entire Zheng family estate would probably already be ruins, Humatzi said with a grin. Only then did Zheng Kai realize, David climbed the mountain to prevent his erupting aura from destroying the Zheng residence. Let's go take a look. After speaking, Humatzi headed toward the mountain. The others followed closely behind, eager to witness the power of the divine pill David had consumed. At this time, fiery red light continued to burst from David's body, illuminating even his internal organs. The light flickered continuously as David's aura climbed higher and higher. David was using all his strength to control the power inside him, letting it rise slowly. If he allowed it to erupt all at once, the entire mountain would be flattened. And his own body might not withstand the explosion, he could be severely injured. It's just ahead. Such a terrifying aura. I'm afraid he's about to break through the Great Marquis realm. Not far away, Ningxi approached the glowing area, his expression tense. Behind him followed 4 black gold robes. Originally, Ningxi planned to take the black gold robes to Penglai Island. If they encountered David there, they would kill him on the island. If they didn't find him, they would massacre members of other sections. With 4 black gold robes, martial saints, they had more than enough power. But before they even reached Penglai Island, they discovered this shocking phenomenon. Ningxi instantly understood that something was wrong. Such a huge vision could only mean one thing. David was breaking through again. And considering he had just refined the magic pill not long ago, this sudden burst could only mean he had swallowed the divine pill, and his cultivation was skyrocketing. Realizing the danger, Ningxi obtained permission from the Dark Envoy and rushed here with the black gold robes. They could not allow David to continue improving. If he reached the martial saint realm, capturing him would become nearly impossible. Soon, Ningxi arrived and saw David sitting with his eyes closed, red light surging from his body. Ningxi felt panic rising in his chest. Even approaching this place had drained them. The oppressive power coming from David forced them to resist with all their strength just to stand near him. As expected of the golden dragon's true body. He can swallow a divine pill directly, suppress its violent energy, and increase his strength little by little. But for such an important moment, this brat didn't even arrange anyone to protect him. He deserves what's coming. The Dark Envoy inside Ningxi sneered coldly. Chapter 1942. At this moment, the aura in David's body continued to rise violently. He desperately suppressed the power, afraid it would erupt too fast and damage his body. He could only absorb it slowly, bit by bit. David sensed Ningxi's arrival, but he couldn't move, not when the power inside him was still unstable. He could only hope it would merge with him as soon as possible. Feeling David's aura reaching its peak, Ningxi knew his chance had come. If they waited and David successfully broke through, they would be in serious trouble. Ningxi walked straight toward David with the 4 black gold robes behind him. David, you didn't expect us to meet again this soon, did you? Ningxi sneered. David opened his eyes and looked at him but remained silent. His eyes held a trace of worry. Seeing that expression, Ningxi became even more arrogant. If it weren't for the great figure who wants your body, I would have chopped off your head right now. Murderous hatred filled Ningxi's eyes. He hated David to the core. He would never forget the hatred of his father's death, and the destruction of the Ning family. If not for David, he would still be the pampered young master of a wealthy clan. But now, he lived like a dog, serving others. Enough nonsense. He's at a critical moment. Act quickly, absorb the spiritual power in his body and leave only the shell behind. The Dark Envoy inside Ningxi urged him. Ningxi nodded, then glanced at the 4 black gold robes. All 5 placed their palms on David at the same time. They intended to drain David's spiritual power completely, turning him into a cripple. And these spiritual powers would help them improve their own cultivation. They knew David's power was too intense. If only one of them absorbed it, that person would explode instantly. But just as the 5 touched David, whoosh! 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 Several fierce gusts of wind shot toward them, forcing them to quickly retreat. You bastards dare to lay a hand on Mr. Chen in my Nanhu city? Zhengangua roared as he glared furiously at Ningxi and his group. At that moment, Humatzi saw Ningxi and the black gold robes behind him. His expression darkened. Are you from the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance? Humatzi asked coldly. Ningxi froze. It was nighttime, and they were all wearing black robes. Moreover, the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance had already been destroyed. He didn't expect anyone to recognize them. That's right. I didn't expect anyone here to know who we are. Ningji sneered and admitted it openly. He knew that the few people here were no threat. Humatsi, Zhengangua, and Jiang Wei were only great marquises. Zheng Kai was merely a marquis. How could they compare to the four martial Saint Black Gold Robes? The Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance? Jiang Wei frowned deeply, his expression turning grim. I don't care who you are. This is Nanhu, our Jing family's territory. Anyone who comes here must follow our rules. Zheng Kai shouted loudly, not understanding the danger he was in. Zheng Kai, shut up. Zheng Angua sensed the terrifying strength of the enemy and yelled at his son. But Zheng Kai wouldn't stop. He continued shouting at Ningji. You better get out of Nanhu now, or you won't be able to walk out of here alive. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Ningji waved his hand lightly. Zheng Kai's body flew through the air, blood spraying from his mouth. Son! Zheng Angua leapt forward and caught him anxiously. Chapter 1943, corrected. You don't want to die, then get out of here. I'm only dealing with David, I don't want to kill you. Ningji had no intention of fighting Humatsi and the others. Humatsi and Jiang Wei exchanged a glance. Suddenly, Jiang Wei pulled out the immortal binding rope and swung it fiercely. The immortal binding rope was a sacred weapon, its power was naturally extraordinary. Seeing this, Ningji jumped up, and the four black gold robes behind him leaped instantly. One black gold robe grabbed the immortal binding rope directly, then slashed it with a blade. The immortal binding rope snapped in half. Seeing his sacred weapon cut so easily, Jiang Wei froze in shock. Before he could react, the black gold robe swung a heavy punch into Jiang Wei's chest. Jiang Wei's body shot out like a broken kite, flying hundreds of meters before crashing to the ground. This was not a battle between equals. The gap between a great marquis and a martial saint was enormous. Even with a sacred weapon, Jiang Wei could not fully exert its true power. That was why the opponent could easily cut the rope and send him flying. Seeing this, Humatsi immediately understood he could not stop the enemy, but they could not allow these people to harm David. He pulled out a spell, bit his tongue, and spat a mouthful of blood onto it. The spell ignited instantly, rising into blazing flames that formed a 10-meter-tall fire giant rushing toward the black gold robes. The flames were so fierce that the temperature in the air skyrocketed. The heat was suffocating. But the four black gold robes were unafraid. They all punched forward. A thunderous roar erupted. The 10-meter fire giant exploded on impact, its flames scattering everywhere, igniting the surrounding forest. Even after smashing the fire giant, the terrifying force continued forward and crashed heavily into Humatsi's body. Humatsi was launched into the air and fell hard onto the ground. His face turned pale, and blood poured from his mouth. Trembling, he pulled out a protective charm from his chest, his life-saving talisman. If not for that talisman, the blow would have killed him on the spot. Zheng Angua held the injured Zheng Kai and stared at the scene, not daring to move. He knew that even if he acted, it would be useless. Against an enemy of overwhelming power, all they could do was accept fate. The gap between a great marquis and a martial saint was absolute. And here, the enemy wasn't one martial saint, they were four, attacking together. With such strength, not even the greatest families in Daxia could resist. Humph, you think trash like you can stop us? What a joke. Ningji sneered at the injured Humatsi and the others. Stop talking nonsense, hurry. David is about to break through. The demonic envoy inside Ningji urged impatiently. Ningji nodded and approached David with the four black gold robes, preparing to drain David's spiritual energy. But the moment they pressed their palms onto David, intending to absorb his power. Buzz! A strange force erupted from David's body. This force was like a massive vortex, instantly pulling the spiritual energy out of the five attackers. What's happening? Ningji panicked instantly. He could feel his own spiritual energy rapidly draining, not absorbing David's. It's bad, this is bad. The four black gold robes also panicked. They were martial saints, but even they could not stop their spiritual energy from being sucked away at terrifying speed. Chapter 1944, Corrected. They had no idea that David's concentration technique was a supreme cultivation method, capable of absorbing and refining everything. Trying to absorb David's spiritual power was the stupidest thing they could have done. If they had attacked him outright, David might have struggled to defend himself. But they actually tried to absorb his spiritual power. David seized the perfect opportunity. Quick, withdraw. Pull back now. The demon within Ningji roared frantically. Even his soul felt the terrifying pull, as if he himself might be sucked into David's body and refined alive. Ningji and the others struggled desperately to break free, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Humatsi and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. For martial saints, plus a great marquis, attacking David at his most critical moment. And yet they were the ones panicking and drenched in sweat. They didn't know that their spiritual energy was being drained at an insane rate by David. No matter how hard they struggled, their palms were stuck as if glued to David's body. What kind of technique is this? This is monstrous. Ningji shouted in horror. Withdraw your spiritual power, use pure physical strength to break free. Hurry! The demonic envoy commanded urgently. Ningji and the four robes immediately withdrew their spiritual power and used brute force. Finally, they managed to wrench their hands free and stumbled backward in shock. They stared at David in disbelief, eyes filled with fear and confusion. Buzz! At that moment, David's body erupted into golden light. His aura soared wildly. His physical body trembled as though being reforged in fire. Then, boom! A terrifying aura surged skyward, bursting out in blinding radiance that lit up the entire night sky. Rumble! The mountain trembled violently. The burning trees were instantly extinguished by the shockwave. The entire mountain began to collapse. Humatsi gritted his teeth through the pressure and grabbed Jiang Wei, shouting for Zhengangua and Jingkai to run. It wasn't that they didn't want to save David. The aura was too overwhelming. If they stayed, they'd be crushed into pulp. Ningji and the four black gold robes also leaped back. The moment they did, the entire mountain collapsed. Rock and soil swallowed David instantly. Seeing David buried under a mountain, Ningji felt a reluctant pang, not for David's life, but for the treasures and secrets David possessed. He and the black gold robes retreated to the foot of the mountain, staring at the devastation before them as dust filled the sky. Master Demon Envoy. David is probably buried under all that rock, right? One black gold robe asked. Ningji didn't know how to respond. A collapsing mountain could bury even a martial saint alive. A martial saint couldn't break free from thousands of tons of falling rock, much less David. Go! This mountain won't hold David down. The demonic envoy in Ningji suddenly spoke urgently. Their spiritual energy had not yet recovered. If David truly broke through, they would be in grave danger. Hearing this, Ningji quickly led the four black gold robes away from the mountain. As the dust slowly settled, David walked out of the ruins, completely unharmed. Not even covered in dust. Chapter 1945. Looking at Ningji and the others fleeing, David did not give chase. Instead, he looked toward Humatsi and the others not far away. At this moment, David's expression was calm. The powerful aura surrounding him created a sense of pressure for the others even before he reached them. David worked hard to restrain his aura. He knew that this unintentional release of energy would place a heavy burden on Humatsi and the rest. Master Hu, are you alright? Seeing Humatsi's condition, David stretched out his hand, placed it on Humatsi's shoulder, and a surge of spiritual power poured into Humatsi's body. Humatsi felt a warm current sweep through him, and his condition improved instantly. David then treated Jiang Wei and Jingkai, and both recovered fully. Mr. Chen, you made a breakthrough? You must have reached the peak of the Great Marquis, right? Zhengangua looked at David with envy and shock. David slightly clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body. I'm only at the 8th rank of the Great Marquis. I'm still far from the peak, and I still have a long way to go before reaching Marshal Saint. Although the Xiang pill allowed David's strength to increase immensely, allowing him to directly reach the later stage of the Great Marquis, he still felt a little dissatisfied. He hadn't expected his strength to be so different from others. If someone else had taken the Xiang pill, they would have already reached the peak of the Great Marquis or even broken through to Marshal Saint. But David himself only reached the 8th rank Great Marquis. Ah, it seems I still have a long road ahead. David sighed, but he found some comfort in knowing that even as an 8th rank Great Marquis, he still had absolute confidence in defeating newly advanced Marshal Saints. David possessed the true body of the Golden Dragon, so fighting above his rank was normal. With his increase in power, his abilities, whether magical techniques, spells, or alchemy, also improved greatly. Although he had not reached the expected peak of the Great Marquis, this improvement was already sufficient. After returning to the Zheng household, David instructed everyone to continue resting. He planned to depart for Penglai Island the next day. He needed to find a way to stop the spiritual energy from recovering, or at least prevent the inevitable slaughter on the island. Over the years, many people had lived on Penglai Island, and now countless sects and families were heading there to witness the recovery of spiritual energy. These were all experts. Once they arrived, it would be impossible for Du Zidong of Penglai Island to control the situation. The Du family's palace might even be torn apart, and Du Zidong wouldn't dare to utter a word. Therefore, David had to rush to Penglai Island as soon as possible to prevent conflict. If possible, David intended to stop the recovery of spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy did not recover, those from the secret realms would not dare to easily enter the secular world. The order of the secular world would remain stable. The next morning, David brought Jiang Wei, Humatzi, and the others to the Zheng family's main hall. "Mr. Chen, are you preparing to leave?" Zheng Anghua already knew that David planned to depart from Nanhu. David nodded. "Yes. I've troubled Patriarch Zheng for too long." "Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? From now on, you may come to Nanhu City anytime. Its gates will always be open to you," Zheng Anghua promised earnestly. David smiled lightly, then said, "Patriarch Zheng, in Nanhu City, your family is not the only hidden power. There is also the Demon Spirit sect, though they are in a secret realm, so you cannot see them. However, the entrance and exit of the Demon Spirit sect lies on the outskirts of Nanhu. If you encounter anyone from the Demon Spirit sect, I hope there will be no conflict. If they try to trouble you, you may report my name, they won't dare to act recklessly." David decided to reveal the existence of the Demon Spirit sect to Zheng Anghua to prevent unnecessary conflict on the same territory in the future. Chapter 1946. After hearing this, Zheng Anghua was shocked. He had lived in Nanhu for so many years yet never knew another sect existed within his domain. "Mr. Chen, thank you for informing me. I will be cautious." If David had not said this, he would never have known. But this was also because the people of the Demon Spirit sect rarely appeared in the mortal world, and they would not casually harm ordinary people. Thus, Zheng Anghua had never noticed anything. After leaving Nanhu, David took Jiang Wei, Humatzi, and Zhou Jia straight to Penglai Island. Zhou Jia was now traveling with Humatzi as husband and wife. David could only allow her to follow, and her presence would be very helpful when opening the Demon Heart sect's secret realm to rescue Sonia in the future. Meanwhile, on Penglai Island, Du Nan sat on his throne with a worried expression. Since David destroyed the Gorfiend's stone statue, Penglai Island had experienced constant strange phenomena, causing many inhabitants to flee. However, Du Nan did not leave. He continued to lead his people on the island. At least they were isolated from the world and free from disputes. And he still lived like an emperor, which made Du Nan quite comfortable. But in recent days, many powerful individuals suddenly arrived on Penglai Island. This made Du Nan uneasy. Although these people did not act or cause trouble, their silent presence on the island was intimidating. He sent people to watch their movements and also sent messengers to Kyoto, hoping to inform David. While the noble families of the secular world watched Penglai Island closely, the major families of the secret realms were also paying attention. Penglai Island was the first location where spiritual energy would recover. Whoever secured it first would gain a huge advantage once the recovery began. At this time, within Zixia Mansion in the Thunder Gate's secret realm, a meeting was underway. Han Fusheng, the mansion lord, said solemnly, "The cycle of heaven is turning, and spiritual energy is recovering. The major secret realms should already know where the recovery will begin, and they will surely send people to fight for territory. Have our people been dispatched?" "Palace Master, they have already set out and have now arrived on Penglai Island. The team is led by Hong Qianzhou of the Hong family, along with the 18 strongest arhats of the Hong family." An elder stood and reported respectfully. "Do we know the strength of the forces sent by the other secret realm families?" Han Fusheng asked. Everyone fell silent. They had no idea what forces the other sects were sending, and it was impossible to investigate. The secular families endorsed by each sect in the secret realms were highly concealed. If not for the spiritual energy recovery, they would never have shown themselves. Seeing their silence, Han Fusheng sighed deeply. The recovery of spiritual energy will mark the beginning of a bloodstorm. If we do not know our opponent's strength, how will Zixia Mansion stand in the future? Begin investigating immediately. I want detailed information on all major sects and families across the 8 secret realms. After speaking, Han Fusheng waved his hand angrily, dismissing everyone. But his frustration came not only from this situation. He had also hidden Long Ruodong for so long, yet still had no opportunity to touch her. The tigress at home was too strict, and Han Fusheng had long been sneaking around like a guilty man. At that moment, in a hot spring within the secret realm, Han Qing'er quietly removed her clothes and bathed, while Qiu Ju stood nearby, guarding against intruders. Chapter 1947. Miss, I remember you didn't like hot springs so much before. Why do you like them now? Are you still thinking about David? Just give up already. How could David possibly come here? Qiu Ju said playfully. Sister Qiu Ju, don't talk nonsense. I just like taking baths. What are you thinking about David for? Han Qing'er refused to admit anything, but as she felt the temperature of the hot spring, her heart had already flown back to that moment when she first met David. Seeing Han Qing'er distracted, Qiu Ju giggled. Qiu Ju's laughter brought Han Qing'er back to reality, and she then said, Sister Qiu Ju, can I discuss something with you? What is it? If you want to leave the secret realm, don't even think about the mundane world. Qiu Ju replied. You, just agree this once. I overheard my dad saying that Penglai Island is about to recover its spiritual energy. We can go to Penglai Island to play. Han Qing'er said coquettishly. Forget it. The master already said that if anyone dares to take you to the mundane world, he will cut them down directly. There's no room for negotiation. Do you want the master to chop off my head? Qiu Ju looked at Han Qing'er helplessly. Han Qing'er pouted and shook her head. At the same time, a meeting was being held in the Waning Moon Castle not far from Zixia Mansion. Waning Moon Castle and Zixia Mansion were in the same secret realm and very close to each other, so their relationship had always been good. Moreover, Lu Chang, the eldest young master of the Waning Moon Castle, had grown up with Han Qing'er. Their families intended to bring the two together. If they married, the two forces within the secret realm would become even stronger. But now, with the recovery of spiritual energy approaching, once the aura fully recovered, this cage-like secret realm would no longer have any advantage. Many families and sects would choose to leave the secret realm. Waning Moon Castle was no exception. They were also discussing the matter of Penglai Island during this meeting. Fort Master, the representative family of Zixia Mansion in the secular world, has already arrived on Penglai Island, and other sect families have sent people as well. As for the families in the other secret realms, they must have also sent people to Penglai Island by now. It is probably already overcrowded. A senior executive reported to Lu Buwei, the master of Waning Moon Castle. This is only the beginning of aura recovery, and it is already a bloody competition. Once the spiritual energy fully recovers, the entire world will be reshuffled. Every family wants to seize this opportunity. Unfortunately, our representative family in the secular world is useless. Now they only have one great marquis left, completely worthless. Lu Buwei said angrily. Waning Moon Castle had also cultivated a representative family in the secular world, but that family had been disappointing and weak. Sending them to Penglai Island was equivalent to sending them as cannon fodder. Father, why don't I take people to Penglai Island? We can't just watch other sects occupy it. And since Penglai Island is the first place where spiritual energy is recovering, there must be unknown secrets hidden there. Lu Chang stood up, planning to leave the secret realm and go to Penglai Island himself. How can that be? Once you leave the secret realm and stay too long in the mundane world, your cultivation will stagnate or even decline. You know very well that the laws of heaven and earth outside restrict us. Lu Buwei shook his head. He didn't want his son taking such risks. Father, I can take the Guling pill. As long as my strength is sealed, it won't increase once I leave, but it won't decline either. If we can take control of Penglai Island and uncover the secret behind the recovery of spiritual energy, it will be a tremendous opportunity for Waning Moon Castle. Lu Chang continued persuading his father. It seemed he had long made plans to leave the secret realm and head to Penglai Island. Chapter 1948. Lu Buwei thought for a moment and finally nodded. He could only agree, but he warned. After you leave, you must be extremely careful. I don't know how many sects and families will gather on Penglai Island this time. Only the one who stands until the end will be the true winner. I understand. Lu Chang nodded, excitement in his eyes, and then left the secret realm. Penglai Island. At this time, hundreds of powerful experts had gathered on Penglai Island. They came from major sects and families across the country, and more were arriving in a steady stream. There were no rules on Penglai Island to restrain them, yet everyone kept to their own territory. No one fought. No one made trouble. It was as if they were waiting for something. Master Demon, I didn't expect so many people to come to Penglai Island. A black gold-robed figure looked at the assembled experts and sighed. It seems the families from the 8 great secret realms have long cultivated forces in the mundane world, and they hid them deep. Ningji said slowly, but what came from his mouth was the old voice of the demonic envoy. Their Demon Heart sect supported the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance so that one day, the sect could secure a place in the secular world. And to use the alliance to gather information. Senior, will the trap we set on Penglai Island really fool all these people? Ningji asked nervously. There were simply too many people here. Don't worry. These families' experts are powerful, yes, but besides the Marquis of Great Wu, there is no one we need to fear. Even if some have sacred weapons, we don't have to be afraid. With the 4 black gold-robed experts following us, what the hell are you scared of? You're getting more and more timid. That David has really frightened you. The demonic envoy said unhappily. Ningji didn't dare respond. The demonic envoy then said to the 4 black gold-robed men, put on your clothes and spread the news, tell everyone that in the central part of Penglai Island, there are ancient ruins and a magic formation that triggers the recovery of spiritual energy. As you command. The 4 black gold-robed men nodded and left. Senior, do these ruins and magic formation really exist? Ningji asked curiously. I don't know whether there are ruins, but there must be a magic circle or altar. Otherwise, why would the spiritual energy recovery start here? The envoy replied calmly. Isn't the recovery of spiritual energy caused by the laws of heaven and earth? Ningji was stunned. Could the laws of heaven and earth be controlled by humans? You are too naive. The laws of heaven and earth were created by humans. Even the entire world was built by a god. The power of heaven and earth is a natural force to mortals, but to us, it is divine power. Beyond this, there is a vast space, just like the 8 great secret realms. If immortals can create these realms, then gods can create other worlds, even the universe. These things are beyond our comprehension. What we must do now is strengthen ourselves, break through the laws of this world, and enter another world to find the demon venerable. The envoy explained slowly, leaving Ningji overwhelmed. He wasn't a cultivator and understood very little. After joining the Martial Arts Alliance, he had only heard fragments about the world of immortals. But now, listening to the envoy, he suddenly felt as if unseen eyes were watching them all. "I shouldn't have told you so much, you don't understand anyway," the envoy said, realizing he had spoken too much. "Let's go. We'll check the ruins again. As long as those families are lured in, they will all be buried there forever." Chapter 1949. Soon, Ningxi arrived at a small raised hill in the middle of Penglai Island. It was only about 100 meters higher than the surroundings, so it could only be considered a small hill. In a hidden corner, there was a stone door carved with patterns. The stone door looked ancient and had already opened a slight gap. Ningxi entered effortlessly. Inside was a very dark corridor. After walking for about 200 or 300 meters, he reached an incomparably wide hall. The hall was big enough to hold tens of thousands of people. At the center stood something resembling an altar, but the stone pillars on it were slanted and looked damaged. "Senior, is this the fake relic we created to deceive those people?" Ningxi asked in shock. If such a relic was artificially constructed, it was way too large. It was impossible to build something like this in just a few years. Could the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance have known long ago that spiritual energy would recover here and built these fake ruins in advance? Ningxi found that difficult to believe. It was originally like this. "I don't know which sect this place once belonged to, but it had already been destroyed," the soul replied calmly. "Some time ago, I sent people to rebuild the formation here and transform it. Once those sects and families enter, they can forget about coming out again. When that happens, the entire Penglai Island will belong to us. We only need to patiently wait for the recovery of spiritual energy and observe what is so unusual about this place." Only then did Ningxi understand that the phenomenon felt earlier by Long Xingxiu and the others was not caused by the recovery of spiritual energy, but by the Martial Arts Alliance intentionally activating the formation to scare people away. If David knew all of this had been done by the Martial Arts Alliance, frightening Long Xingxiu into retreating to the capital, he would definitely scold Long Xingxiu. Soon, a rumor began spreading across Penglai Island. In the most central part of the island, there was a relic containing the formation that triggered the recovery of spiritual energy. This rumor became increasingly mysterious. Many people searched for it, but all returned empty-handed. Because the entrance had long been sealed, Ningxi would not let anyone find it until the final moment. When David brought Jiang Wei and Humatzi to Penglai Island, the masters from countless sect families had already gathered, nearly in the thousands. Seeing such a scale, David was slightly surprised. He didn't linger, but immediately headed to the palace to find Du Nan. After Long Xingxiu and the others evacuated earlier, Du Nan refused to leave. As the emperor here, he was unwilling to abandon his territory. When he saw David arriving, Du Nan rushed out happily to greet him. "Mr. Chen, you've come." Many people suddenly arrived on Penglai Island. "I'm afraid things will soon become chaotic," Du Nan complained anxiously, almost crying. After all, many of those who came were powerful experts, and even one of them could easily destroy his entire palace. Fortunately, none of them had caused Du Nan trouble yet. They had only divided the island into areas and set up camp. "You knew I was coming?" David asked, surprised. "Ah. I sent someone to Kyoto to invite Mr. Chen, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly," Du Nan explained, unaware that his messenger had failed to find David in Kyoto. "I came from another place. I never saw the person you sent. Just prepare my room, I'll rest for now," David said. "Okay." Du Nan replied hurriedly, arranging rooms for David's group. Meanwhile, Humatzi dragged Zhou Jia into their room impatiently, and soon noises began coming from inside. David and Jiang Wei exchanged smiles. They knew exactly what Humatzi was doing. Chapter 1950. "Brother Jiang, let's go out for a walk," David suggested. "All right," Jiang Wei nodded. David and Jiang Wei walked through the streets. Many doors were locked. Clearly, many residents had already fled. If thousands of powerful experts hadn't suddenly arrived, Penglai Island would have been almost deserted by now. Along the way, David and Jiang Wei kept hearing discussions about the so-called relic in the center of the island. Mr. Chen, why did this relic suddenly appear? Could someone have really discovered something? Jiang Wei wondered aloud. It had only been a few days. How did the entire island already know about it? David frowned slightly. I don't know if there really are ruins, magic formations, or altars on Penglai Island. But if someone truly found a relic, why would they spread the news everywhere? And if they know its exact location, why hasn't anyone found it yet? Jiang Wei found this reasonable and asked, Mr. Chen, do you think these rumors are fake? David shook his head. I can't judge until I investigate further. But we must stay cautious. As they walked, 3 people approached, Zhu Hao, Qiao Xiong, and Hong family's Hong Qianzhou. Compared to the countless sect families gathered here, these few were at least acquaintances, so they naturally drew closer. When Zhu Hao saw David, anger flared in his eyes. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Hong Qianzhou greeted Jiang Wei, then turned to David and said, Congratulations, Mr. Chen, for obtaining the 10,000-year Hishowu. I believe your strength must have increased greatly. It was just good fortune, David replied casually. Haha, Mr. Chen, you earned it with your strength. There's no such thing as luck, Hong Qianzhou said with a laugh. Then he turned to Jiang Wei, Brother Jiang, I have something to discuss. Can we speak in private? Just say it here, Jiang Wei replied coldly. Hong Qianzhou glanced at David, seemingly hesitant. Brother Jiang, you talk. I'll stroll around on my own, David said, noticing Hong Qianzhou's reluctance to speak in his presence. But before David could leave, Jiang Wei grabbed him. Mr. Chen, there's no need for you to go. Slightly displeased, Jiang Wei said to Hong Qianzhou, if you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm leaving. Wait. Hong Qianzhou stopped him, then continued. Brother Jiang, you've seen how many sect families have gathered on Penglai Island. You know what they represent. Many of them are secretly forming alliances now. So I hope the 4 of us can also form a temporary alliance to deal with whatever may come. If we fight separately, scattered like sand, we will all be driven out, or eliminated. Hong Qianzhou had approached Jiang Wei with hopes of forming an alliance and gaining an edge among the numerous sect families. Jiang Wei hadn't expected this. He looked at David. After all, Jiang Wei now followed David's lead. The owner of Tianlulu, Jiang Wuya, had already given orders. Jiang Wei had no right to act independently. Seeing Jiang Wei seeking David's opinion, Hong Qianzhou was surprised. Even if Jiang Wei and David were close, they should stand as equals. But from the look of it, Jiang Wei seemed to defer to David completely. Zhu Hao immediately exploded in anger when he saw this. Jiang Wei, as the eldest young master of the Jiang family in the northwest, why are you asking for David's opinion? Is David your father,